son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Rest LATAM Regional number 3. We're getting into the rest of the group stage. The opening games have concluded and today is Elimination Day, or it's all to play for many of the teams involved. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual for today's proceedings, and this one is certainly going to be an interesting day of proceedings, right? 4 more best of 3s to bring you over the course of this one, and for some teams it is do or die and survival involved.
And I want to say for 2 of the teams, especially today, your La Ruganeta and maybe even your Solid, you could say they kind of got upset in their opening games, maybe looked at as favourites in the openers and took on teams that they'd beat previously. But sometimes when you come to this group stage, one poor result can actually make it really difficult to get back to the playoffs.
I was very fortunate you mentioned that, because that's our first best of 3 of the day. Later on, we will have Red Canids versus Bounty Hunters, Odic versus Fluxo, and MIBR versus W7M. So we move over to some of the more bigger matches in terms of Group A and Group B. But the 2 elimination games to start things off, Dwayne. And for these guys, obviously, it is a very important time for them because, as you mentioned, there were some upsets involved in terms of our opening matches. For some of these teams, they are looking to try and make decent cracks at the overall table. So elimination here would leave you absolutely no points to the overall rest circuit. And for a team like Solid, for instance, it's a perfect example of how things could go off the rails so quickly.
Well, for Solid, they had a really comfortable game against Fluxo in the last rest semi-final, and yet they come into their opening game, and mate, they got destroyed. Yes, they took their map in the series of Vertigo to at least go to a 3rd map, but map 1, 5-13 loss to Mirage, and a 5-13 loss on map 3 to Cider Inferno. They couldn't hold their weight, and that's really surprising for a team that's gunning for the LAN opportunity.
Well, it is certainly better than La Ruganeta, who didn't get any maps in their best of 3 during their opening matchup. So that's always something to consider. Admittedly, it probably was the case that those scorelines and those results looked a little bit more one-sided against the likes of the Solid camp. And for Solid especially, right, the idea you're involved in this rest circuit, they are within the top 2 right now of the LATAM points board. They've got a lot of work to do to try and bring back some more, because if they go out right here and now, that gives a lot of opportunities for teams like Imperial, who are one behind them, Red Canids, who of course are up in action later today, Bestia, all sort of sitting in those 3 placements behind them, right? They're going to get this chance in this regional to make it up to the top 2 in the wake of Solid's losses.
And realistically, here for Solid, are they a team that should be contesting for the LAN spot? Absolutely not. We have got some really good representation. You mentioned Imperial. You've got MIBR in there as well. You've got Pain. This is a team that at the moment is kind of holding the weight, but they need to keep upsetting. They need to keep proving us wrong if they want to hold out in the point system.
Most certainly, right? Again, you mentioned the season before, the LATAM Regional number 2. That was the first place position where you really should have possibly been seeing other positions being taken by some of those other guys. I mean, Red Canids obviously probably would have been a bit more reputable in terms of that grand final victory, but Solid pulled it out of the hat and set themselves up now to try and find further success. But outside of that and the playoffs in LATAM 1, there hasn't been a lot of significant results for the Solid side.
Well, at least for Solid, they lost their opening game in the last event, and they came back to win 4 best of 3s in a row without dropping a map, and of course went to that grand final to win the entire event. So for the lineup itself, we've seen success. Ale is a little bit of a stand-in at the moment that was previously playing on the Paqueta lineup that played at the Blast RMR, also played out on Flamingo. So he's just trying to help the boys out. He's been involved in the last couple of series for them. This Solid side, though, needs to bounce back, and they need to be driving for at least least a playoff position in this tournament.
They need to bounce back against the squad that is La Ruganeta on the other side of the board. We got to see them in one of the opening games the first day, Dwayne, and they were sort of expected victors by default more than anything else, right? Their last head-to-head against the likes of Odic was one of those matches you looked at and you thought, okay, well, they had that history behind them, but they weren't able to prove that they were able to beat them out in terms of on the day there in Group A. And again, 2-0 result for the Odic side, took over map number 1 of Overpass pretty handily and all. So things really weren't working out in certain capacities for La Ruganeta.
No, it wasn't a good showing for them. They had 4 rounds in the first half, or the end of the first half on Overpass, and the exact same scoreline moving into that second map of Anubis, where they brought a bit of a comeback in that second map, but the scoreline differential was just too large, and it made it very uncomfortable for these guys. Now, for both Zoc and for Nasha, they were on debut in the opening game against Odic, and Nasha had some okay rounds with that big green, but across the board, it's not the showing that we expect. So for La Ruganeta, they really need to dig deep and try and see if they can get into that decider best of 3, where once more they can target that playoff position because they've made top 8 in the last 2 tournaments.
And maybe it's because of those changes that we can't expect a massive amount out of La Ruganeta in the early days, right? I believe that Odic series was, in fact, the debut for all 5 of these players playing together on this team. So you can give them a little bit of leeway in that respect. However, of course, leeway can only go so far, right? I mean, this is still a matchup where you are facing elimination. Solid, as a result, probably are the solid favourites, excuse the pun. And for La Ruganeta, it's a case of trying to find those 2 players and where they fit in a matter of only a couple of hours here, basically. Like, roster changes are the kinds of things that reach their full capacity over an extended period of time, and we just don't have that time today.
It's definitely something that's been a conversation over the majority of group stages. Players with maybe new fifths, or players with stand-ins, or players with some newer entities of potentially even the coach playing. So every time we kind of get an idea of that, it gives us a little bit more of an understanding. For Solid, we know their permaban is Nuke. They don't like that map whatsoever. For La Ruganeta, they don't like their Inferno. Vertigo or Inferno could be a pick for Solid, depending on how the ban goes down. And then probably Ancient comes through from La Ruganeta.
Well, Inferno gets banned out first and foremost from the La Ruganeta side. It's Overpass and Vertigo that picked in as the first 2 maps of the series, Dwag.
Yeah, so the Vertigo's no surprise. The Overpass is one that they picked it against Odic, and to be honest, I was not impressed by their T side whatsoever. They picked a lot more Ancient in the previous RES event, and yes, they get it as a decider, but Overpass, I don't know if I'm convinced that La Ruganeta can actually take it. They seemed very slow in generating opening man advantages. They weren't really creating space. When they were losing a lot of jewels. So knowing that you've got into that map again, I could see this being a 2-0 for Solid.
I mean, it definitely screams punish pick to me, right? Because Solid only have 3 maps on record in the last 3 months, and 2 of which were losses to even Furia Academy in one capacity. So, like, it's not exactly like it's the best map in the pool for them, but we've talked about punish picks in the past for this team, right? We've talked about the idea that it can go 50-50. It does carry its risk for the likes of La Ruganeta. So going into that with a notion of how well they lost it out against the Odic side previously, yeah, I could see where you sort of favour that sort of 2-0 prediction. Even then, when you consider map 3, I mean, that Solid let Ancient go towards the end because it is the highest played map in the entire pool for them.
And they play a lot of Ancient. They float it as a 3rd map decider quite frequently. And again, for Solid, they bounced back incredibly well in the last RES event. And I'm expecting them to do the same. I'm expecting this team to at least make the top 8, to get into another one of those playoff positions. Because anytime you've made the playoffs back-to-back, and obviously one of them you've been able to go all the way to win the whole thing, you have to hold that team to a higher degree, even if it isn't the same 5-man lineup. So for Solid, they've got to be looking at this game today, get a comfortable 2-0. Don't get tested a huge amount by La Ruganeta, and get yourself into that decider best of 3.
Yeah, I have no doubts that they can make it into the playoffs when you consider the teams they have to play during this this group stage, right? Like, if Fluxo get upset, then that's where things sort of like start to get a little bit awkward. Yeah. But realistically, we are expecting that in terms of where things should be put in, we see Solid and Odic in that lower bracket decider game, and I feel like the Solid could test that series and make it to the playoffs once again, which would be their 3rd playoff appearance in the LATAM regional. So for them, it is certainly a marker that is an appropriate marker to set for them in terms of their achievements here in this regional. I think it's a bit far-fetched to expect them to go so far as to take the title once again, but the idea that they're sitting here now in the elimination game with potentially no points on record is going to have to be something that's going to sit in the back of their minds. The way they have to get involved, they have to take this series, because if La Ruganeta pull off a series upset, then Solid will stand to lose their top 2 placement on the table. So it's all squeaky bum time with our elimination game to start off the day between Solid and La Ruganeta.
Double Julies on the city side of Overpass. That's something that you don't see all that frequently. Playing a double in con setup where they can have a slight bait and switch with a spotter out there from Divided to keep eyes to the front side of Party and anyone coming through from Park. Slow on a contact. It's going to come through from Party, and this P2K is going to be the first one to spot it.
Trying to see where it's going to come from, though. The Party entrance or the mid face. It's mid out from Nasher, who draws out first blood. GBB good for one trade, but Relentless is quick to respond all the same. La Ruganetta have mid control. They do not have an idea of the backstab coming in for the Julies, and he tries to take down the bomb carrier, but BK1 turns into a 4 versus 2. Relentless makes it now 1. There's nothing left for CSO.
And that's a real shame for LCM because he's actually in a position where that's a round-winning play. To drop that bomb, to maybe multi-frag up with the Julies, it's a completely different affair. Unfortunately, a few whiff bullets, not quite that connection. CSO tries his hand at the 1v4, but not to be. So, first round goes the way of the Argentinians.
Nicely done. Solid picks, if you will. Starting advantage, yeah.
I'm glad we got that out of the way quickly. Only took 1 round.
You might expect a few more of those as the matchup goes on here.
And for both of these teams, right, to make top 8 at a minimum in every single rest event that you've played, man, someone's going to be very disappointed with this run. Someone's going to look at the last place finish and say, that's just not on for us.
Maybe at this point you do have to throw some curveballs into the mix, knowing that both teams are going to be hungry. La Ruganetta starting things off on the right foot and should be able to convert against this eco basis. All the AKs, all the days, and all the kills going their way. 2 HP from 1 exit on the part of the solid camp, but ultimately not to come through against that AK-47 of Relentless. 6 kills deep for him, 2-0 start, solid bringing the guns.
And there's been a lot of moving pieces for the Solid organization so far this year, and even towards the tail end of last year, players being benched and kind of moving over to other organizations, and the sort of cycling of the 5th player that now Ale is kind of standing in and helping the guys out. We don't know for how much longer. At least this entire tournament. So a 2-0 start comes through from the La Ruganetta side. Can Solid respond with the opening rifle?
Nades down early to do a little bit of HP damage to the MAC-10 of Zot, playing bonus weapons in this opening rifle round. Ale with the opener. And no further action from the La Ruganetta side, holding their positions, particularly the aggressive players here at the short presence. If they can spot one player that aggresses too far forward on the CT side, that's not to be the case. They are held back pretty far and waiting for T action.
This walk forward from Abiz might be able to catch a lot if the CTs re-aggress the short water and try and take map control away. And back and forth spams for the Glil, just all distraction at the moment. The walk up from Relentless has actually been able to generate a lot of open space to the front side of the bathrooms.
Case of how he predicts where these players are at. He can fight both of these individual duels, or whether or not he'll have to sort of concede his own casualty. The smoke comes down at the right moment for the solid side. Keep him at bay.
Oh, this walk is coming in, and it looks pretty good from the CT perspective. I say that, the Glue actually strikes and does a lot more damage out towards that monster wall position. Ale struggles, but falls back to safety.
And Relentless trying to work into the A-bomb site. Molotovs are sent in from his teammates, who's indicating the hit is inbound. LCM needs to time this so well, because Relentless is going down to 2 players alive. 1 man left of Nasher as Ale also chimes in. Bomb is on his back. Secondary kill. Tertiary kill. A quadra for CSO's position. He's going to allow the bomb plant to come down. Nasher does get caught by the gap, so the defuse will be coming in, and Solid will win their first.
It's a very good effort from Nasher, the new AWPer of the team that only signed with the organization a couple of weeks ago, and he didn't play on the Windigo roster, Jay. He played on the Windingo roster out in South America. So a guy that hasn't had a huge amount of pro experience. Nice to see him getting more games under his belt on HLTV, especially at a level where you can potentially qualify to a LAN tournament. Very good effort, but just not to be. Maybe if more support came in on the bomb site, if he had another teammate to stay alive.
And still 6 sequence to even force out that to a 1 versus 1.
It makes it expensive. It forces in an easier reset for the next round.
And with bonus rifles in mind there for La Ruganetta, the economy state's pretty well built to get the AWP out and the AKs across the rest of the board. So long term, it may well be a positive. But it's a case of converting on round number 4, and they're playing a careful default once again. This time not even with the short aggression on Abiz.
But we've seen some decent performances on Overpass in the past for La Ruganeta. I think back to the first RES tournament that they had. They actually were able to take a 9Z to overtime and win it out entirely. But to do it with this new roster is now 2 from 2. Ale out towards top connector. Doesn't have a teammate in sight, so probably just a 1-for-1.
Orp standing to attention, but Nasha on scopes. Click the wrong mouse button. The start does not favour La Ruganeta, even though probably it should have done.
Now, Ale might be able to get flashed in out here from sort of the left-hand side of Banana to put some emphasis out towards the divider position. No info play at B, but there is a single lurk from Abiz that obviously came through on that walk timing in the last round.
Might even just walk up short entirely. Did the damage on the CSO beyond that smoke. Main focal point is going to be this mid-fight, though, from Ali. He does win out against BK1. Shadow advantage, taking a shot. The AWP moves into position as Ali is going to get tested by an AK as well. Zoc to check position. The Orb still watching both players start making their moves as BBK is taken aback. GBB gets involved against Zoc, and Abiz is all that is left. 1 versus 4. His luck to be cut down by CSO to a piece.
And this Ale player as a stand-in for Solid is probably one of the more experienced players that the organization has got, or at least kind of playing with the team. Played on Santos, the Redemption POA roster, Liberty, Isurus, Paqueta, obviously, where he played a couple of LAN tournaments. So a guy that's been around in the scene for a while and played towards the higher ends. And just trying to be that extra 5th player to get more results under their belt, to get closer to a playoff position, closer towards a deeper run like we've seen in the last event for them. 2 rounds in a row, and now T-side economy completely gone.
We talked about the damage that La Ruganeta could have done, but in this case, it bounces back against them.
Actually, one aspect I wanted to ask you, Jay, now I've just thought about it. LCM, I don't know if we actually have them in England, but I know in Oz, they're like Rice Krispies in a bar. I don't know if we get them in the UK. I've never seen them. It's a sweet treat that is lovely.
Well, we have Rice Krispies like in like a, you know, like
in a cereal.
Yeah, like the cereal in like a bar, but like I don't know if that's necessarily the same thing.
They're literally they're almost like a muesli bar form. Obviously not muesli, but if you get the idea of what they look like, that's kind of what it is. The LCM bars. I think we call them is it Rice Pops? No, it's Cocoa Pops. Rice. Right, I can't think what it's called. Oh, Brev, I can't believe I lived there 18 years and now Rice Bubbles, that's it. Rice Krispies is Rice Bubbles in Australia.
And he just got a phone call from his mate saying what an embarrassment you are.
Yeah, honestly, 18 years and I just can't even remember the OG cereal.
Well, LCM, the player, is in server.
What do you reckon it stands for? Do you reckon we can come up with a bit of an acronym, like the Natural Born Killer?
Yeah, no, but it's like it's Portuguese, so it might be completely like out of the realm of possibility for us to come up with the accurate thing.
Oh yeah, we can come up with our own one though. I might be thinking about. There's a lot of players, I would say, in the South American region that have the single letter names, the JKS. I would say the AZR, but that would be troll. But yeah, there's a couple of them that we've seen over the course of this tournament.
Well, 2 of them, or 3 of them actually in play here. Walk forwards on the La Ruganeta side, seeing if they can take any rifles out of the hands of the Solid camp.
Yeah, one would be nice.
Yeah. Even if one of the AKs especially, right? Like if you can get that and the M4 player to drop, at that point you have to sacrifice one of those AKs. The guarantee. Do a couple of dinks back on the GBB, but LCM does have his nerve, and GBB actually gets a through teammate headshot. All 5 do stay alive for Solid, so it is very confident from them in the early 3. La Ruganeta pistol convert now has to turn back into another rifle round here.
I just do not see a huge amount of overpass being played for the Solid camp. And one of those maps in the pool for them where you kind of come to the realization where it gets banned out a lot in the second wave of the vetoes. So you kind of mentioned it, a bit of a punish, one that obviously we saw them pick against Onyx. We're hoping for a bit more though.
LCM straight into contact, tanking the nades, trying to get the opening, but the shot does miss out. Got backup also on short for the man, so the AK Zirabut trying to get involved against the likes of Zoc. If they can get this opening kill without losing the AWP, that would be fantastic. But again, the HP is something to consider. And LCM is looking more and more aggressive about this. Flash turned into his position, turned away from. Molotov also seen. Is it going to extend towards the man? I don't think it does. Shoulder Bay has seen him, but LCM holds his nerve to 4 points of health.
Yeah, Zoc, as soon as he saw him on the jiggle, needs to just give up on that fight. And that's just a freebie for the AWP that you get a repeat like that. Yes, you're on low HP, but you've got safety out from the short water for players that can try and back you up after you fall. The Ruginetta have actually not made a huge amount of success in this round happen. There's a walk forward in the bathrooms. They've taken short water, but the CTs are also making their own info play aggressive long.
Oh, GBB goes down, however. Shots on, leg shot taken by the AWP back, so HP is low on a couple of individuals. Ali could try and cut off this rotation, which would deny the bomb carrier from here. 33 seconds, Abby's caught easily. Second man less so. Nasha keeps them out advantage, and Relentless has full dominion over A.
It just needs to slow down these rotations, make sure they can't come through from dumpster or from bank.
Re-smoke on, flashes, indicating they want to try to go for peaks, but they can't do so with all this smoke in the way. They're actually going to consider to go back and save. They don't have the info on how low the one player is. Even then, BK1 is out of position with that AWP.
Ale really needed two there, didn't he? Out there from the party position when you're in a man disadvantage. It's a very strong position, but to only get one just isn't enough to secure the round.
A respectable trading game from La Ruginetta, at least. But for Solid, one kill could have made all the difference in the world. And even when you think about GBB and his cross out from long, thinking it's completely clear out towards mid and caught off by the bathrooms player, that could have also been a turning moment in the round. It's 3 apiece as a result of those turning points. Solid to hold on to those AKs certainly provides the extra firepower, and they fought so hard to get that opening pick and all.
A very good entry kill from Relentless, just waiting for the reposition out from long to the dice. I mean, it's not an easy shot where if you just get a couple of stray bullets to not find that connection, you get back out to dice and you're back towards harder cover. These next few gun rounds, though, are really going to dictate who's going to run away with this first half.
Solid set back the buy. La Ruginetta get a couple of lost weapons in. Both economies are pretty low. AWPers on both sides as well. LCM with his, expecting some sort of boost. Not seeing anything towards Park at the moment. His opposition are going to walk right into the hands of GBB, who is very exposed on top of the rock. How much can you get out of this?
Flashes are going to go quite deep. The second flash does find the connection. That's actually pretty good. For a 1-for-1 to get damage onto Nasha, and of course call out the info heavy long, that's enough.
The AWP is the only thing here, though. LCM expecting a forward face, but closer to the wall, gives his shoulder away and allows Nasha the kill onto the advantage now for the Ts.
At right eye peak. Peek's advantage is always going to come from the T side perspective. This is a tough recovery. Now, there is a slight gamble stack for the moment to keep 2 up on A, leave the single B player, but they're getting on the front foot because they know that they've got to try and catch a timing. La Ruginetta are in a prime position to just take long, get into the A bomb site and get that bomb down.
2 AKs are on the defensive here. CSO specifically back over towards Bank. Incendiary sent from his position will try and drive them away. Counter Molotovs will be in effect. BK1. CSO does not get the pick he needs. Neither does his teammate. Zoc and BK1 with those kills. Ali's just left to save.
What was such a good opener for GBB just doesn't get pulled upon for any more success. La Ruginetta have some strong crossfires and entry fraggers coming out from long, and individually some struggles from the players on defense. So now with the money state looking where it is, there's not going to be much around this M4.
Hard buyback from Solid. No saving spared, no lost bonus allowed. La Ruginetta will look to take the lead and certainly are posting up a hell of a fight when we had a lot of doubts about overpass. T-side success is coming together for them, and that's certainly very encouraging.
Now, for both of these teams, we obviously saw them going down into elimination games in the previous rest tournaments, and their map picks in those elimination games were actually really comfortable. For La Ruginetta, they had a 13-9 against Odic once, and they also had a 13-8 against Flamingo on their map pick in that elimination series. For Solid, they had a 13-8 and a 13-2. So one aspect that we could probably assume is that when you get down into these kind of best of threes, when pressure is on, that the teams that pick into the maps should be able to deliver to a comfortable scoreline. And for the moment, we're seeing that from Lava Ruganeta.
Has been back and forth initially, but they are the ones in the lead and should extend their streak to 3 rounds in a row. M4 Valley is at least boosted up to get the opening pick here, so they weren't quite expecting that over on Connector. Zoc, the first player to fall. Now, how do Solid respond off the back of that? He has been dropped into a position where they can recover his rifle, so have to continue playing with these pistols.
And what is the most wild caveat to me, Jay, is the overpass in the current meta has a lot of B-lings. You might show distraction or at least your defaults from party and into playgrounds and out to the bathrooms, but it's a lot of NBs, and we have just not seen that from La Ruganeta at all.
CSO hoping for an angle. Shots do ring out. The smoke does get beaten out by BK1, but the P2K is good enough for the kill. Flashbang does keep him blinded though, so Abiz and Nash are allowed a couple of kills. GBB is still in there, and Abiz is so low, as is Nash. The M4 could get so much out of this. Nash is all that's left, and GBB can put the nade into the casualty, so Solid steal.
Well, maybe that's the reason why they aren't ending towards B. All we've seen previously is a couple of walkout attempts from short water, but it's just been A take after A take. They go into B in what is the upgraded eco round. There's what? A P2K, there's a 5-7, there's an ump, and basically just the M4, in which the M4 isn't even doing the majority of the damage.
Got that opening start, and then the pistols and SMGs just took over from there. I'm surprised that P2K even got the 1 pick.
I don't see that many sort of USP or P2K kills on full gun rounds, like against a full gun round. You might see one every now and then, but it is a rarity. You always expect the upgraded pistols or the upgraded SMGs to do the damage.
In this case, it's a massive swing to the favor of the Solid side. Now they have to get momentum with it as well. Rifle rounds in for both sides. Both economies have very little loss bonus. La Ruganeta on 1900 and Solid on 14. You can see where issues will crop up, particularly for the T-side economy state. Mac 10 on Relentless, Galil for Zoc. Weren't expecting that loss, and they'll pay the price for it. Solid. Only recovered that AWP, so they're not as great a shape as they'd like it to be, and as is Abiz, caught off guard by Ali. Good start.
And that's always the attribute of nading open the Condor, is the cheeky angles that you can work there and connected to grant opening picks. And that was a bit of a freebie, and for La Ruganeta, no one was even close in a position to try and offer a trade.
Smoke set. Ale still holding mid presence. BK1 start to take point of his own right. LCM going to start to trade places with Ale. He holds long. The AWPer will defend from mid, but this rotation has allowed an angle of the gap to be exploited on the part of the T side, the Mac 10 of which will try and punish on the AWP. Flashes are sent. Both players are caught blinded by it, and that Molotov should drive LCM away. Backup is rotating, but they cannot get to the bomb site directly. The plant should be secured. The AWPer known. Relentless about to take this Mac 10 around the corner. Leg shots are secured. A man goes down.
Oh, M4 should get an easy kill to try and set up the retake, and BK1 tries to check out long because of that.
GBB just extending through the smoke. Nash now drawing attention towards himself here at the bathroom. Zoc is staying silent. Do not move from this angle. Do not reveal yourself to the CT side, because now you're in a clutch. You need the positional advantage, but Ali has a suspicion, and he takes the fight for the win and for the lead for Team Solid.
It's definitely unorthodox to see the AWP and M4 almost transition between one another with a man advantage there when they don't have good info in the front side of the bathrooms and out there to Banana. So the AWP did definitely get caught off guard, but you could feel that for La Ruganeta, as soon as they know that Ale is out there in long, they just want to deal with him. And that's the distraction, that's the attention being drawn to allow easy kills up from Dumpster and in through Bank.
That adjustment on his M4 was pretty sick.
Clean one.
Ruganeta now down to the pistol basis. The smokes will try and stop any rushes, however, it might be unsuccessful. They do pivot themselves out, the nades involved to try and reveal vision. Zoc is going to lead the charge into short water. It'll be a very fast exit.
This is turned into a bit of a double pump just because of the incendiaries. 3 on B. I can't see any success happening.
Especially with the nade and the M4 at point blank. CSO gets away with 2. Abyss does get a couple back on the center of the site, however, but he's all alone now. Bomb not even with him, so bonus cash at the plant. Negated as an objective in this round. From here, he's just looking for a 3rd kill to keep the economy as limited as possible on Team Solid. And smoke out towards short. He's suppressed 1 player, but the AWP up being read upon, but the range game just too quick to the trigger on the big green gun. So, 2 to the good on Solid. They have hit minimum 6. Ruganetta testing in this half. Can they equalize?
And for the Ruganetta, they have some aggressive utility sets coming in. The fast heaven smoke from spawn. I feel in those sort of situations, if you're going to go in for the insta smokes and put pressure on the bomb side, you've got to go immediately. To me, there was a bit of hesitation there. They kind of waited it out. And because they hesitated, they just dropped the incendiaries from the CT line. And it made Solid feel so much more comfortable on the bomb side that they're not up against that raw pace.
Rifles brought back in by La Ruganetta, opting for a much similarly aggressive play here. The flashes will catch CSO and Co off guard, allowing the opening kill to go away at BK1. The Molotov is taken back, Relentless forced to trade, and Ale gets right back. He's unaware of Zoc still in amongst the smoke though, and he catches it back to a 3-on-2.
Unless they get a kill in quickly, I can't see there being much of a retake. I mean, Money's in a decent position to at least look for exit, see what presents.
No vision on the site. The nade did at least allow an angle, but the AWP not catching that kill, as you mentioned, means that there is no retake for Team Solid. La Ruganetta up to number 5 on the T side, and again, they are looking to equalize. It's not that far at the realm of possibility.
I would have liked to have just seen a bit more emphasis on the exit kills. For LCM, he can drop 2 M4s in the next round. For GBB, he can also drop 2. So even if they lose 1 more casualty, they're still going to get themselves a very good buy in that next round with Ale at 3,600. They might actually be able to get one out towards T-Spawn now, I say it.
Contention, they do drop 1. They get out of the way. Awkward for GBB. Both players do stay in. They can keep the AWP, they can keep an AK, which actually is important considering that there is a player on double eco at this point. So drop weapons, get them all out. Limitations avoided on the CT side bases. They can go to round 12 with a confident investment. But can they take the advantage at the half?
And for Team Solid, I would actually say that this has been a good performance from them in the first half of Overpass. Losing pistol and anti-eco, but still coming away with a lead. If they can stretch it to 7-5, we'll be singing even more praises. Anti-rush nades out from Monster. Breakage not quite at the smoke, so no info there for CSO.
Sureb up. Seeing Incendiaries from his teammate puts up BK1, does burn, get away with a couple of kills though. CSO at least takes Relentless back from beyond the grave. It's a 3-on-3 with low HP across at least 1 player on that T-side line. Tagged up on Nasha. The B-pop starting to finally work. The plant should be secured for it.
HE out towards default should do some decent chip damage. Ale is still waiting for that late lurk in for the short pipe that Zoc did in the last rounds.
Not coming his way though. Instead it's a fight from GBB that opens things up on BK1. Now Ale can try and strike as GBB takes a secondary engagement. Zoc is all that's left. Flash against him, nade sent deep, should do some more damage. Now he is revealed. Looking for the AWP, looking for the AK. Aware of that M4. Now as GBB just faces him, he's hoping for an aggressive fight on the site itself, but no. Caught off guard towards the bridge of the 3K for the AK. Solid will indeed take the half.
And the dynamic duo of LCM and GBB have been together for over a year now on this Solid organization. They both came over from the Union team. Very good multi-frag sequence of GBB. Makes it look easy.
Partnership that dates back quite a while, but their most successful stint has been here on this team. Success certainly found in terms of the first half. 2 rounds to the good as we go into their T side. Certainly positives when you consider the losing of the pistols and the turnarounds from La Ruganetta, the momentum that they had. But looking at the statistics, Dwayne, there is a pretty heavy CT bias for them in the few times they played this map.
That is very true.
So you have to wonder, was those efforts enough for the team at Solid Camp? La Ruganetta will start to stress them here. This is their chance to punish on the punish pick.
Now, we saw Overpass being played in the last rest tournament for Solid, where they went up against Velox in their elimination game, and they had a 9-3 half on the CT line. They went into their T side, Jay, and it went all the way to overtime. So, yeah, it's probably not the best-looking scoreline, but there could be key rounds still up for grabs. Opening pistol, opening rifle round, put emphasis on the La Ruganeta side, which you can kind of look at the percentages and you can look at the previous results all you want. What we have to reflect on is this is a pretty new team. This is a La Ruganeta side that hasn't been together for all that long, and two new players that have only now playing their second game. That conversation, I would say, overweighs previous performances on this map.
For La Ruganeta coming into their own now. And very, very good when they had their successes on the first half. Can they get early success in this one? Pistol may be pivotal to Solid success, and they're expecting aggression as well. Relentless and Zoc being countered by two players outside of Monster. They were thinking about the face, but instead they just hold the off angle.
And the Argentinians held on to a lead for a single round when they're up 4-3 in the first half. They're looking to try and tie up and go one further. Relentless with the off angle with the Julies. Don't see this all that often.
LCM may fall victim to it. Oh, Relentless, timing is everything. Sees the shoulder, gets the first and the second. Swing onto the bomb carrier. Ali can take it back. That's information to gain for the CT side, but GBB takes it back to a 3-on-3, unawares of how close Abiz is, but still deals with the Julies all the same. BK1 brings it back to evens, and they cancel the hit. The bomb is out of there.
And they've got a lot of time to slow play this, to try and bait some over rotations, to maybe force BK1 to go aggressive, to search for some information. They can even open up the condor to fake that they're moving to A.
It does draw the player from heaven right back, so they are thinking about it, but BK1 will stay here on B just in case. HP advantage over Ale, who's 15 frags deep, may have to be the man to bail them out of this position. Just trying to spot, just trying to see where they're held from. 23 seconds for this plant to come down.
Oh, he starts moving aggressively out from Graffiti, and now this means that he can't protect himself at all. Contact's already been made on the B side, so Nasher can try and fight from heaven, and BK1's gone down because he wasn't defensive.
Suddenly a clutch on the retake. Nasher making his way up quick as well. CSO's going to hear these footsteps. USP checking all positions, except the one that CSO is holding from. Has seen them both at least now. Gets out of the way. Flashbang trying to keep him away from contact. Followed up by another one. CSO engaged upon Nash and these headshots. He's running out of ammo and beginning to run out of time as well. We'll dive at least onto the water position. At least get back down to lower ground. Get to the bomb site itself, but can't win any of these fights. It's a pistol win for Team Solid.
And if I am Relentless, I am absolutely livid. I'm fuming. I've had 2 kills on an off angle unexpectedly with the Julies in short water. I don't need a bait and switch set up there. I don't have a teammate that's watching my cross. Everyone is on B, so the B players need to be stepping up, and they just fall instantly. Out there from the pillar, they are losing deaths to Monster, and Relentless has set up that round, and it has not been capitalized on.
All-important opportunity again for Solid. Pistol advantage scoreline starting to grow for them, and now just to keep it running against the eco pistols of La Ruganeta. Talk about the awkward T sides of the Solid side, and the very few times they play this map up, and if they can show momentum, then it might not matter here. Plant will be secured. No one is on that B defense. It was a heavy-handed stack over on A, so now it's the case of this Mac 10 and Galil just to farm them up. Some money in particular on the part of the SMG. 2 kills for Zareba. Damaged up heavily, still gets that Glock in with the assistance against the likes of the Galil as well. Triple in eventually for the man. And Solid face the rifles.
Zareba doing very well. A player that I'm not too familiar with on this team. Obviously came over from the Academy squad of Pain. And that was his only real pro experience team. He's been a part of the roster now for Solid for close to 6 months. And looking to try and drive this core to more successful results. You have a reflection on previous tournaments. The last RES event was probably their most successful one in the last 6 to 12 months or so.
I'm going to make this one a success. But of course, 1 loss away from elimination. It all fall apart in a matter of moments. Right now, have to seize the moment. Solid are in the lead. To extend to 10, probably 11 to 5 would be a significant comeback for Lava Ruginetta to try and make happen, which we've talked about before on Overpass as well.
For Solid, if they win this round, they just win the game, because you get yourself into such a precarious scoreline where it's so uncomfortable to come back from. And I think their vertigo is very deep. They play a lot of officials on that map, and we're yet to see what Zoc and Nasha are going to be able to do on that. So right here, this is such a vital rifle round for Solid to be able to close out Overpass, and one for La Ruginetta to keep surviving, to keep holding on in the second half.
The contrary of the objectives, though. Surviving versus thriving. And Nasha may not survive very long at all. 6 HP on the initial engagements taken by the Solid side. They have such little map control, though. All the way back in T-Con, a 3-player starting to rotate, and considering that B-site execution, another smoke has gone down towards Monster. So these two players now got to stand and fight.
Now, BK1 is making the info play aggressively into the long bathroom, so this should start being the tell to start rotating mass bodies out to the B-site.
Here they come, 16 seconds. Abiz with a very tight off-angle. Footsteps will start to get heard by Relentless as they make their way forward. Flashes are sent. Bomb needs to cross now. Secondary flash does not catch Abiz as Relentless gets CSO to drop. Man advantage taken by La Ruginetta, but the bomb plant has been secured. Ale with one on BK1. Abiz gets overwhelmed by LCM. Zoc gets catching onto one, but GBB gets himself two, making it a third with a stellar headshot on Nasha. 6 points of health for him, but he's actually alive this time. And Solid get to 10.
And unfortunately for La Ruginetta, Jay, that is a crumble of a round. They have made the correct decision. BK1 has played it perfectly. Re-aggressing long, searching, not seeing anything, low time on the clock, stack up the B side. They had 4 players on B. But if GBB can come away with individually just outclassing a round, there's not much you can do about that.
Sharp, short, staccato, shots down to the perfect heads. The adjustments on the second and the third player look crisp. And for Solid, as you mentioned, that is a round win that may well turn the whole game towards their favor. La Ruginetta have the silver lining of the 11-5, which doesn't quite equate to map point yet, but it is damn close to being so. Half invest for round 16, upgrade pistols. See if they can find a steal like Solid did on their CT side.
Yeah, this is 7 out of the past 8 rounds going the way of Solid, and that starts hurting if you're La Ruginetta, because there's just a lack of a comeback. There's a lack of a response.
CSO leaning forward. Gauged upon towards short. Nade sent down towards this grab position. I think they heard the footsteps of Relentless. GBB doesn't care what he hears. He wants face, he wants vision, he wants casualties, and he'll get all of them.
And we've seen some proper hard carries over the last couple of days, haven't we? We saw it with Davi out on the Red Cannon sides. We also saw it in that Imperial game with No Way. I don't know what it is with the LATAM games, but we just get that sense that one player can take over a map, can take over a series, and that has been GBB here for Solid.
Well, last night we did see that No Way was able to step up and provide the initial startings for his team yesterday. It did return to eventually a comeback, so is that going to be the case for La Ruginetta? They'd certainly love to repeat history in that sense, but regardless of whether they can make it happen, it's going to be a tough, tough ask. 2 to the win for Team Solid.
And just even comparing the ASCA track records, La Ruginetta were able to make it to open playoffs of last season, went out in the 9th to 12th position, whereas for Solid, they're currently 5-9 in ECL. They've had a couple of wins against Fluxo in a best-of-1, against Case in a best-of-1. Some of the top teams in the region. Solid are looking to drive in a very one-sided scoreline on Overpass, which would make quite a statement in the elimination best-of-3.
Last chance for La Ruginetta. Molly's sent in against the CT side early. Have done well in terms of driving away this con control. There has been burst back from the likes of Zoc. Boosted up here, flash is sent. It could be a convergence from Relentless's part. Gets that 1-for-1 trade. Can't quite land that second. Ale is on 87 points of health, so he's pretty good off that.
It's a good decision there for Relentless to just fall off. Realizes that he could be getting sandwiched from short pipe and from connector, so just hold off the man advantage, recover it back, and then look for a pressure point elsewhere. Solid. In the comparisons of the T sides from the first half to the second, they actually have not been taking a huge amount of space. They've been quite happy to sit a lot of these rounds outside of Monster, slow the clock down, and just wait for the CTs to make those info plays.
They punish them as appropriate. 1-for-1 trades. Abiz gets tagged up on his quick swing out of Monster. It's not quite successful for the kill yet. But 40 seconds at a 4-on-4 with 3 players taking tags on the CT side, one of which is rather significant. That's a hell of a lot of positives going into the XE.
This is crazy to see an over-rotation back into the front side of the bathrooms with less than 30 seconds on the clock. AWP is proper deep and defensive from Nashar. He's going to need some quick rotates out from both Garbage and from Bank.
Smokes and Molly sent. I think that hit the roof. I don't know if it extends out towards Pizza Corner. Molotovs will certainly extend towards Nashar back at Bank, so plant should be secured. It's a 4v4 for the retake.
Clearing out the majority of the bomb site, keeping eyes on that smoke at Dumpster. The spam comes in close, but CSO is still alive.
Good counteraction against the Incendiary there, put out by the Lava Ruganetta side. Solid. Now hold their positions. One player extended very far forward. CSO will be first port of call. Damage up against the AWP. He takes his shot against Abiz. Relentless checks corner. He does get that kill back, but his teammate has fallen in turn. The AWP is still out there. Relentless on site. Low HP with the defuse kit, though. LCM's going to wait for his chance to track as is Ali. Kill onto one. Zoc there to deal with GBB, but he's all alone. All the last man left. Not even going to escape the bomb blast. This is map point for Team Solid.
La Ruganetta, unfortunately, have just not been able to hold much consistency across their map of Overpass. I saw some good rifle rounds from them in the first half, but when you're not able to get them consistently, it's going to hurt on the scoreline. 5-12 down is not a strong position whatsoever. They've been outclassed and they've had a difficult time. And that nature of bringing in a new 4th player, a new 5th player so early on into the rest circuit, where you already came off of the back of 2 playoff positions, quarterfinal exits. This is not the La Ruganetta that we saw previously.
Had worries about this overpass pick. We saw it against Odic, the 13-6. Now looking to go possibly one worse, you'd imagine. They were able to gain 2 CT side rounds in that last map up, and on this occasion it's not even 1 so far for La Ruganetta. Team Solid living up to their namesake to steal away this punish pick, and La Ruganetta should be left in last place.
Now, anytime that you have 3 players on single-digit kills going into round 18 shows concern. Now, some of the more experienced players, the guys that have been a part of the organization longer, we expect more from them. Flash around the corner to allow Relentless to peek into short water. At least spots eyes towards Ale and Con.
Trying to spot for info. Slow as always for Team Solid. Knowing they've got all the time in the world. Even if they lose this round, they've got 7 more to take 1. CSO starts off the kill count. BK1 caught first. Bomb should be known about to that aggressive face, so they can get the trade back eventually. Zoc moves forward. Ali deals with him. Nashar left alone out towards Signpost. Faces, finds one. GBB takes him back. Relentless and Abiz, 2 versus 3 for the retake.
JBB's just been clinical in this second half. So many impactful kills to lead to round victories. Relentless on the backstab in from Banana. His teammates separated to long.
Taking an individual fight against GBB, that's not going to work out for you. He's 25 kills deep with that casualty. And Relentless needs to live up to his own namesake if he wants anything in this round, and this match is not going to happen. 13-5. Team Solid indeed. Take map 1 of Overpass.
And I'm just considering to myself, Jay, that if Solid won the first pistol round of the first half, this could have been an even more one-sided victory. This looked comfortable. This looked pretty easy from Solid, which is obviously massively concerning for the overarching statement of what this best of 3 could really entail.
It's like we said, right? Overpass was a big concern because we have seen them capitulate on it so far in this group already for La Ruginette. Obviously, they had to play the risk of the punish pick in some capacity, try and force out something against Team Solid. And maybe you looked at that first half thinking 7 rounds on CT's side when they only have so many of their Ts in their previous roundups. And it really was a case of statistical analysis that didn't go right. It's not as impactful on the server when they actually brought it to the table. So, yeah, La Ruginette, they may have just lost the series off the back of that because that was their map pick. I don't see them taking anything on Vertigo.
No, I don't say that at all. I mean, even for Solid, we were kind of talking about it in the pregame. They were at least able to take a map off of Fluxo. They took Vertigo. That was the one map that they were able to secure. While the rest of the maps in the series, they got blown out of the water. This has been a strong performance from them. They weren't even tested on that first map.
There may well be a quick end to the day and a quick end to the tournament for the La Ruginette side. They may well be the first team eliminated from the LATAM Regional Series number 3. We're going to head towards a short break and see whether or not there is any contest on Vertigo. Will it be a miracle or will it be simple? We'll find out when we return.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
A solid opening map from Team Solid, a 13-5 result that does take away the La Rugineta map pick of Overpass. And before the break, Dwayne, we were showing very little faith in the Argentinian core because, I mean, how do you really play against the Vertigo of Team Solid? It's a map that they are fantastic on. They picked into it for good reason. It was the punish pick to open things up for the La Rugineta side, and now that they've lost out on that, it feels like it might end up being rather similar to how things went down in their opening best of 3.
Yeah, I don't know which way to judge the Argentinians. I mean, you could say it's slightly underwhelming knowing that you've gone top 8 back-to-back tournaments and then you kind of come in here and you might very well not even be able to take a map in the entire group stage. But it shows how much has really changed with changing the 4th and 5th player. And with that context being applied, I can look at this Vertigo and say, yeah, Solid should take it in 2. La Rugineta should go out in last place.
Yeah, all the issues we talk about with La Rugineta are on the background of those roster changes. And as I said a couple of days ago, and as I said at the start of the show today, like, you can't hold it against them per se because they are still betting in these guys. They are still trying to figure out where they go from here, right? What they're able to achieve with this brand new lineup and how they're going to try and get to that position where they achieve so much. And unfortunately, that achievement doesn't come today. It is a longer-term situation where they have to figure those things out because it just doesn't really compute, right? Again, this is going to be the map pick of the Solid side. Admittedly, there is a lot of red on their board when it comes to Vertigo and the whole prospect of how many losses they've taken, but frequently very close on those losses, and they've beaten out the teams that you would expect to say. Obviously, Fluxo during the group stage, you mentioned that was the map that they were able to take on the Team Solid side. Unfortunately, I don't think that the opposition today is up to that same kind of caliber.
And another aspect of maybe the roster changes that you have to consider is for La Rugineta, they're an unorged team, okay? And both Kaiser got picked up to another team that's playing on later on today, and Nas got picked up by Bestia. So it's one of those where those are, I would say, forced roster changes, right? That when you are unorged, mate, pieces just get picked. Pieces just kind of go to other teams that are looking for a full-time contract. And for La Rugineta, it's a kind of rebuilding phase. The issue is rebuilding a phase in the middle of a tournament is never going to be easy. You mentioned the losses that are out here on Vertigo. I would say that for Solid, Vertigo has been awkward against tougher competition, but I don't think that matters today.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, just again, like, you know, even when they do lose out these map ups, they are typically very, very close and against some of those higher level Brazilian teams that also seem to be proficient on the map itself. So in my eyes, I look at that and I think to myself that, yeah, this should end up being a 2-0 from here on out. We've seen so much, I think, from the we've seen so much from the Team Solid camp, right? La Rugineta, it was all just potential in what we were thinking about. Unfortunately, they haven't lived up to that today. I have to say that it is very encouraging, of course, that GBB was able to post up his numbers like he was able to do, and of course his team were able to springboard that into map success because even Ale wasn't that far behind him. He was having his impactful rounds. It wasn't just like it was the GBB show. Like, we have a team here.
It's very true. The one aspect that maybe is a positive note for La Rugineta is that series against Odic, they had an uncomfortable time on their map pick, but they actually showed a decent affair on Anubis. So while the first half scoreline wasn't great, they got off to a back foot approach, it probably tells us that Vertigo should be more competitive than their Overpass. It's just, can it be competitive enough that we can ever consider that they're being a threat of sending it to a third map?
When we talk about that unpredictability factor and throwing some curveballs in and just trying to play that style of chaos when you can, is the best way to sort of hold when you were at significant disadvantage in that respect. But unfortunately, I don't think the history tracks for the La Rugineta side. I mean, the only win that they have in the last 3 months was against Galleries at an overtime 22-18. The other 2 matches they've had losses to Imperial and Flamengo. It just doesn't really seem like it's on paper going to happen. But, you know, maybe they've come into their own in the map break, so let's see what they can do on CT side. Pistol for Vertigo has gone live.
And to be fair, they did actually pick Vertigo against that Imperial team in the playoffs, the quarterfinal matchup to the first rest tournament. So maybe something that they can lean for as a positive note. The Julies, not in the hands of Relentless this time around, it's into Asbiz.
CSO, the first man forward. USP of Zoc can draw out to first blood. GBB, however, finding Relentless, the 2 top fraggers of the last map up. going blow for blow and making it a 4 versus 4. They charge into the A bomb site right here for Solid. They've got that mid lurk from Ali, who is going to get engaged upon BK1, and Abiz get a couple of kills out of it. Abiz on the site defensive. GBB is still in play, trying to hunt for these heads, and he's getting close to landing them. Finally, BK1 has dropped. The P250 involved does get taken aback, so GBB's Glock is all that's left. Taking another kill, isolating another frag, and almost turning it onto Abiz, who's Julie's just about come on top for the pistol for Lava Urganeta.
It's a very good effort there for GBB, and a pretty creative pistol round. So Team Solid try and fake that they're splitting B, that they're going over Guardian quickly with that mid-smoke that goes down, and it actually does force the over-rotation from the ramp player. Zoc kind of just starts making his way down ramp quickly, gets caught off guard by the massive T onslaught that was in his direction. And then GBB, maybe if he just had his teammate alive for a fraction longer and they could work the 2vx, then that round could have been recovered.
Advantage, Lava Urganeta once again forced by for Team Solid, though they are going to turn it into success. GBB, the only player to get kills right now for this team. Galil rightfully in his hands, finding the opening start.
Depending on how many more tag bullets come towards him, he actually might chuck that Galil over to another player and just take a pistol in response. Out towards Gap. Oh, Abiz just peeks dry without even a teammate. So that is an easy kill for the Tech-9.
And this may be Solid getting right back on track very early into this map up. Took at least a rifle round for them to get started over and overpass, but here on Vertigo, they are finding everything they want. LCM with the latest 2 left standing on Lava Urganeta. No trades as of yet. Nasher is hoping he can catch Ali. M4 in his hands, though. Another rifle's dropped elsewhere. The T's are going to walk their way into the bomb site. The Julie's trying, striking out. He's doing none of it. BK1 versus 5. Smoke's involved, engaged from range, doesn't even win against the Galil. What a steal for Team Solid.
And fundamentally, that was obviously a really poor round to come through from Lava Urganeta. Something they're going to be exposed a lot upon with a newer roster is the weaker maps of the pool, okay? Now, when you've got a 4th and 5th player that's just joined, there's only going to be a few maps that you're probably scrimming. There's only going to be a few maps that you've probably got down on the practice. So when you're being forced into an official scenario, the protocol has to be on point from the call rather than what is already known. And right there, there's a lot of individual fights being made. They give up an opening couple of easy kills down there at ramp, basically for free.
Lava Urganeta have to bring back the Force Invest, already tanking damage by the HGs. The second one from Ali can finish off the job that CSO had started. BK1 casualty, Zoc in the open, trying to land a headshot, forced out by those incendiaries. GBB gets another kill to his tally. CSO is right around this corner, MP9 in hand, fighting Nasher, fighting the next player back. Burst isn't quite as solid as he'd like it to be, but Abiz is in for that trade, but only 1 out of 3 being gained, and the second kill does come his way.
A mid-walk coming in, though, out from Guardian. This Famar should pretty much clean up the round. No one watching with that mid-smoke that goes down to the right-hand side of the generators. GBB could be up against a bit of a press at the front side of the stairs.
Unawares that the stairs press, and actually, yeah, Abiz does get caught. Zareba brings it back, though. Now aware where the last player is, the 5-7 of Relentless. He's turned back, he's heard footsteps. LCM catches him off guard. With the bomb on his back, does able to bring in the round just about for the Team Solid side. Respectable damage has been done to the T's, but that was a force buy round from Lava Urganeta, so they don't have the firepower to try and follow it up.
And it just hurts because you've obviously not had a great showing on your map pick. You've come into Vertigo, you've won a pistol round. That's a very good opportunity to start springboarding a 2-0, 3-0 beginning. Try and put a bit of pressure back on your opposition. You lose the anti-force buy, and then you lose your own force buy. So you're down, what, 1-3? You give a lot of money over to the opposition and just allow Solid to get very comfortable in this first half.
Should be seeing them get to number 3. Lava Urganeta stacking their way in towards this elevator position. LCM has already taken the A bomb site, so should be able to plant down. Nice timing on the nade as well against Abiz. And yeah, there's not really anything left in this round, obviously. This will be the third for the Solid side. Lava Urganeta Get towards the first gun round, first true gun round of the map. Have to answer back soon because Solids are in full control.
Now, GBB finished with 25 kills out and over past Jay. So I want to ask you, do you reckon he's going over or under 25 here on map 2 of Vertigo?
Ooh, that is a very good question indeed. I think he'll go under. Not by much, but
yeah.
like I still think he'll be top fragger. But I don't know whether or not you can hit the 25 as easily in the last map up, because the way this is going, I have a bad feeling that Lava Ruganetta might actually lose in a much more one-sided fashion, even though that feels like it's such a ridiculous thing to say. Like, it just, the early game has been so good for Solid.
That is something you've always got to consider with the kill counts, is that how many rounds are actually going to be played. With how the last map went down, we saw 18 rounds. Could see less than 18 this time around. 3-1 is obviously a very good beginning here from Solid. And La Ruganetta, if they're not able to come through on this next rifle round, I think it's just done instantly. They cannot afford to be down 1 and 5.
Early utility, good to force Lava Ruganetta out of their common defensive positions. Abiz hoping to hold out from the side alley. Very quiet outside of these prods and these taps, the relevant rifles here. Trying to get a feel for what Lava Ruganetta are playing at.
They get a boost up, or the nade stack actually out towards White. See you later, BK1.
No, the second nade actually misses. 54 HP for the man. He's still tagged rather heavily, and they're going to spray through Danger, catch him for 10 points of health. GBB has returned a little bit, but not by the same numbers here.
Yeah, hopefully that being calmed over that one of the HEs missed, otherwise he would have been dead. They knew that he was out there at White after he kind of swung on the contact. La Ruganetta can hope that a little bit of luck has gone their way. CSO with the boost up out from Danger. Zoc is now going over to Wide and actually deals with Ale down there at the bottom of the floor.
Is he going to be ready for CSO? Oh, both players separated by a plank of wood. Zoc. Molotov's coming his way. Flashbang turn from Zoc. Gets caught. BK1 trades it back to the man advantage. Keeps it and extends it towards 2. Abiz trades. Nasha is being flanked, or he was being flanked. He does get catching onto GBB. 1 on 3 left for that last player. And La Ruganetta can take one back.
Yeah, fair play to Zoc. There's actually not a lot that he can do from that position. Once his teammate gets overwhelmed, he just needs to kind of deny time, do as much damage, and he's done very well out there from Danger. Obviously, a bit of a helping hand that those mid players that are trying to go over Guardian can't find that initial success on the bomb site. Well, it's BK1, I should say. Very good sequence from the multi.
Also the guns, of course, returning for them. La Ruganetta. For Masters on 2 players. Solid can dip into their savings and bring home all the key weapons. Opportunity to swing back both ways. Relentless and GBB with the opening couple of kills. Orp tries to get back in over towards Ram, but he's naded out. 25 points of health. Abiz catching off. Nasha goes down. Abiz is removed from play as well. It's down to 2 players. Finally, GBB has been traded, but LCM's Orp is also challenged. Oh, a triple on Zoc! He's bailed them out on his own!
I can't believe Zoc has just done that. They're in a massive man disadvantage, and he has just swung out dry by himself in a high-risk area of the map towards Rap, and he's managed all 3 kills. Sometimes you need some guts, and sometimes you need to make a play, and that's what Zoc's been able to do.
Can Ale respond? Hearing those footsteps, they have prodded out towards Ramp. One player's going to get heard. BK1, wrap around, caught at point blank. Ale is going to go for the rotate fully for it. Zoc should hear those footsteps. Quadra up for him if he can steal this kill away. The AWP is on his hands and all.
He's got a smoke that he can get down here to the right-hand side of the generators. Up against the AWP, you jiggle the first, jiggle the right, get that deeper smoke now.
AWP. Preston Party, he lands his shot and holds together an all-important clutch. What a round from Zoc that evens up the scoreboard again.
And for Zoc, that is without a doubt the highest impactful round that I've seen from him in the tournament so far. The comparison of the first game against Odic, what we've seen here, this round was basically done.
Yeah.
This is a 4v2. You've got full ramp control. HP bars look good. And even the ramp players haven't played that poorly. They're kind of both holding out for the top side. It's just that individually they get ripped.
Solid. Forcing the issue back. Those still have a little bit of money in the bank to get some rifles out. CSO is going to try and force forward to the aggression, but cannot get the opening kill. 8 points of health from Relentless. HGs don't quite land either. 1 point of health for the man. Abiz is the first to fall, though. Relentless should get overwhelmed here. Stray bullets could catch him. No, he still finds GBP. The AWP is backed up on the site. Incendiary is stalled against the bomb plant and try hunt for another pickback because they're still down by a man here, La Ruganeta.
Oh, so much spam coming in, but no HGs or incendiaries for the CTs to work with on the retake.
One man close, Zoc going to be seen ahead of that smoke. He's just barely poking out of it. It will fade, so he's now fully exposed. Ali is on the site, though, hearing footsteps of BK1, hoping not to extend. Zoc has now been seen. Ali called in against BK1's core. Zoc goes down as well. Confusion on the center of the bomb site, and the AWP is left alone in a corner. Versus 4. They're going to face together. They're going to fight together, and they're going to bring home the round together.
I actually feel for Zoc, man. He's just had a sick round, probably his highlight round of the entire best of 3. Might not happen again. And then even the next round, you just get reset. You have to follow up there. Relentless has done as well as he can, but the retaking players, they just don't have the nades. When you don't have an incendiary or a HE, it makes retaking, especially in a man disadvantage, so difficult on A. The buy state on the double eco is going to feature what? Upgraded pistols, 1 SMG, and that's it. This should be Solid going up 6-3 and then just start exploding with the round difference.
By all accounts, eerily similar to how things went down on map 1 as well. Early streaks, a bit of back and forth, then Solid just took full control. Already the frag onto BK1 has been secured. CSO is trying to look for the next man. Zoc 5-7 in the open. Detected, dealt with. Secondary kill on that side defense. They also got one AWP pick as well towards Tarps over on A. The bomb's yet to commit, but it doesn't need to at this point. A 1-on-5 for Nasher. He won't survive.
CSO re-aggressing out from CT. And it wasn't even a GBB round in which, again, a lot of the ramp takes, any of the aim maneuvers, he's been very involved with opening kills, with important trades. Up at 11-5, he is going to be a player that La Ruganeta need to deal with at the tail end of this first half.
And the CSO becoming the threatening element of that B attack, so 2 guys to watch out for, perhaps. I mean, I know he's only on 5 kills. Impact aplenty with that M4. USPs brought out against the rifles that Solid have held in. Still got 2 M4s as well, by the way. So Reba might end up getting caught off with this, though. So AK about to face into the full-blown CT stack of mid. BK1 has seen them. They should start to swing. 1, 2, only 2. Then AK to hold in.
That's a pretty good idea of a way that you can at least swing the solo mid player. Save the AK, bring that forward into the next round. Yeah, not bad.
It's an eco, so take the most that you can afford here. Relentless and Zoc. It might be nice if they can stick around and get for more. Looks for some more exits. If they get them, then that's all great. If they don't, then no harm, no foul. Relentless does fall. Regardless of what happens from here, the round goes the way of Solid. It's minimum 6 versus 3.
And there's going to be a lot of eyes on that Fluxo Audit game to get a feel on who's going to be in the decider best of 3. Most people would expect Fluxo to be there. But maybe if Audit kind of pull off the upset, you get a rematch between Solid and Fluxo from the opening game to the decider best of 3.
Of course, that one's coming up a little bit later on tonight. It's our 3rd best of 3 today. Following the Red Cannons Bounty Hunters match, which is, of course, coming up after this one has concluded.
And the Bounty Hunters having a really tough time in their opening official against MIBR, one of the main favorites in the tournament.
Might have a rough time later on today as well. We'll talk more in detail on that when we get to it, Dweg. back into the thick of it here between La Ruganeta and the Team Solid. Guns are in for the CT side. A chance to try and stave off early advantages and the half to be gained by the Solid camp. Zoc M4 is up to contact. First two T's to face him. He does so much damage, but gets neither of those kills.
Yeah, Molly down to the elevators and a resmoke out to the Guardian. Flash around the corner is perfect. BK1 is so blinded. And well, round should be pretty much over already.
Yeah, that's teamwork right there. No way should the M4 should be losing out to players of that little HP, but the flashbang placed so wonderfully. Solid had him marked. Ali's there to recover any little bit of utility. He has been hurt by Relentless, who might take that exit a moment from now. Indeed, that is the case to an even man stance. They might go for a last second attempt at it. CS2 might be in trouble as he's caught off by Abiz. Looks towards the site. LCM and GBB get right back on their number. Nasha at less than 10 points of health. Now he's got the HP disadvantage. Trying to look for exits, trying to look to even get anyone out of the round here. AK seen, Orpa known about. Good shot on GBB, but not to the AWP. One maintains their lifeline, and Solid have 7.
And for both you and IJ, I think we look at a lot of the retaking scenarios as playing the percentage, right? And obviously we're in a lot more of a comfortable environment. We've got the HUD, we've got the radar, we're looking at all the X's and O's. In that call, I know a kill presents itself, but that retake is just never on. That retake is in a position of a 3v3 where you're gutsy, you're feeling like it could happen. If they saved 3 weapons, they would have had a really strong buy here in round 11. And instead, what have they got? An MP9 and a Hero Orb.
So you're going to try and aggress with it. It actually does work out for Relentless, so credit. Ali down. Abiz looking for more, has seen at least the second player of GBB. Certainly seen him now, face back kill, found adjustments there to the second, so everything they worked for at the start of the round has been negated by the minute 25 marker.
Over quickly. Solid can just freeze, wait for mistakes, and get themselves another very good looking scoreline at the turn of the half.
Back to that slow style. So effective over on the T side of Overpass for Solid. Happy to take it as well against La Ruganeta here, and now on T side of Vertigo. Working up to that B bomb site. Our main core of 3, GBB. Working his way up over on the A site, putting smokes down to draw attention away. BK1 has no idea that he's in trouble, so kill has been found. The Orpa of Nasha might look for the exit. He doesn't even get that. GBB's got a quadra. And, well, certainly maybe looking to get those 25 frags once again here, Dwayne, because the A seems likely with Zoc being so close.
Yeah, GBB is just the king. He has had a really good performance in this best of 3. Just farming against the anti-eco pistols.
4 5 frags for the man. Just not wondering what his acronym would end up being here. Great, great boisterous. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. 8-3 right now for Team Solid. La Ruganeta into the last round of the half. Been a rough day in the office.
So GBB was the 5th highest rated player in the last RES tournament. 14 maps played, 313 rounds played, positive 46 KD difference, and averaging a 1.26 rating.
Pivotal element for Solid in this series, most certainly. Damn good in the last event to carry that forward from here on out. Like you mentioned, the 5 back-to-back matches from the lower portions of the group stage. GBB does get caught first in this particular engagement, though CS2 is right back on the trades. The M4 of Zoc does struggle here. Advantage now truly to the favor of Solid. They slow it down.
CSO was just trying to regroup, getting up that boost up to maintain out towards wide. Does get traded in the end, but Nasha needs help, but at least he's got Relentless close by him.
3-on-3 situation for La Ruganeta, thanks to that M4's trade. They're still unawares of where that bomb's committing to, though, if it is committing to the B bomb site at all. Nades sent. Info is a concern for La Ruganetta. You've got one player playing back at spawn just in case they need a quick rotation. Ali has seen the man on the back of the site. That's a kill. That's a follow-up. Doesn't quite land it against the AWP. The USP is still pulled. He knows the LCM is low.
And Asher just needs to use that protection and use that crossfire, set him with Relentless, but he keeps fighting and might actually give it up to a 2v2.
33 seconds. Back has started the rotate. Finally, Zareba takes it back, but both players are tagged low. Relentless is set up for this round. Only 4 kills deep, but Abiz is now going to go ahead and join him here. Utility sent, flash evaded, swing forward. Bomb carrier gets his engagement. Abiz takes it back. 16 seconds. LCM has got to act quick. Abiz holds his nerve, swings into the man, taps him up, and holds a 4th round just about for La Ruganetta to take a consolation at the turn of the half.
And that was nearly a thrown round from Nasha. He's just got to relax, man. He has got a really good position of a man advantage, low time on the clock, in which he basically can't die from the stairs perspective with that crossfire being made out from CT and the generators. And La Ruganetta, they just look uncomfortable. They look uncomfortable individually with some of the maneuvers that are being played. Maybe they're more desperate than what should actually be on the fold, and it's understandable. They don't play this map, and they haven't been able to play it with the new guys in the roster. A 4-8 down is not a good-looking scoreline for them whatsoever.
CT side now up to challenge here on Team Solid. God, that is a pretty significant line for them to hold. Rightfully so, though. They've got the opening pick against BK1. No damage done to Ali, and all DBB gets got a little bit napping there. At the top, down to 10 points of health. They're going to have to fall back away. Ali over at Sandbags, but he's not going to see any more presence here. The crossfire meanwhile over on the B-bomb side, about to be challenged. Abiz falls. CS2 has no issues whatsoever. Crossfires hold their nerve. All 5 are alive right now. Relentless is out of the pistol.
Crosshair placement was slightly too high there from the Julies out in the danger position, but it doesn't matter. At that kind of range, they are just going to destroy. If you can get a bit of a crossfire, if you can get a bit of a setup involved, and you get, obviously, a walk contact or anything up from the stairs, and you're not being spammed out initially, you're going to put a multi-kill up at least. La Ruganetta had 1 returning kill, or at least the goosh down out there from the front side of the gap and up to the bottom of ramp. But that is it. Even force buying here in round 14. They are really looking to try and reset the economy.
Starting to get desperate. They have got very little buffer, and they will have even less losing this round, so another must-win situation. Five to the good on Team Solid. Zareba M4 to line up 2. Makes light work of them.
That just gets out so quickly. A 1 point of health can now just play extremely defensive at CT, allow the B player to take contact out from quad, which actually hasn't even been cleared, so CSO gets an easy kill and makes it 2.
Light work indeed. BK1 can't even get one on the way out of the round. Team Solid now have to face the basics of the ecos here for La Ruganetta. Their best bet is to get guns out in round number 16 and try bring the comeback again, but that seems supremely unlikely at this juncture. Their map pick. Solid are expectantly taking control right here. La Ruganetta. Realistically, only 1 more chance left in this series.
And even the previous performances that Solid had in the group stage and the playoffs in the last event, they didn't get that many free passes. They actually had to work quite harshly for the majority of map victories, for the majority of series victories. This one today, though, has felt as if there is no comparison.
At least BK1 has struck back onto GBB. Abiz, though, walks right into the hands of Ali. And to go even further forward of this, Molotov's burning Abiz. Ali and LCM get their kills in, double up on the SMG. Abiz's Zeus is now pulled out, waiting for someone to make a move. Jump face has caught him. SMG to close. Zok, all that's left. Upgrade pistols get very little done in the grand scale of things. So this will be number 11 for Team Solid. And La Ruganetta, again, will focus on the next rifle.
You know, it's something I don't know, actually, is what the jumping accuracy is like with the Zeus. I can't say I've ever been in a position where I've needed to know what that's like. Maybe out there at the tops, that is something to consider. LaRuganetta had a limited investment and got away with a very good opening kill from Ramp, but no more got rewarded from that point onwards.
I think the jumping Zeus might be a very situational thing. Like,
Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to happen all that often.
I think that's the first time I've seen anyone go for a jumping Zeus in CS2, at least.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it.
To the strafing Zeus in the apartments over on Inferno during a global offensive, but that was a very long time ago. Solid. Four to 11 against their name. Look at how aggressive they're going to go here as well, down over at the stairs. Nade open, Abby's caught first and foremost. That just looks so easy for them.
It did. Get the HE to bounce at the top of the little generator down there to open up the smoke completely. Take the B stairs and take a casualty with it. Walk up from A ramp into Crane. Had a lot of space, but no success.
Burst spray goes very awkward for Nasher. Relentless responds all the same. Zok gets back in against Zareba. LCM deals with Relentless elsewhere. However, it's all on Zok in mid versus 3. Ali's the only player that will come easy on the kill count, but the bomb is with him and the AWP. The mid walk will come out from CSO. Catch Zok with his back turned. And it is map match point for Team Solid. Elimination point for LaRuganetta.
And for Solid, it does make me ponder the thought of, was it just a bit of an off day against Fluxo? I know, obviously, they took their map pick of Vertigo, but they just got smoked out of map 1 and map 3, which wasn't the account of what we saw in the previous RES event. Now we're looking at the performance they put up against LaRuganetta, and these guys look strong. Individually, they're on the money. They are not dropping many rounds whatsoever. This could be another clean performance in an elimination game, moving into a decider to get themselves into the playoffs once more.
Certainly clean against their elimination opponents. Solid. Absolute work here on this map and in this series. They look absolutely fantastic. LaRuganetta. Only so many concessions left in them for this Solid. Just waiting this one out, waiting for the T's to make the move.
Even the aggressive approach down from the bottom of the tops, looking into ramp, that's GBB, who's been very involved in the first half, not so much in the second. Does have a teammate on the crossfire for the Orc to take the first contact, the M4 to come involved.
And AWP just continues firing away. GBB gets his secondary kill, and it's all over in the blink of an eye. Zok versus 5, either the most magical clutch in the world, or simple demise to all 5 alive on Solid, a 13-4. True to their namesake, true to the series, 2-0 over LaRuganetta, who are out of the third RES LATAM regional.
And for LaRuganetta, they're going to be slightly disappointed with that one, aren't they? I mean, you go top 8 back-to-back times. I know, obviously, you're unorged, right? You're trying to make a statement. Whenever you're one of these unorged teams, you want to go deep. You want to put your name as the value, right? To pick us up, to get us full-time contracts. But the last couple of players being poached and going over to other teams, it's hurt them. And in this tournament, they could not even show competitiveness. I really hope they can come back in the 4th iteration of the tournament, maybe get some more practice under their belt and show us more, because this LaRuganetta was not the one that we saw previously.
I mean, look, I think that any player that goes in and gets eliminated in last place of any tournament will feel disappointed that they didn't quite live up to the hopes that they would have individually wanted them to. I think for us, though, Dwayne, we have to look at those circumstances and say that LaRuganetta obviously have suffered as a result of that, right? They came into this bracket with a lot of issues. When they came up against Odik, we saw how weakened they had really looked, and obviously that was their debut with their new players. This is, like, I believe their second match on HLTV with them as well, and it shows that they've got a lot of work to do, right? They've got a lot of things they have to improve upon. They have to work out the new team formation from here on out, because to get back to that high levels that they've had, the playoff positions in the rest circuit, they're only going to have one more opportunity to do so. So they've got to get in the pracs, they've got to get in the servers, they've got to start figuring it out from here, because it is elimination, and that's all they really have left for them.
And to be fair, you got to be realistic with yourself. You're going up against Otic in the opening game that's got some experienced players. They got Woody out there. They got Turtle over there. You're then going up in your elimination game against the team that legitimately won the last tournament. So just from who you drew in the group stage, you never had easy opposition to kind of say, okay, this is the team that we can beat. This is the team that's going to promote us closer to that playoff position. But to not even take a map, it's underwhelming. For Solid, I'm keen for this decider game. I'm really hoping that we do get that rematch if it does come through, if Fluxo do kind of get upset by the Otic side, and then we get to see the opening game be replayed in the decider.
Yeah, lots of opportunities, I think, for Solid to be tested, but also to do the testing of their own right. And certainly we're looking like a unit in terms of this matchup. GBB, of course, not able to hit the same frag counts from map 1 to map 2, but don't think that mattered overall here for the Team Solid side. 2-0 is the series to start things off, and we move over to Group B, where the other elimination game is set to go down. Red Canids and the Bounty Hunters in action up next. And I have to say, Dwight, rather curious as well, because I've just realized that both the grand finalists of the last regional were in elimination games for this group stage.
Yeah, and they're actually in positions previously like that. We've obviously seen for the Solid side, this has been back-to-back tournaments where the group stage has kind of been a bit uneasy. They've lost back-to-back opening games. They've come back. For the Red Cannon side, they would love to be able to get a rematch against them in the playoffs to kind of strive through, get into that decider game, try and see if you can play each other, maybe in the grand final again.
Certainly would be very pivotal to a repeat of history in terms of how the last regional went down, but we'll find out how far that will go for them. For now, Solid are still in the tournament. They will have their chance at the playoffs in the decider games in a couple days' time. For now, however, we head towards a break, an extended one of that as we set up for our second matchup, the elimination game of Group B, when we return.
The world is changing quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the Rest Regional Series for Latin America number 3. We're getting into our second match of the day as we move on with the elimination games of Group A and Group B. If you missed it, you missed out on La Ruganeta, who didn't do so well in their elimination game against Team Solid. They are out now in last place. And now we'll see whether Red Canids or Bounty Hunters will join them down in the lower divisions. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual. We're moving over to Group B. And, well, look, it wasn't the best of times for Red Canids, I'll tell you that much, mate.
No, it was one of those cases where they probably could have won the series. They had a really good opening map. Their overpass has always been really consistent. It's a strong map in the pool for them, but the performance on Ancient and Mirage, it just felt as if something was slightly missing. And they'll probably be considering the fact that not having a fifth player is what was missing.
Perhaps that was the case. I mean, look, for them and Solid, they were the two teams coming into today's opening matches that, of course, competed in the grand finals of the last regional series. So the fact that they're already up for elimination is always going to be one of those cases where if they do concede their matches, they stand to lose a ton of points in the overarching grand scale of things. Solid were able to get their victory, so they stay in. They now get a chance at the playoffs in the decider game of Group A. And I can imagine that despite the hindrances for Red Canids here, I still believe that they probably are going to be the favourites in our second best of 3 against the Bounty Hunters.
Well, let's just use the chain logic, okay? We just had Solid up on stream, who obviously meant to the grand final. They just smoked in that elimination game. And I'm kind of expecting to the same degree, the same thing to kind of happen to Hardzao and co. This is a very good team. This is a team that should, at the bare minimum, be making top 8, probably pushing for top 4s. So to see them down in elimination, they should be beating every team in this group.
Yeah, most certainly I agree in that respect, right? They are going to have, I think, a bit of an easier time, honestly, through the lower bracket. I know that obviously they are still working on finding that fifth player, but it feels to me that the hindrances have only been so impactful against them, right? I mean, you talk about how that whole series went down to the 2-1 scoreline against their opening matchup, which is still far better than what Bounty Hunters were able to bring here. The Red Canids still have a bunch of very talented players, and we saw that out in full force a couple days ago.
We saw Davi have an insane game. Davi Duez went 70 kills and 41 deaths in that entire best of 3. He had an unreal performance in the first half for Mirage, but felt, on that third map decider, I should add, it just seemed that maybe some of the extra players weren't there to back him up. I think Hardzao, Venom Zera, and Davi is kind of been the core 3 that I would look at, and the 3 players I expect to show up in this best of 3.
Or perhaps to bolster up the likes of Davi with those extra elements would be a positive sign towards their favour on the Red Canids side. And I certainly imagine that as individuals, they can have a bit of a good time against the Bounty Hunters squad. Now, the key name on the Bounty Hunters that everyone is going to recognise will probably be Showtime because of all of his experience. But for this team in general, like, it's been a bit of a rough year so far.
And there's been a lot of changes with the roster. There's been a real lack of officials for the organization as well. They played in the Red Zone Pro League where they were able to go 7th to 8th. They played in ACA Open, but only with Rix and Showtime. They've kind of added BNC over from Solid. They've added Kaiser out from La Ruganeta. And then even the last guy, Tomate, is kind of like the 5th player on trial, not officially on the team. We don't really know what the situation is from them. What we do know is there's a lack of results and there's a lack of real foundation across the team.
It's not like lack of results as in like, oh, they're playing, but they're losing. It's like lack of just playing in general, right? I mean, obviously, we talk about HLTV as being one of those key factors where you have all the data to pull from in terms of matches. If you get up on there, then you have basically the higher level of competition is what you're playing at. But even taking a look at like Liquipedia, right, for what the Bounty Hunters have done, there really isn't a whole lot of anything there for them.
No, there isn't, and that's why judging them is going to be incredibly difficult, especially judging their opening game. I mean, going up against MIBR, they're a team that I expect to make top 4, probably grand finals. So going up against them in the opening game, you can't judge what this team's going to be like against weakened opposition, even if it is still strong in Hardzao and co.
I mean, if they had themselves a couple of respectable scorelines or a couple of good maps, then maybe you could say, okay, well, this team has some surprise factor in it, perhaps. But that's not what we saw against MIBR. It was a 13-4 and a 13-5, which is absolutely, as you mentioned earlier, smoking the competition in that respect. So there needs to be a massive turnaround for the Bounty Hunters to try and like get back onto position, and they might only have this one chance, right? This is going to be their one elimination match, and just coming into it, I feel like Red Canids are the heavy favourites by default.
And to be fair for them, they actually did get pressed to 3 maps in every single best of 3 outside of the opening game in the last tournament. So while they made it to the grand final, it wasn't an easy run for them. So that does mean that maybe Showtime and the guys on this Bounty Hunter side might look at this of, let's at least try and take a map. Let's at least show on HLTV that we can win our first map. It's just winning a series is probably a stretch too far.
And we'll find out how far they can go in terms of our best of 3, Dwayne. Usually I'd query you about the map vetoes and the common picks and bans at this point, but I feel like with a team that are playing as little in general as they are over on the Bounty Hunter side, it'll be a bit of a tough one to predict overall.
Well, they banned Vertigo against MIBR. I reckon they might even ban Overpass here, like at least get rid of the best map in the pool for the Red Canids. So Inferno should get banned. Overpass does come in as a punish. This is where you pick Vertigo. You go straight in towards that punish. Anubis comes in for the opposition, and then there it is. There's that Vertigo.
Indeed, so strong setups for the likes of the Red Canids, and of course Anubis, kind of the best sort of situation you could try and go into for the likes of the Bounty Hunters. Nuke will be the final map in the series, which is the highest played map in the pool for the Red Canids. Between that and Ancient, it definitely feels like it makes a bit more sense. I mean, they are kind of like even in terms of their overall play rates. Only a single map separates the numbers in that respect. But regardless of how the veto goes down, you have to look at Red Canids and think that they are an extremely powerful team, and with the very serious lack of showing at this kind of a level in the South American circuit from the Bounty Hunters, you can't expect them to come in and realistically, or at least guarantee themselves a map victory in this kind of a best of 3.
They'll aim for it, but I do kind of agree with your logic there. This should be a 2-0 for the Red Canids. I mean, for the last couple of tournament exits, they've actually lost out to Academy teams for the Bounty Hunters. They lost to MIBR Academy, they've lost to Pain Academy. Now you're going up against one of the stronger teams in the region. You're going up against a team that's gone to the Americas RMR, a team that's trying to look for more qualifications, look to get closer towards sort of that number 1-2 position in the local scene. So because of that, I'm expecting a 2-0.
Yeah, it's that difference of caliber, like you mentioned, right? Like, and we talked about this in a couple of matches previously as well. Like talking about Imperial, for instance, in their match yesterday, and how they were able to open things up during their group stage, right? Like just the difference in terms of these two teams to where they stand in general is the biggest differentiating factor here. I mean, look, there is always that opportunity that Bounty Hunters have done their homework and they can try some crazy strats. They can play an unpredictable style, and they can bring that lack of real information against them for the Red Canids preparation basis to at least enable some sort of like surprise here. But that's the best thing you can really hope for in terms of where the Bounty Hunters will sit. So we'll get into proceedings. First map of Anubis to kick things off. Bounty Hunters on the CT side as Red Cannons leading into the pistol.
Yeah, I ain't buying any of that. For the Red Cannon side, this is a map where they play a lot of Anubis, so you're expecting some decent composure against an opposition map pick. Kaiser already burning in with the Julies. Get that first, drop that bomb. Needs to get some teammate support, but the rotates are coming in slow. He does insanely well to get 3.
Now 4-on-2, thanks to his efforts. The only trade is against his name. The bomb can go down, but look at the backstab in from Tomato. Backed up out of the smoke. As Rigi goes falling, Hardtower has no idea he's being flanked. And well, that is one of the surprises we're looking for from the Bounty Hunters. Do concede the bomb plant, but also get the pistol.
And for Kaiser, this is obviously a guy that we saw from La Ruganeta get picked up from that unorged squad, come over here to the Bounty Hunters a couple of weeks ago. So to start it off in what is really a heavier mid and A setup, he's the only player on B. Now, of course, Julies are in a pretty good range at close, but still, triple kill was not easy in that position.
While set effort for his own part, the Bounty Hunters are off on the right foot. The buyback will be received by the Red Canids side. Scouts, Galil's AKs in for Venom Zero, who himself had a couple of major impactful moments over the course of their first best of 3. Nython that takes first face and first nade.
And Nython, very experienced player, the AWP and in-game leader for the team, didn't have the best of showings in their opening matchup. Would love to be able to try and rectify that in an important game of the elimination. Bounty Hunters, the last thing that they want is to get reset, to allow a 1-1 scoreline to present in the second.
Got those prods again from the CT-sided players over on the B bomb side. Outside of that initial contact of the scout and the utility, it's been very, very quiet across the Red Cannon's default. Canals will be taken. Rotations are getting called out towards B main. This looks to be a split.
Showtime has got an incendiary at the ready from default, so as soon as he sees nades coming out over the top or a contact, he can drop that.
Good timing against the first smoke coming in from the T side. Nades down, should do some more damage. Secondary smoke does get set out towards the other side cross. So now backup will start the rotations. Up from mid goes one player, caught by a knife on that scout. Tomate can take Venom Zero down to a 4 versus 4 as that bomb slowly creeps its way into the site. Above that smoke, he is going to get caught off and damaged up by the TT side forces. The 4-on-4 retake seems to get set in as Showtime loses his nerve at a spray. Hardzao can take him down. Kaiser's got to get involved.
Get that molly down towards default. Just try and see if they can create some chaos. Waste some time off of the clock.
2 players over at main have that bomb open for them. Smoke will start to clear. Rigi is known about flash send right in towards him. He'll just continue the spray. Anyway, didn't even catch him all that blind as Nithon finds another scout kill. Rigi can turn up 2 and hold the defense for the Red Canids.
I really don't know how Showtime did not get a single kill with that MP9. At that sort of range, you and I would both say that's a freebie, that he should at least be getting 1, and it's a massive whiff. And sometimes that's what you need when you're going in for these anti-force buy rounds. You need a little bit of luck to go your way. 3 on B, a very good setup there for the Bounty Hunters. And then Rigi out towards Electric, just cleans up right at the end in that 3v3.
Instant responsive to Bounty Hunters. His pistol as well leaves no money in the bank accounts. Force Invest will see the upgrade pistols. But with that smoke, half their utility basis is already gone. There's a couple more bits from Showtime and Tomate. But nothing really major here.
It's turning into a very heavy stack. A resmoke down from main should be able to deny some time. Tomate gets away with a couple of pop shots, but his A players that are coming in on rotate lose so much damage.
And Molotov sent towards sight and camera. Deagle damage will be done to players in the back. Nithon particularly at 38 HP, but those HEs come down from the T side. Showtime's left alongside Reeks getting caught off. Kaiser also overwhelmed with the blind sprays through the smoke. And Red Cannons make it look confident for their second.
Now, hold me back, Jay, if you think I'm being a bit too outrageous, but I actually think that second round of this map has lost Bounty Hunters the entire best of 3. and the reason for that is, CT side of Anubis, you've got to get off to a good start. You've got to be able to really stabilize the economy flow. You can't allow the favorites to bounce back with a force buy. Make it 2-1, make it 3-1, put pressure against the underdogs.
It's a little bit early in my personal opinion. I know how streaky and awkward MR12 can get, but look, it was a force buy. Red Canids start to face the rifles in the next round, which is where the Bounty Hunters can start to turn the situation back around for them most realistically. They're running into the stack again of the pistols, which are doing some decent damage here. 2 for 2 on the trades. Only 2 will fall from Red Canids in the end, though, all held together for the most part. They are getting a little bit dicey in terms of the way these rounds are going. Now the Bounty Hunters need to show up some more confidence in the gun basis. M4s are broken out.
And for the Bounty Hunters, all of the previous results that I've seen from them on Anubis have all been when it wasn't even the core of the lineup, when it was only Showtime and Riek, so you can't even take those into account. Basically, the debut for the team, if you'll put it that way. The Bounty Hunters getting up onto the rifle. Would love to strike with an opening kill. In from mid, the AWP wants to try and strike from Nithon.
BNC straight in against Venom Zera, who just adjusts so quickly to the headshot. Look for the second man as well, expecting somebody else to be out there, and Kaiser will catch some damage to the wallbang attempts. Showtime and Reeks as well. Pressing over from Water, not seeing anybody past those smokes. I think he just caught an information play on Davi, but doesn't land a blow.
They're just stuck out from the canals now. The resmoke goes down, but Showtime's going to get peeked in there from Bridge. And there's another canals player that's just eating the HE.
Evades a surprising amount of damage, considering it went off right next to him. Knife one's caught Tomate, meanwhile. AWP in from mid. It was Venom Zero with the mid peaks that really dished out the damage. Now, Kaiser and Reeks 2 versus 5. No kills for Bounty Hunters in this one. And this main play probably gets caught off by Hardzao. Yep. B site's open. Round is done.
Yeah, Red Canids even missed the door molly. Now, that would have obviously been detected because Venom Zero saw that it was out onto the top. So, in theory, it makes the duel tougher to create. Obviously, you can still peek with it, but it's not that leading edge of forcing the CTs more defensively, and he still just rips. He still just gets that raw entry kill, opens up mid, opens up the entire round. Kaiser probably gets hunted here as well. I'll be surprised if he holds onto this AK.
Peeks right into the big green gun of Nithon. Ready for the hunt. No quarter spared for Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. And if they keep this up for a few more rounds, then I would say it's going to be difficult for Bounty Hunters to do anything.
See, I was convinced by round 2, Jay. Counter-Strike is a simple game. And again,
I mean, look, I wouldn't be convinced by that particular point. But look, we know how difficult it can be when these streaks get going in this kind of matchup. You've got a lot less breathing room to be able to bring comebacks in for the Bounty Hunters side. So these rifle rounds get more and more important as they go. And losing that one right there will almost get Red Canids the half.
Well, what it basically means from an overarching statement of this best of 3 is that for Bounty Hunters, you need to take key rounds. If you miss those rounds of opportunity, if you miss the closing stages, you're just going to get blown out of the series. These guys would probably be the biggest underdogs that we have in the entire competition. I can't look at anybody else in this event that maybe is to the same caliber of them, of obviously being really new and a lack of officials.
No matter which way you look at it, this is going to be a tough tournament in general for the Bounty Hunters, let alone this match. Mate. Only chance to really get a pick was that nade to open up the smoke and look down over at the water, but no chance to shoot him down. And no chance to get anything in this round as you would expect.
They're just prodding out here from A main, and once more, it's actually turning into a very heavy A stack for the CTs.
Molotov goes quite deep in Venom Zero's part. He'll try and prod in as Showtime has fallen, and Tomate can combine with BNC to take one cheeky kill. Rigi's right back on them, though, with one pick and two. Trade from Kaiser tries to keep it relatively expensive. The Bombers committed here, though, and they've got to get those kills. That's what they'll be able to do. So, yes, they are at least getting a couple of kills out of these kind of rounds for the Bounty Hunters, but it's not enough to damage up the economy state. Red Canids have built and built and built, so investments will not be too difficult to consider. Rebuy is coming in for the next rifle round of the Bounty Hunters, and they have to get one up soon.
And you mentioned Showtime as well, being a bit of a veteran, a historic player. He obviously was on Gamers Academy and Tempo Storm and Immortals and LG, but he also hasn't been at that higher end level of Tier 1 or the higher end level of the Brazilian scene for quite some time. It's probably been a good 6, 7 odd years since we've at least seen him at that higher end.
He's trying to try get back up to the top to try and build a new team. That does it for him, is obviously one that has been faced with a lot of difficulty. Basically since the SK Gaming days, for all intents and purposes. Venom Zero are going to continue to make the difficulties happen with the opening casualty against Kaiser. Tomate's at least able to get that kill back through the smoke, but down to less than half HP is still not the encouraging situation in the 4-on-4.
A re-smoke to A main and the incendiary to bounce off to retaking nades to kind of force the T's away and maybe push them more so into a B split to take some canals. Rix, we have not seen much from him. That smoke coming out a bit early actually on the clock.
BNC faces a fight on Davi, wins out one towards mid. Now Rix is going to face the pressure of the T side because all three remaining players are inbound. Incendiary is held, but re-smokes up. Rigi going to lead that charge in. The bomb needs to cross out from main as they face a fight from BNC. Aggressive. Hardzao gets involved. Rix does drop the next. It's a 1-on-3 now for Hardzao on the first kill. He's going to get it. Showtime making a bit of noise out here. Bomb plant is going to get tapped and stuck here. So retake is on.
And for Hardzao, this is certainly winnable. Both players are going to double up, and it's going to take them time to come in from Temple.
Nades turned away from Hardzao. See first contact, get the kill, see where the second player is as well. Shoulder bait just to make sure he's got the right info and win out a quadra in the clutch. Even when Red Canids are tested, they are coming out on top. Minimum 6-1.
And I literally said it, what, last round, the round before? You've got to be taking your chances. You've got to be closing these rounds down. That's a 3v1 at one point. And this looks very awkward. Bounty Hunters had a good opening start. The info play towards mid was great. BNC and Rex held off for as long as possible out here on the B side, but it's just not enough. And that is just a kick in the teeth.
Another kick in the teeth. Tactical taken by the Bounty Hunters. Because this has been an unsuccessful basis off the back of that pistol. 6 on the trot for the Red Cannid side. And every single round as well has just taken all the players out, right? You can see it from the top of the board. No bomb explosions or timeouts or anything of that nature. They have just been all over every single fight. Funds are going to become a constant problem for them as a result. And you can see how that affects this round. Hero M4 for BNC. Slow to the default again.
Yeah, for Bounty Hunters, you want as much impact out of that rifle as possible, and it might come down to some distraction from the pistols. HE to the back of that, I suppose, I don't know what it is, the little angle there, the box and the little hay bit. So a very good nade sequence to at least get some opening damage off.
And the opening kill for BNC, who is showing himself up to be quite a defender here in mid. Hero M4 finds the frag, passes the weapon back off to Tomate down at 18 HP, and with Rigi on 2 HP as well, possibilities are available to them, but BNC does get caught back.
Just when there feels as if there's hope, it gets denied instantly. Showtime is hearing a few of these footsteps out from Electric. Teammates are slow to rotate in from mid, and the 5-7 catches absolutely nothing.
If only he focused the fight onto Rigi there at 2 HP rather than going for the full wide swing, then maybe he could have been able to win out 1 pick back and at least stall the Red Cannid side, but just overfacing, dealt with immediately, 4 versus 2. They do grab an AK at least out of this round. To save their weapons is the only objective. Red Cannids up to 7 on the T side, and Hardzao knows that they've got money on the T side basis, so they can go hunting.
And the conversation that's been made recently in the grand scale of Counter-Strike is obviously Big Uzera working with not the strongest of players, but making Pain a very competitive team. And I wonder if that conversation can maybe carry over to someone like Hardzao, who obviously played with Big Uzera out there on Pain. He's kind of working with some younger guys in the scene, guys that we haven't seen at the higher end. How competitive can he make his roster come 2024? If they can get another deep run here in Rest, if they can get closer towards another grand final, that might help the qualification to land.
What about them circuit points?
I'll be keen to see who their new 5th is as well. There's a lot of options right now.
I don't need new 5ths to hold dominion over the Bounty Hunters. Rifles will get rebought, and Red Cannons, of course, despite losing several players, still have plenty of cash, so in the grand scale of things, the half-buy success doesn't really matter. All pin on Kaiser, M4s across the rest of the board, T-side players leaning heavily out towards mid, 4 of them in total. Staggered peaks, Venom Zero's right around the corner. Does get caught off guard. Not expecting BNC to be as close as it really is. Continues to try fight as Davi gets involved. BNC starting to run out of ammo, but with the last bullets in his magazine, finds Knife, and Davi turns it back around and holds dominion over the bomb. But 2 versus 3 for the Canids.
And this could still be workable. There's a lot of time on the clock, and Rigi is in a position to make something happen out to the A side. Now, if he drops this AWPer at Heaven, this round is completely on.
Kaiser's thinking he might be there on top of the tables. Smokes from Davi going to draw attention towards mid, but draw attention to himself and the bomb. That's not going to be all that good if it goes down. Swing of show time, headshot seen. Kaiser takes it right back, but Rigi's closed in the pincers, and Kaiser will turn back to the double. So finally the streak has been broken. BH get to 2.
Now, Jay, this might very much come down to if one player can find not a multi-frag, but 3 kills, Bounty Hunters win the round. Because remember what they did on the pistol? You had a triple kill with the Julies come through from Kaiser, and now in round 9, in a rifle round, we've seen a triple kill from BNC. That surely cannot be consistent for an entire best of 3.
Now they've got a chance to build upon this I don't even want to call it foundation. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but at least they have one star that can try and open things up, man advantages and all. Red Cannons have dealt with the opening picks against them pretty well so far, particularly in the mid phase where Davi is once again. The CT that was defending it has backed off.
Davi is a superstar player here for the Red Cannon side. One of those players that can just make kills happen that really shouldn't be the case. Pressure building on this A split now.
Walk forward to Mate. Edged Molotov, I think it might be completely clear. Flash is sent away. Will Rigi get caught off guard for this? Perhaps he will. The flashbang keeps the CT players blinded, and both BNC and Tomate will get taken down. A-site overwhelmed. It's going to have to be a save.
See you later. Round is just over instantly. Even that crossfire, we might have to kind of look back at the demo and see who's holding what, but I'm not really sure how you've got to play it towards the back pillar angle, and yet they can just kind of walk through their own lurk smoke and just get an easy kill on the bomb side directly.
Even Davi's caught another kill, so these CT players looking for exits might not be allowed themselves a save. Showtime on 1 point of health. And the Orp Kaiser about to get faced upon by the T-side phases. I thought they might do. In the end, they will converge on this B-bomb site, though, so they're still going to have to fight towards the tail end of the rounds to protect themselves and keep these weapons in. Showtime, in particular, is going to be easy to fall. There goes the shot. AWP misses its bullets. Oh, no! Okay, he gets Venom Zera, so... All right, we're okay, at least for that one weapon, but it is only one weapon.
Come on, Kaiser. You've stayed alive. That's a positive. 2-8 down on your map pick. At least it brings the ult forward into the next round. This has been so rough. Here it is again. There is a player at back plat, and yet they are running through the own main smoke. And then the player at camera is just like, what's going on? How am I rotating? And they're already in.
Red Cannons playing their own game. Not Counter-Strike, it's Counter-Stomp. The Bounty Hunters are the ones that are getting stomped on right now. 6 in the lead of their opponents. And this should be another one to the tally. SMGs and the very broken investment situation. At least the Orpa is in, but he's not out towards his execution. Davi kill found onto BNC. Adjustment for Tomate is at least decent enough, and they've got damage onto Davi. 4 on 4 as he waits for backup, which is being stalled out pretty nicely here. Out towards mid, one player might get caught off. Hardzow indeed does deal with Reacts. Mate and Showtime continuing to try and hold the picks as Tomate goes massive with a triple of his own, leaving to one player, the coach man of Red Cannons. Oh, running out of ammo on the spray transfer. Couldn't quite convert a 6 sequence. One more back for the Bounty Hunters.
And another round where there's a triple K. It just seems wild to me. Absolutely wild that the only way the rounds are being won is legitimately if we're getting massive individual sequences, and it's coming from different players. It's not even consistently the same individual.
Yeah.
Great hold out there from Heaven, and it might just have to be this best of 3 where heroics are the only way to find success.
I mean, it just feels like it, because you are right. All 3 rounds have come down to multi-frag moments, and such a ridiculous set of multi-frag moments at that, like heavy pressured 3Ks and central site defensives back at Heaven, where you've got everyone facing you from every single angle with no backup on the way. 1-for-1 trades here in round 12 at least denies the chance for a big moment from Reacts. Venom Zera's Orp finds Showtime. Kaiser starts leaning in towards mid, but there is no one in mid. B site as well. There's no one there either.
Even Hardzow has kind of been jiggling main, and he's just saying nothing on a contact. BNC's making the info play to mid, but they need to adapt. They need to maybe drop him into the canals and look to fight instantly. Even Kaiser scoped in, looking to main, just gets dropped from Hardzow.
Not even given a chance to flick adjust. Venom Zera is going to evade contact against the next man, Tomate, who has at least caught Davi, a high HP player. Needs to counteract him, though, driving him so far back. 21 points of health. BNC needs to make the moves, and now he's going to start to get hurt here at main. Hardzow checking position. Both players giving up the info to the Red Cannons side. Flashes forward, no swing yet. They do fight onto the man on the site, and Rigi does lose his life. Hardzao goes into the fire and burns quite heavily to get the kill in on BNC. Tamate not that better off himself. 2 to find, dealt with on a headshot. 9-3 at the turn for Red Canids.
And just really comfortable. And I'm not surprised whatsoever. This is exactly what I expected this best of 3 to go down. You go into Anubis, which is probably one of the weaker maps in the pool for the Red Canids side. They don't play a huge amount of it. They kind of ban it quite frequently in the second wave of the veto, of the banning phase, I should add. But yeah, 9-3, I'm not surprised.
This is where Bounty Hunters need to start to exploit this punish pick, if you will.
And I'd love to see a rematch once more between Red Catted side and the W7M, because that's now starting to turn into a bit of a battle that gets really competitive. They've had, what, 2 best of 3s in the space of a week. Both of them have gone 3 maps. I would say the majority of maps have even been quite close. And then if you get another head-to-head in that decider game to feature who's going to make it into the playoffs, that could be a really cool story.
Just the idea that those 2 teams have gone back and forth across multiple events and multiple tournaments, and that best of 3 was the second best of 3 that W7M have beaten over this core in history. So there could be some interesting times in regards to how that could play out to decide who goes to the playoffs. That is, of course, assuming they lose out to MIBR. Again, that match is coming up later on tonight. Venom Zera has kills coming his way right now. 2 of them, in fact, outside of main control, and the pistol reacts, trying to get involved, trying to get something back. The Julies of Hardzao, though, he's also got his own moments, lining them up and knocking them down. Last player left in the round, doesn't even have the bomb with him, trying to get trades, trying to get exits, trying to get anything, and nothing comes his way. The second pistol for Red Canids.
Easy. Simple, aggressive, and I like that. Setting an example, right? Not just being on the back foot and giving respect to your opposition. Mate, when you've got a 9-3 half, you want to be disrespectful. You want to be giving up fights. And there is 3 players aggressively fighting towards A main, and the Glocks just can't do anything. Anytime they think, okay, let's start maneuvering into canals and putting pressure on the E-Box, that's when the electric E-Box players start fighting too.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters are catching no luck. T-side start has not favoured them, and despite what you want to say about the T-sided bias of this map up, this is still going to be a scoreline that should grow to 11-3 at the best case scenario.
It's a similar vibe to what happened in the MIBR series for the opening game. 4-13 is a loss on map 1, 5-13 is a loss on map 2, 3-10. It's getting slammed. It's not even holding a contest in the majority of the rounds. It's not even giving too much of a fight against the favorites, which is a shame. Again, no one wants to come into a tournament and just kind of get rolled over. You want to, at least as the underdog, prove that you can take a map, that you can at least be competitive, maybe similar to what Fury Academy were able to do against Imperial. And hey, they actually won a map in that series. But for the Bounty Hunters, this has been rough. This has been very, I suppose, to a detriment, maybe. You've kind of brought in some new signings, you brought in some new players, you want to get a few officials on HLTV, and it's just, there's just nothing coming.
Nothing more to add outside of that. I mean, it is similar to what I was saying about La Ruganeta a moment ago, is the fact that, you know, they don't come here to lose. They want to try and get something out of this, and unfortunately, they have faced the roughest of the rough. 7 to the good on Red Canids. Bounty Hunters lose the pistol. Didn't get a bomb plant, of course.
I mean, it's intriguing looking at maybe the La Ruganeta side, thinking, has Kaiser made the right decision here to join up with the Bounty Hunter? Does he believe that this project can go further than a project that was making back-to-back top 8s in the last couple of tournaments?
Well, this team ain't getting anywhere near the top 8 with the way this was going. Obviously, his departure ruined La Ruganeta. I don't want to say ruined, but, like, you know, we were talking about how the fact they had to force out the 2 roster changes and they had to try and deal with it as appropriate. It didn't quite come together, maybe. Of course. Yeah, you know, set them back with that move. And here on the Bounty Hunters, they're not exactly going any further. in terms of the short term, it doesn't feel like the most positive thing in the world. Rifle buyers will start to return from the Hunters' side as they try and get some sort of survival in this T-side basis. But if they lose it, then it's probably game over.
Red Canids have kind of come in here and they've shown exactly why they're one of the favorites to at least make the playoffs. One of the teams that can go deep, that they're really going to contest. I mean, I would love it if a team like these guys could really fight for that top 2 position against Imperial, against MIBR, against Pain, and kind of prove that they deserve to be at LAN.
Venom Zera continues to put up the hurt against the Bounty Hunters straight into round 15. They try and get out towards main. They get so far as water before the CTs aggress and just take heads off shoulders. Showtime and Kai's to the casualties. Hardzal does get a bit overly zealous, so there is a trade available. Look at Rigi also pressing the issue. Rex actually gets both the players on the B defense, so that opening advantage may turn back to a retake.
He's going to get an easy kill outside Hero main. AK just get caught on timing and on low HP. And the T's are so separated right now. Bomb in Electric and teammate in A main.
They might think it's an A-type player. Rigi's got a check. No, he catches BNC. Perfect check, perfect kill. Last player on his way in from mid will start to get hurt as well out towards ward. So the player at mid is going to catch information, slowly wait. Rigi's going to play off the back of this position. Nade sent, damage up to half HP. Fight on Rigi there to deal with him. And then there's map points for Red Canids.
And for Rigi, this is his 30th ever map on HLTV as a player, where he's kind of stood in for his previous teams. I think for Red Canids, he's kind of been involved in a few recently. Obviously, benching Destiny, he has to basically be their 5th player for a little while. He's been able to win an event towards the tail end of last year, but don't see him playing that frequently. So to see him hitting shots like that and closing rounds down, probably feels like this has been a very good day.
$12-3. Certainly has been a fantastic day for the Red Canids in general. Picking them all apart, fast execution out. The M4s will get blinded off by the initial flashbang. The BNC is only good for the one frag. Hardzal and Davi now joined by Knifer on the defensive. Rip apart 4 players total. The backstab against Kaiser tries to fight onto the coach, but it's not going to happen at all. 13-3 for Red Canids. Anubis is taken by them.
This looks to be back-to-back seriously one-sided best-of-3s that we're going to get in the elimination. And sometimes it does happen, right, with the lower-seeded teams, the 4th-seeded teams in the group, just having a difficult chance to at least show competitiveness. For the Bounty Hunters, there was just nothing, absolutely nothing out there on Anubis. And going into Vertigo, this should be the exact same scoreline, pretty much replicated.
Yeah, it does feel like it, doesn't it? I just look at the whole situation, and obviously coming into this, it was going to be a rough ride from the Bounty Hunters camp. There was really nothing involved in that Anubis. We said that the only way they could use it, the way they could get into this series would be if they used this punish pick and took it, but they didn't even get close towards it. So now you're going into comfortable territory for the opposition. Now you're going into where Red Canids can really take over. It just feels like we are going to sort of repeat points essentially from the first to the second series.
And again, this is an opposition that have won 10 out of their past 13 best-of-3s on HLTV. It's a team that was in the grand final of the last RES event. You can't underestimate them. They're going to go deep. There's no denying that. So it's 2 very difficult games. MIBR in your opening, and now, a top 60 team in your second one that made it to the RMR. It's not an easy draw, but you've got to play the teams in front of you. And unfortunately, this could be 4 back-to-back maps in which they pretty much just get schooled.
Seems to be the case. I'm not doubting the fact that Vertigo is going to be a one-sided affair for the Red Canids camp. So we head towards a break. We head towards their map pick and see whether or not there is any hunt in the Bounty Hunters when we return.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
Well, a big congratulations to Red Cannons for making it to the decider match of Group B. With the way that they played on map number 1, it feels like that is probably where we're going to go from here on out. Dwayne, unfortunately, Vertigo is their pick. It is their map. We've yet to see it on HLTV from the Bounty Hunters side, and we've yet to see much at all from Bounty Hunters in general here in the regional series.
It's always very difficult to kind of stress test an opposition's map pool and see where they lie if the sample sizes are so small. But if you ban Vertigo against MIBR and you've let it obviously slip in because you want to get rid of Overpass, you want to get rid of the best map in the pool for your opposition, you allow the punish to come in, and that's exactly what the favorites have done. So I don't expect much contest. There might be a couple of rounds again. Any kind of game like this, you might see a few good rounds here and there, but it's never going to be enough to surprise and win out a map.
I mean, I don't know if we would call those good rounds, though, Dwayne, because as a team play basis, there wasn't really much to work from the boys over from the Bounty Hunters side. It was really just down to one guy getting a 3K, and then the rest of the players just training off the back of that and then holding contest in a round like that. You know, the pistol, the Julie set, the back site over on A, the mid plays, like all those different bits and pieces we saw over Anubis was all we could find, and only on one half as well at that. So I just don't know, man. I don't know if we're going to see much from the Bounty Hunters side in this one. Like this feels like it could very easily be another 13-3 or thereabouts. Yeah, it's a bit deflating, honestly, for this match, because like I knew obviously coming into this Red Cannons were going to be the favourites, but just I would have hoped for at least a bit of competitive nature out of the Bounty Hunters side.
Yeah, well, for the Red Cannon side, this is now sort of the opportunity to once more go deeper into an event. We've seen that they've been in 2 grand finals in the last couple of months. You now have a look at, obviously, the history that's coming in with W7M. Get a clean victory today. Get one that you're just not really being tested at all. You can move into that decided game, which we're expecting MIBR to beat them. So get that rematch, allow yourself to get into the top 8, and then if you can get into that quarterfinal position, go on deep and try and be consistent in the circuit.
And just build upon those points that we mentioned. Of course, the Red Cannons have been able to circumnavigate over the last a couple of seasons, right? Again, they were in the grand finals in the last regional series, and they won't be within that top 3 as of yet, but they are going to get creeping close to one of those top positions if they can make a deep run right here and now. Again, it's them and Solid who are in these awkward stances here in terms of that, how they faced up from the grand finals last time to the group stages here and now, and just to again make those runs to counter back and get back into some semblance of confidence. That's really the goals for those two teams. For Red Cannons, it applies just as much so. So just, yeah, get the clean victory on the board, go forward to the next couple of days. They won't be playing tomorrow. They'll play the day after that in the decider matches and probably beat W7M at that.
And this is a chance to kind of see what the Vertigo has been like since the last tournament. Now, I'm not expecting us to get an overall sort of gauge, but maybe we might see it again. We might see it in the decider game. We might see it in the quarterfinal. We don't really know how it's going to go down because we saw Vertigo in the grand final, and that was a loss. So you'd expect from the favorites that reflecting on the previous tournament, they want to work on their Vertigo. They might think that teams are maybe going to pick it against them. They might think about floating it as that third map decider. So working on previous Vertigo performances to now improve it in this tournament, this could actually start shaping up to be a pretty strong map in the pool for them.
Well, look, in terms of these two teams and what they have on the Vertigo, it's always going to be a favoritism for the likes of Red Cannons. I mean, it's certainly not the most played map in the pool for them, but it is one of those ones where you can come into this and you can start to really establish yourselves and stress test some of those strategies. So let's see how far they'll take it here. It is the pistol round of our second map, possibly and most likely the final one for the Bounty Hunters as they start on CT side.
A very heavy stack out towards A with Showtime getting mollied away from Guardian, looking to try and fight alone on B.
Tried to peek in towards that site, but didn't want to go so far as to take damage towards the Molotov. Venom Zero, look at how far forward he's gone with this. Ahead of that smoke, not even wary of the players over at CT. They've rotated back. They're going to focus entirely on Guardian. They're not really ready for a player to be so close. Kaiser gets dealt with by Hardzao. 2-for-1 trades with Venom Zero's initial casualty. Hardzao with another pick, starting to swing on towards BNC, who finally shuts him down. But Davi is back in against Tomate, and BNC is in the clutch. Diffuse kit on him, does get that first kill eventually, but time is ticking against him. He's got to win the second and the third as well. No real covered opposition. The bomb is exposed. And the kill comes in for Nifon to get the pistol for the Red Cannons.
and very good nade set comes out. So obviously it's a bit of a gamble stack towards A. You've got really only one player that can do anything there from Showtime, but he's in a position where he's just being pressured because not only is he being mollied from Guardian, but he's also being smoked and he's being flashed. So it just drives him back, and then the Glocks are just firing. They are just putting a lot of pressure out there from the generator towards Guardian and making the pistol round look easy.
Harsha Rico to follow up as well from the Bounty Hunters. Should be easy enough pickings for these rifles. Davi does get away with a casualty against his name. The rifle actually gets to get recovered pretty well and nicely there, so...
Not for long though, is it? I mean, this is certainly going down.
Well, the way that they're playing on the red cannons, it wouldn't surprise me. Hunt is in for Rigi. Both players are back on the B bomb. So the bomb will also be secured, and there's already action coming in from the Mat 10, which should be able to mow through them. Tomate took some damage somehow to that SMG. Still ends up with the kill for it, though, so not as clean as they'd like it to be. Another man drops. Lil fought upon next. Tomate's trying to force something, but in the end does go down. I think that gun did fall off the edge, so...
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, expensive one for the red cannons. At least that's the best you can do in the case of the Bounty Hunters side. They get the guns out for the next.
That's a very good eco. Obviously, for the red cannons, they kind of look at putting emphasis on making sure that AK drops, and it's actually come back to hurt them quite a bit. They've lost a lot of damage.
Now it's the case of the punish, which is something that actually has not really been achieved so far by the Bounty Hunters. Gun round right here could swing momentum, start to get a bit of a round streak going for them. That's if they can convert upon this. Harsh investments have to be seen by the Canids. Now playing beyond the common entry positions, particularly over at ramp where Knifeon is just bursting through blind past the smokes and at least getting a few tags.
That Showtime completely overwhelmed, and so is this B defender. Oh, this looks very awkward. This looks insanely awkward, and it struck in a few of those rounds on Anubis. I remember that one with the Batplat player where they've literally just walked through their own lurk smoke and they're just on A. That's another one where they put a lurk smoke at the front side of the stairs and they're just in, and Bounty Hunters aren't aware that that's a possibility.
Smoke criminal. Made it look so easy, did Davi as well, even while being blinded. And red cannons. Ensure that AK doesn't fall into CT hands, which is the right thing to do here. Whether they extend further is about to be seen. Been playing extremely confidently, so it wouldn't shock me if they tried to go in with this. They are checking alley, they are clearing up ramp, they're about to face the bomb site. Got one player over at the boost. M4 now revealing itself, fighting onto Davi. Davi does lose his life. Rigi next up to face and next to fall. So again, expense being taken by the red canned side. But the round still goes their way.
And for the Bounty Hunters, I suppose when you look at the lineup that they have, you're kind of hoping and expecting that someone to the pedigree of Showtime is going to deliver in these kind of games, where you're going up against strong competition and you need your veteran to step up, and individually just wasn't there on the first map. Only dropped 6 kills out here on Vertigo. He is being punished out on the B side. So we need to see some impact being drawn. We need to see him try and turn this game around.
Force will be received by the Bounty Hunters, knowing they did a ton of damage. They can still try and reset the red cannons. Early utility does drive them back. Blind sprays a Knifeon, dishing out damage to BNC, 10 HP.
Bounty Hunters might actually end up being quite gambly on this CT side, making risks, stacking up bomb sites. Venom Zera is already on white, and this is completely unknown. Now they're starting to hear the footsteps.
Swing for the flash. Venom Zera with the 1-for-1. Tomate gets 2 back against Davi, who also got a kill in the interim. And Venom Zera is closing in the pincers. Deeper smoke. Tomate not seen. Nades go deep and send rifles the way of the CT side. Will they tempt fate for it? No. Tomate, smoke, body block. Venom Zera's got to get out of there, swing out to the other side, gets back at the kill alongside Rigi's blind shot onto Rix, and just like that, the round falls apart.
And it has looked as if it's been one of those games where fundamentally there's nothing you're going to be able to adapt on the fly. There's a lot that can be learned, and there's a lot that can be adapted going into the next tournament, going into the next official. But when you're in these kind of circumstances with newer rosters and the rounds are going in this fashion, there is legitimately nothing that you can do. You can hope that you can keep the spirits high. You can make sure that the comms are quite clear. And there's some things that are in your control. But as an overarching, I suppose, adjustment, it's not going to be easy to fight back out here on Vertigo.
And the Canids continue to apply the pressure. Bounty Hunters only left with the one gun from the previous. They've forced, trying to find that reset point. Have gotten close several times, but unable to truly find the tipping point. So have to finally reel it in. Have to finally take just the basic pistols and an SMG on a half-buy.
Even out to the B stairs. This MP9 is just being forced into the open, and the flashbang actually completely blinds his teammate.
Well, Kaiser does get at least the pick onto Rigi, so damage done. Return back, and Davi's also been taken to 45, so not exactly the greatest HP standing. Again, a chance for the pistols to try and get some exits and do some damage, take some rifles out of their hands if they can pick them up as well. That'd be lovely. Meanwhile, over on ramp, it's just noise being made by the three players that are there. Nithon especially, blind sprays past the smoke over at Ali. Rix, considering the timings on this, they're unaware of it as well. Nithon thought he was safe.
The Bounty Hunters may just be winning their first rounds. This is looking very promising with the backstab that's coming in to drop the bomb.
Odds out, unexpecting it. Red Canids caught a bit flat-footed. Kaiser does swing back on Davi and just barely wins out that fight. A bit wild on the SMG spray. Now Venom Zero, all that's left, fights onto one. Engaging the second, does get double swung by the BH camp. And there it is, indeed, their first round on the CT side.
And for Red Canids, they are the team that's currently 8th in the South American rankings on HLTV. It's Furia at 1, Pain at 2, Imperial 3, Legacy 4, MIBR 5, 9Z 6, Fluxo 7, and then them at 8. There's a lot of those teams that are playing here in Res. So because of that, Jay, you've got to be really consistent. You've got to be constantly, I would say, making top 4s. I want to say consistently just making the playoffs is not going to be enough. Getting to top 4s and grand finals is going to be key to make the LAN qualification.
Especially with only 2 more series to go, including this one. As many points as possible to try and dethrone Fluxo and Solid. And again, Fluxo 10 points ahead of Solid. Solid 65 points ahead of the next 2 teams down, one of which is Red Canids. Deep run would be all important to them. They've been set back a little bit here in round number 6. It's Deagles out on both sides. Venom Zera, Davi, and Hardow have no choice but to take the pistols into this next investment round. Mollies and smokes being sent back. Red Cannon seeming to indicate the A hit, but they forced to cancel.
It goes into a bit of a double pump, and you're right about the amount of noise they've made already. This is a good setup at the double gap. Out here from the yellow perspective with the rifles.
Nays to get a bit of vision, but can't quite see the rifle out of sight. Ali Tomate lines up 2, dropping that bomb and everything. BNC gets back for extra support. The smoke starts to clear. Rix gets his AK shots, and Tomate there with the closer. And that is a lot more confident from the Bounty Hunters.
It definitely dictates the difference of the weaponry and how much more uncomfortable that was for the T's to kind of break into the bomb site. They don't have the rifles to boot. They don't have the huge amount of utility to work with either. And that spam out there from headshot towards Crane was instantly successful with a couple of kills.
A little bit of encouragement. Now to go a little bit further. Have found that reset point against Red Cannons in the end. The damage does compound, and it leads to just the basic pistols here in this one.
Hashtag don't do an Imperial.
I mean, look, to be fair, Imperial did have a massive lead before they actually allowed the comeback. So, you know, don't know if that's necessarily calling it an Imperial.
Oh, just any trolling, just any choke basically is for me at this point.
Red Cannons will have the gun round into round number 8, and DH won't be able to have the equalised standing or the lead for that matter. So, ways of dealing with these pistols, ensuring not many rifles fall out of hand for them. The bomb's been dropped out to ramp, so well aware of that much. Tech9 supported by the AK. BNC gets his 2 picks. Kaiser keeps the AWP, 3 AK stay in for Bounty Hunters, and Red Canids will bring back the buy.
And realistically, if you really want to cause a threat, this is where you need to keep the AKs alive. You need to be disallowing the bomb plants to not allow consistent gun rounds for the opposition. It's not going to be easy, though, because this, I would expect, is where the Ts maybe have a little bit more of a freeze. They maybe try and slow play the round. They try and get a bit more tactical than brawly. Bounty Hunters, can they tie up? Aggressive with 3 towards B early on, and Showtime drops straight away, and Rigi and Davides make it 2 kills within pretty much the first 10 seconds.
Wow, oh wow, full send is what you call that, and it was full send out of the round for 3 players as Hardzao gets his kill in this one. Tomate caught a danger, Venom Zero ready for the aggressive face of the M4. EX is getting caught so dead to right. Kaiser 1-on-5, or out towards B site as well, all the way at quad as well. So he has to stand and fight, and now he's known about he should be dropping soon.
Yeah, he is just completely done. There's no way this AWP's going to save into the next round. Up from Guardian, the first player drops, but the second doesn't quite come in. That was 29 seconds to make it a 1v5. That's just ludicrous, man. Like that, when I've just kind of built it up in a way of what needs to be achieved to make it successful, giving away that many opening deaths that early on is unacceptable.
Felt like they got a little bit too overconfident in that stairs face, and I mean, you're going to see how it all worked out again. Yeah, Red Cannons, what a response to the 3 that was gained on the trot by the Bounty Hunters camp. It's back to a 5th. Of course, there can be a buy thanks to the money that was held in by the CT forces, but another good round here sets us up for a 6th, for 7th, an 8th, and possibly even another 9-3 half for the Canids here. Bounty Hunters must be aware of that much.
So Davi trying to see if he can work up against this reed smoke at the top of the stairs. Showtime has got to be very careful.
Nade sent to him, tagged 43, Molotov's John driving out into the open. Can't surely win a fight from here. He'll try and do so. His teammates also backing him up. Flash forward, kill, found shoulder bait. Venom Zero's got the info to his favor, and we'll clean house.
Showtime's getting pumped. He's getting absolutely destroyed on this B site, and so is everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand singling out Showtime here, but in that round it was everybody. 0-6 for the most experienced man on the Bounty Hunters side. Yeah, not a good time to be them. They had their successes for the 3-round streak, but Red Canids, man, just look at how easily and confidently they took this round. And again, it sets us up for quite a few more.
And this, once more, for Showtime is probably, at the moment, one of the most experienced players that you have in this competition. A lot of appearances at a tier 1 level, a lot of appearances on the LAN environment internationally. But in this isolated game, he is just getting pumped. MP9 gets aggressive, even with Hardzao nearly dropping. It's a trade from Nithon.
Blind Spray is continuing to contest the player that's out there at Ali. BNC forced to fall back and hold his weapon. I mean, the one-for-one trades still keep things at a slight advantage for the Bounty Hunters because of the HP on Hardzao. Red Canids, I mean, were trying to be quiet, and Davi did make a jump noise, and well, that's just trying to bait players over. I mean, they have still got the core 3 out there. Meanwhile, the mid-walk coming in from Rigi might contest BNC. They get this kill, they get the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they've got the boost up to yellow, and they've spotted nothing to ramp. So that's going to start shifting the A players back into possibly a mid-stack, or even start developing more out from B. This is actually the right call from the CTs.
Showtime stands in mid to drop the bomb carry. That's all important. Davi has also been spotted right there. Falls to drop off, grab the bomb again, swing with his teammate, and almost line up to the triple of Showtime. Instead, he gets one back. Tomate's forced to respond, and Hardzao 8 HP. He's not winning this clutch.
Just a very good effort from Showtime to work an info play. You're kind of offering the basis where you want to stack up more heavily towards the B site, but you wanted to get more leverage. So get into the front foot, you catch off an off angle, you catch the boost, you make it 2 kills, and it's just enough. So a couple of individual rounds is what's going to be required for the Bounty Hunters to add more rounds to the tally.
Bounty Hunters making something of the CT side. Already going further than where they went over on Anubis, which is at least a positive sign for the CTs. Red Canids, though, scored in their first tactical, I believe, of the entire series. Have their weapons back as standard, have enough cash to buy into the guns, so a responsive again would put them on the back foot and still try and get an 8-4 half. Very possible from here.
A bit more context as well. Like, normally we might say, oh, it's been a while since we've seen a tactical. When the coach is playing, tacticals are going to be less required, aren't they? Maybe you might do it to just at least slow the tempo of the game down, give yourself a breather. But in terms of a tactical edge, you probably won't be using tacticals for that.
Cannons take themselves into round 11. AK straight up and aggressive for Hard Zhao, taking tons, or actually not that much damage to the utility there. HGs might chunk away a bit more. Indeed they do. Further damage being done to the Molotovs against Reeks. Counter smokes involved. Will he get challenged? Blind sprays from both players come out on top for the Bounty Hunters.
A lot of spam back and forth. Knifeon does get an A pick, and he's looking for another one at Crane.
He does dive off in the end. It's Davy instead forces out a headshot, and Tomate got close to catching Kaiser as well. He's forced to fall back, do more nade damage. Smokes go deep at the backline cross. The side alley cross is yet to be locked out. Reeks is still there. Venom Zera starting to make his moves as the second wave of util starts coming in, the flashbang particularly.
And they've made it so much counter utility for the CTs. All that's left is a smoke, and Kaiser misses. A kill with a spam comes through out from Yellow.
Good night, Reeks. And Kaiser continues to miss shot after shot. His second one down. Showtime's been dealt with. Third shot missed. Davy takes him. What a triple for him. And Red Canids have the half again.
Davy is, without a doubt, the most exciting player that we've witnessed in this tournament. It just kind of, it doesn't matter who he's playing. Doesn't matter if it's a favorite team, an underdog team. He's just a guy that can make stupidity happen on the server in just raw, impactful kills. A straight spam connects to the headshot, not even a couple of tag bullets.
Just in a bit of a jump as well of the sandbag. Like, what do you say to that? At least the FAMASA Showtime gets involved against Rigi, starts things off positively here for the Bounty Hunters. Advantage not been negated, although Davy has plans about that. Catches the headshot angle, but doesn't catch his contact. Two more FAMASA kills, two left standing on the Canids.
A reflash coming through from main to just help out the B defenders, and this round seems unlikely to be recovered. 2v5, Hardzao getting swung from both directions. Showtime with another multi-frag round, and similar to Anubis, it comes down to some individual impact to allow success. This is actually, from a scoreline point of view, a pretty decent half from the Bounty Hunters.
Make it a fifth on the CT basis. It's very encouraging, all things considered. Red Canids should not see Knifeon in the clutch. It would be a very special clutch if you pulled it off, but not to happen. Indeed, 7-5 is locked in. The Bounty Hunters now we'll move over to the T side.
And for just the favorites, getting off with an opening pistol, an opening rifle, would just put so much pressure back on the underdogs to be able to perform. And they'll know, let's close this in pretty quickly. It might be 7-5, it might look from a scoreline that it's been pretty competitive, but we know that we're the much stronger team.
Defensive line held in by the Canids will now take to the pistol round, and a much needed one here for the Bounty Hunters. Glocks out, USPs, Geordies on two players on the CT side, getting increasingly less rare as these matches play on. They walk their way forward, Showtime spots Hardzao, backs away.
He's got to try and draw them in, try and see if he can bait in that quicker B maneuver. Look to try and see if he can find two from White.
Taps on from the Julies, trying to fight back against them. The further flashes are sent in by the Bounty Hunters. Venom Zero gets that opening kill. Kaiser and Tomate take it right back. Davi, known about towards the back of the platform, eventually is dealt with. Venom Zero and Knife on. 2 players left standing. Let 2 players cross to the site. The bomb should go down. Headshots not taken on Kaiser's part. Finally, Venom Zero strikes. Sees that second with a flick of ages. And Rix is all that's left. Glock hiding amongst the CT forces, trying to find his angle. Venom Zero has his suspicions, and he turns it into an ace to make it 8 for the Red Canids.
Yeah, good work from the young man, the 19-year-old, having some real impactful rounds over the course of this group stage, and that's one of them. I don't think I've ever seen the Julies miss as many bullets as what actually came through there on the B side. Both Davi struggled out from default, Hardzal struggled out from white, and it came to Venom on the rotation to try and recover that round.
At least they got a bomb plant. Bounty Hunters can buy back and try and insert themselves early in this half still. Very good execution, but is it going to follow up? Can they finish off the job in round 14 and start to bring back the ground against the Canids camp? Flashes are sent, they're going in real quick. The SMG allowed the strike of Davi, BNC casualty, and the CTs just fall back.
Just the chip damage of the incendiary down to a couple of players. Hardzal waiting for the little jump up on the railing on that right-hand side. It's so surprising to see that MP9 of Davi can get aggressive, get a kill, and not even get spammed up in the process on the retreat.
Showtime. And Tomate trying to force things out over towards the bomb site. Davi gets another kill on the SMG. Hardzal even providing extra support of his MP9. 2 players down, no trades available. And look at the aggression, look at the confidence of Hardzal. Rix has absolutely no idea. Tomate might start to spot them, but no, Hardzal gets another frag. Finally, they get those trades.
And now even Rigi with the HE can do a lot of chip damage. AK's desperate to make this a 2v2. Flash over high, the FAMAS struggling. The bomb has not been dropped out in the open. They know exactly where the players are. And out towards white, damage has been done. Down to 45, 1v3.
Venom Zero even chipping away even more so. Backstab's closing, Knife on. About to spring the trap. Tomate has no idea he's in trouble, and there he is, going down all the same. Yes, expense against the CT side, but that was a full-blown force-up from the Bounty Hunters, and they still couldn't convert the round. It's 9-5 for the Red Canids.
And what is frustrating is that you're trying to reset. You're trying to re-expose the B hit, and you're just constantly being pressured. You're just constantly getting on the perspective. I mean, what is Hardzal even doing? It's a 5v3. They can just play the man advantage. They can play defensive on B, but they're trying to be disrespectful, and that just tilts oppositions.
Bounty Hunters down to the Eagles. The Deco. Look at that nade set. Red Canids coming back into their own with the confidence reinstated on the CT side. 2 casualties untraded, 3 casualties untraded, with Rix also being down on HP. At least Bounty Hunters are focusing on the rifles here. At least they can get some guns back for the next, but they need success soon because this is getting back out of control.
Indeed it is. It's running out of legs to at least show some competitiveness, and I'm trying to tally the amount of rounds won to loss. We're looking at 9 rounds in the opening best of 3, and then obviously 3 that we've had here, another 5, that's 8. You put that together, you've got 17 against what? Nearly 50 rounds? 17-1 to 49 loss. That's a huge disparity.
Ten to 5. Another gun by. And surely the final opportunity for the Bounty Hunters to turn anything back in this series. Davi stands center of the bomb site in amongst the fire, still looking to take engagements. Finally flashed opposition, just catch him completely blinded, but look at Hardzal. He's also starting to aggress further forward here, trying to find an angle alongside his teammate of Rigi, who does end up dropping. BNC with the pick, face back. So many players seen, so much damage has been done. The kill yet to come the way of the Red Canids though, and they may have to back up as Showtime turns them down to 2.
Just beaten by Util. Double HEs might get the planter.
Kaiser damaged up heavily. They are still trying to work something in this round, but the plant has finally been secured. Venom Zero gets tagged to 1. It should send a little bit more of a lifeline now to the Bounty Hunters as Red Canids have to save.
And if you are Davi, there was just not really much that he could have done there. You're being mollied from white. You're being mollied at the double stack. Out in default, you have to move eventually, and you're just getting caught. That was basically the T's just pummeling every bit of util they have into that bomb site. And it's success for 1.
One out of 5 to try and equalize. And rifles that will return from the Red Canids side. Will this start to look a lot like Anubis was with how many times we saw Bounty Hunters get around and then just get answered back to immediately? Or can they convert a decent streak? Can they find a little something on the T basis? Round 17, an important swing for the Bounty Hunters.
I haven't even seen Nithon get on the big green just yet. Money not in a strong enough position to do so. Aggressive approach out towards the stairs. Kaiser completely blinded, but still gets away with 1. At least Hardzao makes it a 1-for-1.
Puts that nade down on position as well. Davi's looking for his kill with seeing BNC. That HE thrown relatively to the right position, but only doing so much because both players did fall out of position, get away as far as they could. 4 on 4 slows everything down.
And Samate tries to see if he can get a mid-contact, but the walk just gets denied. And now the double up from Davi and Hardzao on B.
Further molly sent. Davi continuing to press. Nades go deep. Kaiser. Burst fire, spray through, showtime. Headshot seen, perfect for Davi to get the kill. Looking for his booster, looking for his backup, but can't quite find it just yet. I don't think it'll matter though. 4 versus 2. They've locked him out of the bomb site.
Davi just needs to make sure that he stays alive if his teammate falls. Hardzao's on very low HP. They can have a rotation to come through from mid quickly, because on the other side of the map, Nithon has taken ramp entirely by himself on this aggressive approach.
Surely should win this fight against BNC unless the pre-fire comes in perfect. There it is, headshot, Kaiser, all that's left. He ain't no chief in this engagement. 1 on 4. Known about, sprayed upon, trying to fight back, trying to gain something, trying to survive, if nothing else, against the Red Canids, who are just slowly closing in on the win.
If they can drop him after time, that would just be insult to injury. The peek out for the B stairs eventually goes the way of Davi. And the Bounty Hunters just get a taste of what success is like. And even out there from the B stairs, Kaiser did very well to get that first kill. Again, he was completely blinded, could not see a thing. But it was just the follow-up of HEs, the consistent pressure. And it's just the searching as well. That rather than Davi and Hardzao kind of playing defensive on B and maybe playing the generators and default or out there on wide, they're just always on the front foot looking for more jewels.
Nades again set. Davi facing the T-side contact. Another must-win round for survival, let alone thrival here. Red Canids. Happy to play to the defensive. Bounty Hunters still trying to work an opening pick.
A re-smoke to the top of the B stairs for Davi. Now just pre-aiming out there to white in case there was a walk on a contact. Bounty Hunters have liked pressuring B. Now they've got the boost up on the gap side to look down at round. This is very slow from the T's.
Nithon playing Overwatch here. Smoke instead. Should be aware that there's a bit of pressure now. Counter nades. Nicely done on Kaiser and Riex.
Chip damage. Not a rotation of a third player just yet. Counter boost out towards white is actually being watched there from Kaiser.
And with that kill, they start to pull the rotations. Venom Zero is good for 1 back, so the man advantage does not stay there for long, but he is isolated and will not be supported by the rest of the CT forces. They're going to get back down towards the retake or defensive. Nades and Molotovs catching Kaiser. He wasn't expecting that to come his way, but while all this distraction goes down, while there's all this noise, BNC has walked out to the B bomb site, cleared it all up. The rotations will get called. The plant will be secured. Red Canids up to the retake.
BNC needs to win a fight. He has to get one. If he drops a jewel out here on CT, the round is just over.
Hearing those players coming in from mid. Tamate could also be a concerning factor as BNC gets involved. Drives one player back. Davi does get Rex. Tamate does get Rigi elsewhere. Davi now all alone versus 2. BNC, small amount of tag damage. Tamate, 100 HP off the back of his exchange. And the last player makes his way up, and they're just going to hide from position. Try to set up towards Guardian, towards White is where the next player is from. Davi has no idea. Needs that headshot quick. It's not happening. Bounty Hunters continue to maintain a lifeline.
And that whole round comes off to a pretty good distraction and a pretty strong couple of kills from Kaiser. That first one out to the boosted angle on yellow kind of presented a bit of chaos, a bit of threat of over-rotating players. And then BNC just works that timing and space of coming up B stairs, clearing out the entire site, and then getting on to an aggressive position out there from Guardian, wasting time. Davi, nothing he could have done.
Oh, Knifeon's already caught 2 kills straight out of ramp, boosted up. This time it caught Bounty Hunters completely off guard. And now the SMG will even do damage to BNC. Losing his life, yes, but there's another player up to task. 1 good bullet's all Hardzao needs, and that's what he's gonna get.
And the boost, so effective for information, but also very effective on anti-rush plays. Bounty Hunters, man, it just hurts me inside of how many times they've won a good round, and then they've just been responded to instantly.
Straight through the smoke. Venom Zero's jump face to see the last player. Well aware of what's going on. Will set things up towards the backstab. Knifeon's going to ensure that Tamate does not get into the B-bomb site, and everybody else will just be starting to converge upon the last man here. This will be 12-7. This will be map and match point for the Red Canids. All a case of formulating the kill, and even Knifeon takes no damage to the most awkward spray I've seen today. Indeed, map, match, and elimination point. Red Canids are in full control.
And we've seen for Bounty Hunters, they've won 7 rounds over the course of Vertigo, 4 of which have been individual, 4 of which have presented a strong, independent round, and then not the guts to be able to follow it up, not that belonging to be able to really keep this series competitive. And the buy-stay, just looks horrendous for round 20, doesn't it?
In one of those Hunter miracles. Nice nades, look at that. Straight in at ramp, Rex tagged, Showtime tagged, Kaiser tagged, and all down to 63 or less. Wonderful stuff to start.
So many players on A. They are running into pretty much a complete trap. Double gap, double headshot. Galil waiting for aggression.
Damage done through Wallbang's Rex. Scene adjustment for Venom Zera. Will take the casualty for it. The AK beats the Galil, and the AK sits to the CT hands. Meanwhile, Tamate moves in as Davi's backstab closes in the pincers, drops the bomb. This one is as good as done. Kaiser and BNC have no choice but to accept their fates of death, demise, and elimination here in the Rest LATAM 3rd series. As Kaiser drops, it's BNC alone to fall to his demise. 13-7, the 2-0 for the Red Cannons as they move on to the decider match of Group B.
And for the Bounty Hunters, they are averaging taking 9.5 rounds per best of 3. That's including map 1 and in map 2. They've been slapped about in pretty much back-to-back games where they had, I would say, probably the best chance yet of at least the scoreline at the tail end of that half, but just not enough backing to be able to cause a threat at the series.
Yeah, we saw some significant moments where I honestly thought that they were going to look to try and take over some sort of advantage or something during the first half, especially over on Vertigo. But come that second half, we saw just individual rounds not connecting the responses, very similar to the first half of Anubis, in fact. And that sort of seems to be the issue, I think, for these guys. I mean, among other things, right, just not able to convert upon that momentum, win a much more momentum-heavy game. It's just, yeah, they were definitely out of their depth in this tournament. And considering the fact that they are such a a weird project in that they have only come together, they have only started to make these moves, and they are still trying to figure out where they're at. It's kind of a similar discussion to La Rugadetta, but unfortunately, I feel like Bounty Hunters just didn't really have much cohesion about them today.
No, I agree with that completely. And they'll be hoping that they can get invited to the next RES event, because it would give them another HLTV tournament. It would give them more HLTV officials to get more familiar with a new AWPer of the team, a new rifler, a fifth player that we don't know is on trial, is maybe a stand-in, sort of more of an idea and picture of where this team really sits. Because again, they had a really tough group. They had two very strong teams in the opening and eliminations. So sometimes that's just the way that it goes.
Indeed, and that just kind of sucks at certain capacities. Again, you don't come to these tournaments to try and lose, right? You come to try and win, and unfortunately for the Bounty Hunters, they didn't really do much of either of the much of any success. Unfortunately, 4 back-to-back maps where they didn't even score double digits, and the end result is, of course, a 2-0 to the Red Canids side. So, elimination games do see the finalists of the last regional take their spots in the decider matches. So now it's a case of just finding out who are going to be their opponents in Odic and Fluxo and MIB on W7M.
And the Odic Fluxo game could actually be very competitive. I don't think the last game of the evening is going to be that competitive. MIB are very strong, and they'll be looking to rectify their campaign this year. They would have felt hard done by to not kind of be involved in the RMR circuit, the major circuit. So to come here and rest, put on good performances, go deep, look to get the LAN qualification, they're going to be very strong in groups.
And the idea as well that they are actually kind of lowly ranked in terms of the overall point stage, right? Like Series 2 was only 15 points gained, didn't get anything out of the first one either. So in terms of the rest circuit, MIB have a lot of ground to make up. So a deep run here, a tournament victory would certainly turn the tides back towards their favor. But of course, that is all the journey that's to come over the course of the next over the next week or so. For now, they've got to try and make their way forward to the playoffs themselves. As we head towards an extended break, we head towards our end here in the tournament for me and Dwayne. But we leave you in the capable hands of Yumi and Tea Time to take you through our winners matches and the rest of the groups themselves. So we'll bid you adieu for now, but make sure you join us a little bit later on for MIBR as they look for their spot in a minute.
The world is changing quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series 3 MT. I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we take on from where we left off, which was a couple of dairy goodbyes. Now we're up to a little bit of few winners matches. Today, we're continuing on the road to the playoffs. Michael, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. A little disappointed with some of the teams' performances, the teams that did get eliminated from this particular LATAM series. But hey, there's always the next time. There's always going to be opportunities around the corner, and you can only hope that they improve as time moves on. And so yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how those winners matches are going to pan out, to see who actually ends up dropping down into that lower side to fight for the second spot out of their groups, respectively.
Well, so far we've had La Ruganeta taken out, and as as disappointed as I might be to see them go away, honestly, Solid looked so good against Fluxo earlier on as well. I don't think there's any surprise there. Similarly, Bounty Hunters, again, good time, some good signs. We liked some of the players there, but Red Canids is the established team. That's what you expect to see. Now, we're going to see an interesting matchup, right? Audic and Fluxo, a little bit of history between these guys, but more than anything else, a lot of names who you're going to look at and say, yeah, I actually know these people, right? So we are sort of out of the finding talent into the assessing talent phase of the tournament to see whether these teams have that talent to actually go into the playoffs, Michael.
Yeah, no, I think that we've got a nice selection of teams to finish off our day, so I'm kind of excited to sort of dive into it because I think Fluxo as a squad were quite compelling to look at. You can see how the Group A standings have kind of rounded out with Audic winning their opening game, Fluxo also being able to dispatch of Solid, albeit a little bit back and forth. And then with Solid sort of waiting in the wings in that lower side of the bracket, they may be hoping that Audic pull off some level of an upset here so that they can get a rematch against Fluxo, because I imagine they've got a bit of a bone to pick with one of our previous champions of this LATAM series.
Listen, honestly, I think everyone over here just wants to get into the playoffs. Bones can be picked in those playoffs as well, right? So, yeah, we'll see what exactly ends up transpiring over here. As far as Audic is concerned, Michael, I have to say, I think on paper, I won't really favor them into this matchup. I know they made the RMR. I know they're a team that has made, some waves domestically, but it doesn't feel to me like they're the better team overall. You look at Fluxo's lineup in particular, and it is stacked, right? Lukauzi is still just as much of a beast as he always was. Zevi is able to perform just to the heights of abilities. Sure, there are certain places where it feels like he might be better with a rifle, but who cares? It's a cheaper weapon anyway. And then you've got the supporting core between Che, PKL, and VSM. This is a very strong lineup.
Yeah, it's almost surprising to say that VSM is one of these supportive pieces, but he does seemingly taken a bit of a back foot on this Fluxo roster, kind of leaving space for those players like Lukauzi and Zevi to really perform. Hell, even Che will have a few of these pop-off performances for Fluxo. So I do agree, it feels like they've got a nice, well-rounded core. They've got a wealth of experience as well, coming from different walks of life, some of the new breed in with the old as well. And just by having PKL on that in-game leaders duties, it feels like he's got a lot of responsibilities, and he's actually been able to manage this team quite handily and put people into the right slots. It feels like it. I like what I see out of Fluxo very, very often when I get to watch them in the server, but the results don't always reflect just how composed or like well slotted some of these pieces seem to be, because there are a few, I guess, mechanical or sort of decision-making mistakes that happen quite often in sort of late-round scenarios for Fluxo. But I do agree, they are still going to be our favorites coming into this matchup, because Audic, it's going to be an uphill climb given the talent that they have.
The fun thing that you have to keep an eye out for, though, is the Woody versus PKL matchup. Just in terms of these are two players who have been IGLs for a very long time. They're players who have very clearly accepted that responsibility onto themselves. So you will actually have a stylistic discrepancy between Audic and Fluxo, and that's something to look forward to. In a lot of the South American matches that we might otherwise see, it does feel like some of the players are just accepting it out of necessity, while these people have embraced it. So Audic also comes in with a very specific style. It does feel like they're a little bit more reliant on that structured methodology, but I don't really look at this team and say, hey, there's a standout player like, you would have in your Lukauzi, like you would have in your Zevi. it feels like the Woody versus Zevi matchup on the AWP in particular is very clearly tilting the other side. And, sure, you've got 90 putting up some numbers here and there as well. Sometimes you are able to have maybe Turtle step up to the plate, but it doesn't feel like anyone is that consistent beast the way you have in Lukowski.
Yeah, it's a couple of duos that I'm really looking at on this Audic roster. If we want to see a compelling or a close game from them, is actually Matios and 90 that you were talking about. I feel like they are sort of the ones that will quite often be the ones that sort of take some space away. But also Turtle and Woody, who have been playing together since way back in the early portions of their professional careers in like 2016. They've actually encountered each other in the wilderness many a time, whether it's been on that initial roster or on Bravos, for example. I feel like they've been able to sort of intersect very frequently with one another, and here they are playing again on another team together. And I feel like that chemistry between them has to be something that is sort of expressed against a Fluxo in a way that allows them to win some of these, 2vx scenarios, or maybe even these 2v3 types of rounds. Those are what I'm looking for Audic if you want to see them have success here.
Those are the situations where the late round question marks around Fluxo can become relevant. You're absolutely right, Michael. But where will they be relevant? Let's take a look at the server list and see, rather the map list, and see where we have fallen down to in the veto. I have a feeling we're going to have a quick Mirage picked up again. They look so good on it.
That should be banned.
Fluxo. Oh, never mind. Well, I have terrible feelings, Michael, and they don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a nuke. I feel like a nuke is probably going to see end play on the decider, but kind of no surprises to see Fluxo snap into that Ancient instead, because nuke is such a common ground territory between these two teams. I think Audic actually kind of have a poor matchup against Fluxo in that regard, because they love bouncing between nuke and Anubis, and Fluxo like going for a nuke and an Ancient, but Fluxo are permabanning Anubis, so they just have to leave that nuke to float. So Audic are going into a map that they're not quite as, I guess, they don't have great results on as of late. I think if I look back at their map history, they've won it once out of the last 7 times that they've played it. So, they're having to take a bit of a gamble and go a different direction, but I can only hope that they've prepped enough to deal with Fluxo and actually force us into this full series.
Look, when we look over towards Vertigo in particular, Fluxo did look slightly... they looked less than ideal on the map, let's be honest. It did feel like Solid had the better of them a lot of the way, until Lukowski did just go absolutely Super Saiyan into the second half and beyond. They had really good util sets, so I will say that in the early rounds, the way they were setting up for a couple of the anti-rushes and a couple of the anti-mid-round aggressive plays that Solid in particular were going for, Fluxo was getting a lot of crazy util damage on their T side, surprisingly enough, not just their CT side. So I am concerned, sure, but overall, it didn't feel like this was a team without a lot of major flaws in the map.
Yeah, it's actually one of the reasons I thought that Audic would go with an overpass instead. I'm kind of surprised that Vertigo is seeing play, because I was quite impressed with what I saw out of Fluxo from that utility department. You've kind of reminded me of the fact that they were just, they kept finding like double kills off of Molotovs and HEs and all sorts, and that was just kind of the pressure that they were putting their opponents under on CT and T side alike. So yeah, I think Audic are in for a pretty rough time. And if I had to call it based on the way that this veto has gone, like Fluxo have a winning side of the veto, it feels like, for me.
I'm definitely with you on that one, especially when you actually look over towards Nuke as a decider. It really does just feel like Fluxo has so much more control over outside and everything in the players that they have. Zevi's the kind of player who's much more willing to go aggressive, willing to make his own plays in a secret and whatnot. Again, I'm increasingly slightly displeased with Woody on the AWP, if I'm being honest, Michael. It does feel like he's just not able to deliver numbers the same way. And sure, we had like a performance from ZQK, for example, yesterday, right? Which was maybe a little bit similar to that, where you don't have to completely frag out. But on this team in particular, it still feels like you don't have those SCCs, you don't have that big star presence that lets you get away with slightly underpowered firepower in the op department. So I am really worried for them if it goes to a nuke. It does feel like, to me, you have to try and win it out in 2, but Ancient's never fun for Audic.
Yeah, I just think, if I'm thinking back to some of the ways in which, Woody sort of raised his stock, I actually think it was with that Bravos roster way back in like 2020. And for me, a lot of it actually came down to, he actually had a very slow AWPing style. It wasn't like he was going for aggressive picks. He wasn't hunting for opening kills. He was more round security. And it felt like he actually had a very good understanding of, creating these opportunities for his riflers to actually make that room for him to operate. But I think, and every roster that I've seen past that, it feels like he's almost dedicating less resources that direction. He's actually wanting to find those opening picks to get that impact. and he's just not able to sort of perform in that same way. It doesn't feel like his style, and he's trying to adapt. And I think at the moment, you know, Fluxo are one of those teams that actually could maybe push the boundaries a little bit and give Woody a lot more play, but it will be on him to actually hit those shots when presented.
I mean, listen, at the same time, you talked about the chemistry between Woody and Turtle. So Woody, who generally, like you said, found a lot of his success playing a much more passive style of play. How's Turtle complementing that, Michael? Because I know you have some thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, well, Turtle was one of my favorite players in the South American region at one point because he was just so good on rotates, especially on CT. I feel like this guy put himself in great positions to succeed. He had good support utility. He was finding multi-kills every which way he went, and it was such like a big propellant of the reason why I thought his move to MIBR in the first place actually felt very justified, and then he didn't get any of his spots. So I do hope that is something that is leaned into here for Audic. It's been a little bit of time since I've been able to watch them up close. So let's see how they fare against Fluxo starting this T side. They're already running straight into B.
Jay's generally a good hand on this side. He's not good for the first. Is able to reface back out for a second. VSM, clean as ever. Quick shot out with the USB. The trade's there too. Lukowski coming into the fray. Good for one again. It's just 1-for-1s all over the shop. But with the CTs rotating out quick, it doesn't feel like they're the ones put in a major disadvantage. Not yet. PKL covers off the cross. Not able to find the head. And Mateos has been given a second leash on life. Well, him and 90 were the ones you highlighted as riflers to take this point forward, and they're going to have a chance here to quickly pick up Zevi. PKL, the other side of things, just had things become a little bit more difficult. The double face, and he almost adjusts a couple more bullets in that magazine, and maybe he would have taken away.
Yeah, and a couple more misses from Matios as well, and that could have been a whole different story. That got a little messy there for Audic, but trying to play off each other in the 2 versus 1, and it does pan out. Yeah, nice to see that 90 and Matios were able to sort of bounce between each other, especially once they isolated it down to that last man. But a very fast play implemented by Audic to jumpstart the engine here on this T side, just running over those B side entrants. And once they got that space, you know, it's just on them to actually close out on the round, and they succeed in doing just that. Fluxo do move in with a force buy in the second round. No scouts, just pistols, no SMGs and the like. So it's a bit of a cautious step here from Audic to start things out. But Nadi has still gotten quite a lot of room in at ramp that allows his teammates to sort of rendezvous with him should they decide to turn tail away from B. See Fluxo have gravitated towards the B bomb site with the flurry of utility that Audic have thrown that direction. Very easy to see why that they've lent over as much as they have, but that flash play gives a bit of information over here to Fluxo, and so they will have some extra defenders on the A play.
Double nades are always fun to keep an eye out for, and the damage is great. PKL weakens Ponter and Matios to a point where you could actually feasibly see this round be even more scary. Look at this, a third nade being lined up for 90. He's going to be tagged up by that. You can push through the smoke. That's the game plan in. VSM finds the first, and Matios on the other side will be without teammates. Woody down. Turtle, the only one actually able to frag back, but even he's traded. Ponter and Matios playing out for the late round. Bomb is tapped. They don't have a kit. That seems like the one thing they were lacking. But now with so many players to play containment, Matios being low, they're able to trade it away. All of the back of those fantastic grenades that we talked about, Michael. Fluxo looked no different.
Yeah, I mean, that is perfectly done. I mean, we tried to see them set up for that in previous rounds in their previous outing on Vertigo, and it just didn't see play. You know, didn't get the right opportunities. Those the opponents they were up against would just go B in those kind of circumstances, and you could see why you might be scared about going into A when those nades are being primed and readied to soften you up. You could see how scared all those Audic members were to challenge that fight, because they know those pistols swinging wide are going to land maybe 1, maybe 2 bullets on you, and you just don't have the health to trade. And
also, what's the problem with having a full wall of smokes against the pistols? It's so easy to just run through with the 5.7s.
Yeah.
Fluxo knew that. That's why they prioritized them over the Eagles.
I just love that they go with so much util in those second round forces, proving their value.
Oh. Nice spray from Zevi. Nades there with Lukowski's peak to follow up, but he's a little bit low, so both him and Zevi want to play on the safe side instead. Don't want to end up falling out to a force right as you've been gifted one.
Yeah, they are very weakened. Healthy players in VSM and Che will have to be the front runners on the defense. Natty is creeping quite close into the bomb site, but for Turtle to link up will be incredibly difficult. And they spot out VSM, tag him and frag him. Lukowski too low to really go in for that challenge. Zevi is also a quick correspondent, but similar circumstance. They're waiting for Che to get here because he has to be, again, this front runner before they go in.
Molotov's a little bit late, but Nadia was going down regardless. Zevi finds a second kill, easy follow-up. I've got to say, I don't know what VSM was doing there. He was trying to jump spot back from, the elevated headshot. I don't know if that's maybe to try and see if there's anyone already inside the sandbags or something like it. That possibility was, of course, there, but Nadia is there to try and punish. Unfortunately, they just can't get the follow-up, so the Orthotic did look like they'd set up very nicely with that VSM kill.
Yeah, a little bit curious, I think, just with the amount of sound that was cut, but Audic were still hanging around. Part of the reason VSM, I think, as well, it was just so exposed as well, was he was slowed by the earlier damage that was done by Turtle in that instance. Couldn't tuck himself in time. But he could have definitely played a little bit more cautious, given his responsibilities for the round. Doesn't matter, Fluxo still are able to close it out. They didn't lose an extra man either after VSM fell. But Audic did get a plant, so coming in with some pistols, even though they're not fully committing to the buy. Woody trying to challenge off of short, and he gets the headshot, but PKL's got a fully automatic, and he'll succeed in his frag.
Just have more money.
Yeah, a skill issue.
Yeah. Che does quite like to go for that smoke in the mid-round and just start to explore off the back of it. Allows VSM to leave him a little bit more lonely in the earlier round, mid-round situations. 90. Good follow-up kill. Molotov's there just to make sure he'll never have a chance of actually getting the bomb down. 90 crossing back, but there's very little cover for him in this map at this point. Third round on the board for Flux, so solid start.
Yeah, kind of wild that Che not only is pre-aiming the boost up there onto Wood, but then just goes for and commits to that spray over at B, and 90 is sitting on, 14 HP when he decides to swing, and not a single bullet connects to him. It's all the healthy players that go down first, so wasn't expecting much there from 90 in that circumstance. VSM just encroached. And I don't even know that for certain that he was aware that that player was already tagged up, but he played it with full confidence.
Oh. Nades exchange. Lukowski's not feeling too good about this, but he's got backup. Zevi comes through, 90 taken down. VSM as well. Exploring, but he's off by just a smidgen. Nade goes too deep as well. 3 players in mid. They are exposing how many people there are by trying to double smoke out the same angle. Unfortunately, small mistake. VSM is traded, but that's where PKL had to get involved. Not able to find the frag, and Punter's lost in the shots of the smokes. He's able to get 2 big kills. Turtle stole one of them away from him. Lukowski shows him how doubles are really found. A 1-on-2 with a bomb down. Woody. They know he likes to play around this angle, but the shadow spotted. Che can just take him apart. Fluxo up to 4.
That round just got far too weird, far too quickly. I mean, 90 just hunting down a kill independently over at ramp, and just because he falls so quick, Audic have to accelerate on this mid plan that they had. 3 players try to barrel out, and as soon as that Molotov comes over the jump up, they just can't actually circulate into B like they'd initially planned. They have to try and go for crazy, weird plays, sitting inside of smokes, inside of elevator. And Ponter almost pulled it off. He had the bomb on his back. If not for the fact that he was tracked down by Lukowski at the end, then they could have secured an A-side plant, a 2 versus 2. But as soon as they realized that he was permeating past that smoke, Lukowski was not going to let that man get away. Very chaotic mid-round, if you can even really call it that, because we were in the opening 30-40 seconds, but
hey man, if the bomb's gonna be planted in 45, I guess that's technically mid-round.
Yeah, I think when I'm talking about mid-rounds, I'm usually talking about, you start with a plan,
45,
and then
50 seconds more, yeah.
you're making an adaptation. And it is usually around that sort of minute mark, but sometimes the plans are faster, and you have to make those moves quicker as well.
Oh my goodness. That's quite a good nade. Seems like I'm saying that all the time for Fluxo. These guys are beasts with utility damage.
Yeah, I did really think that they were going to play Overpass. 100% with you.
Like, I think Audic might be having that conversation as well right now, Michael. But look, it's still 1-5. Sure, CT money has been slightly built up, but it's not quite in the, oh my god, it's untouchable territory. You can still try and fight for 4 or 5 rounds at this point if you're Audic.
And let's not forget as well that Fluxo, last time we saw them on this map, sure, it was a pretty impressive showing from them on the utility department, but they didn't win the map against Solid.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, had a pretty poor time on CT side, but their T side was quite fruitful. This is about the worst way you can start a round.
Yeah, I won't lie. After we're trying to paint out some hope for the Audic side, you lose a man through a smoke.
He wasn't even really trying to challenge. He just got hit by a spam, and has a nade as well, landing on the head of Ponter.
I need to see a damage per nade thrown stat for these guys.
Probably highest in the tournament.
But you're saying tournament? I'm saying world. PKL and VSM elsewhere in the map are able to find and extend the advantage already given to them by Zevi. And Woody's wondering where it all went wrong. Sorry, buddy, I don't think I can help you with that one.
Watch him lose this fight too.
Now,
Yep.
that's the #1 matchmaking player in the world. Of course you're gonna lose the fight to him.
Is that real, actually?
Don't you know? Oh, Che. So Che had like the #1 Premier leaderboard for the longest time. I don't know if he still does, but overall, like in the global like Premier Elo rating, Che had just like I think he was the first player to hit 35,000. Oh my goodness.
That's
It's
a lot of damage.
That's in 7 rounds, just for context size. In 7 rounds, to be averaging about what 100 UD across all 5 players, that's nuts. That's 5 kills. That's more kills than anyone on Audic has except for 90. These guys are averaging more util damage than 90 has in total 80 damage. That sucks, man.
Yeah, with just bullets.
Yeah.
I won't lie as well. I tried to fact check you to see how high ranked he was on the Premier leaderboard, but every profile is now seemingly private, so a little strange.
Wow.
As is that kill. Marios ascending up the ladder and catches a VSM blissfully unaware. VSM for a moment thought, man, this section of the map is way too clear, and catches a bullet in the back of his head. Calzi just farming UD. Some more grenades that hit the mark. 20 a pop onto 90.
Water is able to find PKL, though. Nades are nice, but a 3v5 is never quite so pretty. 2v5 now as Zevi's trying to fight back. He's able to find the first, and before the smoke bloomed, he had a chance to take down Ponter. Now Che all alone. Surprised that he wants to commit to this, but with the money where it is for the CTs, I don't completely hate it. 1v4 is always fun to see attempted, if nothing else. Bomb being planted, going down. Ponter's not keeping an eye out for us, and 90 isn't either. He's able to get 2 more frags before finally Marios comes through and trades.
Yeah, I mean, a nice effort there from Che, trying to play around those smokes, and actually caught good timing to catch those first 2 players. I mean, one is committing to a plant, the other just seemingly unaware that he was going to make that play, but it was a good reaction from the remainder of Audic, just hounding him down and making sure he couldn't escape into short and reset between fights. They just kept on swinging, and they wanted to swing together, and they'll succeed.
I posted the Premier proof of it as well. Yeah. 37,000 elo at one point, yeah. He was enjoying his CS2. Woody, he is as well. He's pulling out the good old fire walk-in. Thank you, Michael. In the meanwhile, PKL, though, he's just getting plain old frags. Good for 1, 2, 3. It's like a kindergarten math class.
Oh, and just burning in the flames was Ponter, and he wasn't sure which way to look. He was really hoping that he could find a frag through those flames. But just destroyed by the flurry of Fluxo players. Oh, you thought the 3 versus 5 was bad. 1 on 5 here for Amadeus with the bomb at fully in their possession. He's not even really trying for this. He's set up to save.
Every 1v5 starts with a 3v5.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, actually.
And other facts that don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, technically true is how I'd categorize that.
It doesn't end with a win.
Hey.
That's a separate story. This ain't no fairy tale.
If Che drops on the right side here, he'll actually catch him.
My goat.
He's actually great.
Oh my goodness,
he's
this man! 37,000 elo!
And going 14-3, looks like he's playing Premier and having a great time right now against Odik. They dare go into a Vertigo when all we had was, honestly, solid words to say about Fluxo last time they played it. Now it just feels like they're not even relying as much on that utility. Sure, they're still throwing as much of it, they're still finding as much of the damage, but they're also just shooting that much harder against Odik here.
Oops. Dude, how annoying is this? You have to play on 50 HP pretty much all the time. It is the worst handicap imaginable, but at least Ponter fights back. Well, they won't really do much. Meanwhile, PKL pulls out his gun on time, gets the adjustment as well. He's been a bit of a beast himself, but he's not expecting Woody nearby. IGL and IGL action, and as PKL gets taken down, Lakauzi's been called to order.
Got Law on his plate. Molotov and a smoke thing to try and buy more time, and as the smoke start to come out, a Molotov that will actually stop them from ascending up from ramp, but they've got time on this clock. They can wait this out. Reinforcements will be here from Fluxo, however.
Lakauzi's own smoke just also buys him so much more time. They can't really try and get the plant out. They know he's hunting for Woody, and he's found him. Now, with the bomb being planted, a spam's all it'll take. Ponter was already on 4. They try and spam back through the torp, but it's not going to work. And now Marios caught in between no man's land. It's enemy territory, but he's found 1. Can't get the frag. VSM is too fast.
Yeah, Zevi just saw him. Zevi just saw him before he slipped behind default, and so VSM had him on lock. Even though there was a player exposed, VSM stops him before he can find that frag and even collects on a double. Luxo just having enough time to adapt, and even though Che lets down his guard, you know, throwing all that utility, you know, part of it is there and designed to sort of discourage certain peaks, and Odik just tanks straight through it and still find that opener. Find a great timing and a couple of opportunities to strike. Fluxo bounced back, being a man down, 3 on 4 by the time they make that move. And Odik just simply cannot collect on that man advantage. I just love being able to watch players like Lucalzi on the server because you can tell this man knows he's got a job to do in terms of like creating opportunities or finding impact, and so he'll thrust himself into the action even if it seems a little bit, you know, sometimes to his discredit, it's hazardous, but someone's got to do that job, and Lucalzi often is the one. But there have been many different fighting factors here for Fluxo, and they were ready to scrap over at B. VSM will even burn Ponter in his attempt to trade, so he gets away with his life and that double man advantage.
Shout out VSM, man. Last time we saw them on Vertigo, he was struggling a little bit in the beginning. He's not missed a beat right now.
You have the sharpest smile in Brazil.
No doubt about that. Woody still taking it as Zevi on the other side, who keeps the spray going. Very nicely done. You're contrasting Zevi, rather VSM's sharp smiles to Woody, who, listen, I don't blame him for looking that surly in the picture. He's not having a good time on his own map pick.
Pretty dejected, I think, are Audic here on Vertigo. This is not what they signed up for, but...
Michael, I raised a counterpoint. Maybe their coach did Derby, though.
Yeah, well, that's apparently becoming a classic.
PKL, you are really flirting with fire here. He's down quite low. Lukowski's nearby, and he will extinguish. He's here to get his buddy out of a tough situation. He does end up dying regardless, but Lukowski's at least here to back him up and trade him away. 2 versus 2 now, as VSM's rotations always seem to be on point, coming back into this A side. Flash overhead to buy some more space, but 90 hasn't actually committed to this so far. There is plenty of time for Audic if they want to turn away. VSM, though, nestles himself into short, and Turtle's trying to clear it, but it's a haphazard peek where he's not really ready to fire. Unfortunately, that might be the round. 90 hopes to dissuade me from that, but as he walks out the smoke, Che just slices his head off. 10-2, Fluxo are looking good.
I mean, how often do you see a half where you've got people in the teens hitting, I mean, double KDs, hell, even quadruple for Lukowski, triple for Che? You know, these are guys that are just absolutely destroying you in each and every one of your attempts. And you see just the bravery they're willing to fight in from Audic. They don't even smoke bottom ramp. They want to take these fights. They're out-dueling them. They're doing far more utility damage. They just seem to be destroying them on several different metrics. A very commanding start to this series by Fluxo. Audic are in for a bit of trouble.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm with you.
They chose this hell.
You know how in all of these epic fantasy sort of stories and movies and books, it's about how the protagonist chooses to walk into hell and then he comes out of it? A lot of those people just die. Like, not everyone's a protagonist. That's the problem.
You're not the main
Audic's
character.
realizing it, yeah.
And I'll remind you, last time we saw them against Solid, 4-8 is how Fluxo's CT side went. Here they sit 10-2. Their T side was actually doing a great job of sort of disrupting the more methodical style of Solid.
Damn.
They're really going to have to concoct something crazy here. Looking at you, Woody. Because the squad doesn't feel well directed right now.
I'm going to have to come up with something crazy to provide the copium needed.
A mountain to climb in the second half. Let's see if Audic have their boots on.
Lukowski leads the charge. 90 decides to evade it. I don't blame you for that one. Molotov out to the back of sandbags. They've learned their lesson. Zevi and company. Both him and Che trying to scale up. Right back over towards side through lane. VSM is just playing containment. The bomb can be planted. PKL watches for a flank that's been doubled up. Turtle, the surprise man, good for 1, but Zevu's good for 2. On the site itself, makes it 3. And Turtle, he's heard a lot about how slow and steady wins the race, but he was never competing.
So ancient, huh?
So 33% win rate, huh?
Felt like it had to start then and there, and even watching from Zevi's point of view, half these players that he was fighting weren't prepared for him to duel, weren't prepared for him to scrap. He now joins the rest of the squad in those early teens in the fraggy department. No one's really lagged behind here from Fluxo. It's all about how much they've thrown themselves as a simple casualty. PKL's been at the forefront of a lot of the action, but his teammates have always cleared up. Bonta actually finds PKL at the start of this one. How could you not anticipate a force buy? Of course, Audic are going to go for that. They have so little to lose when they're already facing down the barrel of an 11-2.
90. Creeping forward, but Lucalzi just came in to watch for that very angle. 90's taken down Turtle close by with a shotgun. Che. Look, if there's one thing I expect a matchmaking man to know, it is the fury of a shotgun. Turtle on the other side is creeping up. He will have an angle, but unfortunately, Lucalzi just seems to be playing across the map, just being the perfect second man. Covering, distracting, whatever you need, but now Matios is what you need, and a few more kills would have gone a long way. Haunter's not got HP to try and make a big play, and a nade might have finished him off if Zevi hadn't gotten the shot. He's only Woody in a 1-on-3. I doubt he's really going to go for this attempt. That gives me time to bring up a stat that we actually, I mean, maybe you didn't look over it. I completely glossed over this, and I forgot to bring this up, Michael. I was talking about win rates on Ancient for Audic, right? Mm-hmm. That's 33% in 12 maps. That sounds bad, right?
Okay.
You know what sounds worse? 14% in 7 maps. That's their vertical win rate.
Yeah, no, I think I talked about that before. They won it once in 7.
Yeah.
And that was against Case, what?
See,
almost a month
ago. I heard
ago.
that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, listen, it's okay, whatever, it's okay. And I think until I see it in percentages, my mind doesn't properly process things.
Right.
Yeah. It's like 1 in 7, you know. That, you could be the 1 in 7.
Well, they might be 1 in 8 soon enough. Fluxo have just been kind of infallible here on this map. There were gaps. There were a couple opportunities for, I think, Audic to sort of bounce back some momentum, a little bit more confidence, but Fluxo have just been all over them. All those opportunities were squandered. And Fluxo really do want to just continue through this group. No problems. This map, first map, is a sign of things to come. Fluxo should be able to pull it off. Even the boost getting spotted out. A little bit of a damage exchange, but it's pretty much equal between the two squads. Heidi, great play. Finds the gap. Finds a timing. That player on short, he heard him evacuate behind that smoke. And Lucalzi trying desperately to find a kill right back, but Lucalzi is just too damn crisp. And Nighty's been flushed out on short as well. They're ace in the hole. They're one answer right back. Lucalzi is the solution for Fluxo in this round, and it just looks like a formality, a done deal. Turtle, the last man, the last victim. It's Lucalzi, 4K to close. A 13-2 from Fluxo.
Dude, this guy is just the truth. 19-3 overall across a 15-round game is insane enough as it is, but then when you look over towards how often he was actually in position to support his teammates, in position to help out, in positions to fight first, it's not even like he's just baiting out everyone and trying to fight through with that and padding his stats that way. He's really crisp. Fluxo looked like the truth. It feels like what we saw on CT side from them versus Solid was more Solid success on T. Now that we've reassessed, you know, what Fluxo brings to the table, this just seems like it was a bad veto into it, to be honest. That's just what I can say.
And I think, you know, matchup-wise, it's a little poor for Audic in general as well. You know, I even discussed that when we were talking about the veto. We're looking at the head-to-heads in terms of, like, player caliber. I think Audic have a lot of disadvantages coming into this matchup, but I was still expecting a little bit of fight out of them. You know, I saw, you know, some of the attempts from Nighty. You know, had he had support in a couple of those instances, it could have led to more trades, but it just felt like Audic were a bit discombobulated. I'm maybe not expecting this level of play out from Fluxo, which, you know, just kind of comes as a bit of a surprise. You know, they decided to go to Vertigo, and I wanted them to have something special cooked up as this underdog team, but they just got rolled. They never got anything going.
Well, listen, it's not their demise yet. They do still have at least one more map to try and fight things out, but Ancient's going to be a tough time. We'll talk about it more, though, after a small break. We'll be back with that to see whether Audic can still make this a series.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM series number 3. We just got done trying to wash our hands off of Vertigo. I think Audit couldn't really understand what was done to them on their own map pick. Now we head into Ancient. That's supposed to be the playground for Fluxo. I'm Tea Times out by Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, how are we feeling? What's the prospects on Ancients looking like? Anything in our head for this?
I mean, it's not looking too hot, I'll put it that way. I mean, just in terms of individual firepower, it felt like Audit just weren't present on Vertigo. I mean, it's so rare that you're able to see 4 players basically just having a whale of a time on the opposing team. Fluxo never felt like they were significantly pressured in that regard. And, you know, I guess the silver lining I can draw from Audic is that they've had some good practice on Ancient as of late. You know, they've played MIBR twice in the past, like, week or 2 weeks, and they're probably one of the best teams you could play on Ancient. So, you know, they didn't win those games. You know, I think it was 13-4, 13-5. Fine, you know, but you learn a lot from your losses, and that team is very, very well rehearsed on that map. That's the best I can think of, bro. I mean, if they're not looking that good, if the calling didn't look that great on Vert, I just hope that they're able to draw something from getting pounded by MIBR too.
It's like, hey, what's the best thing about Onyx Ancient? They got by MIBR on it. I don't know, dude. Like,
They got destroyed.
Listen,
I guess,
listen.
yeah.
Let me show you how to make a real silver lining, okay? We saw the performance on Vertigo from Onyx. It wasn't great. But when you look at the numbers, it's the numbers, Michael. This is just statistics. It's just true. It's facts. They have more than twice the win rate on Ancient than they do on Vertigo. So
that also is, yeah, when you color that with the context of, well, they had like a 14-17% win rate on Vertigo beforehand, yeah, you did the same thing I did. Wait a second. You can't call me out for that. Listen, I do think, you know, Audic have shown that they have players that can show up in some of those moments. But I just think those players were either unsupported in some of the ventures that they were going for, or they didn't show up when they needed them in some of those pivotal sort of rounds that could have drawn momentum back into the Audic camp. I need to see basically a more cohesive unit here from Audic, because it felt like they were getting picked apart across the map throughout the entirety of Vertigo. You know, even when they went with concerted efforts, they were getting bombarded by utility, and there won't be as much of that sort of play from Fluxo on Ancient. I haven't seen them, you know, hit the crazy UD damage numbers that they were on Vertigo, as an example, across any other map in the pool. But I just need them to be able to trade efficiently and actually make use of some of the space that Nighty actually got very often on Vertigo, on ramp. You know, he had challenges, but he had never had a player behind him on some of those ventures. So I just need Audic to tighten the ship a little bit if I want any sort of hope. I hate to be so doom and gloom about them, but Fluxo just played great in that first map.
yeah, Fluxo, you just do you. That's all I can say. And what they are doing is a fast pop out to A from middle in through Donut. Why not? Matios tries to get a quick peek in behind, and that's where he's been punished. BKL shuts him down. Bomb can be planted before the CTs really get themselves into position. Shay will be called to order maybe before the bomb is planted. No. It will go down. Shay's good for one, and they've got the quick sandwich in Donut. It's a whole meal out here.
Yeah, no kit on these 2 remaining players either. Even though Turtle's done a pretty bang-up job just clearing out space on the bomb side, they have very strong afterplants, and PKL can hold the line himself. They made a conscious effort to take over Donut. They wanted to try and trade successfully, and that they did. And they knew just how difficult that was going to be for Audic to get back in on that retake. Fluxo taking away the pistol, and doing so with some pace.
I'd love to see PKL coming up as well. He had a couple of these rounds in the previous map as well. You know, maybe slightly overshadowed by the rest of his team, as it's supposed to be the case, in all fairness. But, hey, some clean blocking.
He's just the man that is willing to take that first fight and just knows he has somebody behind him to trade almost every time. So take a lot of the risks on ramp, taking a lot of the forward fighting on that pistol as well. He wants action. He wants to be traded. And if he doesn't get traded, maybe he's just killing the person himself.
That's the best way to play. Try to be traded, but just get the frag. DSM is venturing into a different game. Could be called Farmville, but Lakazi decides, you know what, come back to Counter-Strike. We're all playing together. We're all going to get these eco frags. Whoa. He does get some of those quick shots to the head, though. Backs off. No reason for him to continue. VSM is now role-playing as a CT. Trigger discipline. He can hold on to the site. Oh my god, no.
Oh,
no.
Running.
Thank God. That would have been really the nail in the coffin of their morale.
Yeah, with how well that first map went and how free that knife actually seemed to be, I could understand why VSM was so quick to move in with that instead of just prioritizing getting the quick double. But his prey was running away, and fortunately his knife does not work like that. Had he started running behind him, the chances are he'd just get turned on, so made the right call in the end. No problems really dealing with those USPs. VSM had a solid timing inside of Cave. I wasn't sure. I mean, the odds from 1xBet started showing up, and then also Che was looking up at them. So it's like, wow, I actually can't believe they're so in our favor, but...
Wow. Thanks, 1xBet. Just imagine Che just turns around and says, respect. Lakazi, gotta respect his aim, man. Contending with him seems to be just asking for death.
Oh, I think Lukowski got the timing as well. He slipped through. Ponter's still so concerned about Red Room, but there's a man inside of Spawn, and so Ponter has been caught blissfully unaware. He thought he picked it up fast enough, but Lukowski full sprinted after that first kill in Donut.
And now the CTs have no idea where this commit could be. All they know is that Lukowski is definitely still back in the spawn, so you need to do something about it. Flash is avoided. Lukowski lies in wait. The first two felt like freebies. The third is no different. 90 gone. Woody, soon to follow.
Yeah, you have a problem. His name is Lukowski. I present the only evidence that round. This is a full gun round. It's like, this is a buy. And he simplified things so dramatically. He knew he had that space. He knew he had a timing. And he destroys Odic from the outside, from the inside out.
All I'm going to say is, if Quesarado ended up going to Liquid back when the rumor was that they were definitely looking out to pick him up, I'd be okay with Lukowski on Furia.
Yeah, don't talk to me about Furia.
I would say who hurt you, but I know who did.
They are not the best team in Brazil.
Yeah,
we have
that
other
would
contenders.
Be Imperial. Shout out to Vinny and the boys.
I mean, objectively,
I've been saying that.
Imperial, Pain. Both teams that are in this LATAM series.
Listen, dude, I've been saying Imperial's the best team in the Americas since before the RMR. I'm happy with myself. I did also say I think Pain will do nothing in all fairness. So, you know, I don't get him right.
Yeah, you know, there's a win and a loss. You know, you're about break even. All right, Turtle's got a Nova, so I'm kind of keen to see how he makes use of that, but he may not even see play. He was set up over on that A-bomb site. Matios has found a kill through smoke, so this is a little strange. Fluxo want these fights, but Odic are trapped behind these smokes and not actually offering them up, but finally trailing forward to try and cancel that plan. They still have that man advantage, and Turtle pulled out the sidearm, so a lot of good that Nova did in the end.
Well, they are walking into stacks. They are, you know, giving Odic a chance of a hit. They're making it a fair fight. At the end of the day, though, Matio's down, 90, soon to follow. 4-0, Fluxo getting the start they wanted. Now we might see the AWP coming out from Woody, though, and that could be a difference maker. That's something to keep an eye out for. Of course, like Michael mentioned, he likes to play defensive, so maybe expect this to be more of an enabling op for the rest of his teammates to make a play. 90 and Matios could be the ones pushed forward. Well, let's wait and see.
Yeah, I could see one of the ways him being activated could be like a boost on long, for example, if they wanted to pick into B, for example. But he is definitely more on the defensive end. He doesn't like to sort of instigate action as frequently as some other AWPers that you would expect. They have got Ponter on a secondary AWP, and he's locking things down over at A, but he flicks away from his target.
In a few of those mistakes, unfortunately not able to find the second shot either, otherwise this could have been very nice. Instead, they're just losing numbers all too fast. PKL and Che looking like they just want to take over the site, and they are doing a great job of it.
No one can hit an AWP shot. Several rattled off between Woody and Ponter, and they're wanting to try and protect this investment as much as they can, but Fluxo just took over that bomb site so rapidly that it's going to be hard to protect. Good kill from Ponter to secure a bit more of an exit path. But VSM even has Matios on lock. He was trying to sort of secure a bit more room there for Woody to operate as well. But look how fast Fluxo moved out to hunt. They have fanned and they have spread out. They want these AWPs out of the equation.
They also have a crazy amount of money to try and burn away, and as more shots are being missed, Woody's not been communicated to! PKL picks them both up! We might be done here, actually.
I don't know what... I don't know how to describe this. And I mean this with all due respect. Right now, Audich are being made to look like they just simply come from a different division. You know, this looks like academy players versus the full-fledged pro team.
And this looks like Little League going up against an NBA player.
It's night and day right now. I mean, Fluxo aren't missing any of their shots. Audich are sort of failing to connect on some of the shots that seem actually some of them rudimentary. And they are sort of running through the motions. It feels like they've been trapped in this cycle where Fluxo find entries and players are just kind of forced to rotate like, here we go again. We're retaking the bomb site. And they're getting caught off by some of the forward pressure that Fluxo is putting down. They're playing with a lot of confidence, and Audich just have to be there on the uptick. They have to be able to respond and react to it, but this is brave. I mean, it's bold on a low buy round to just start jumping through smokes, but there are players there to trade on Fluxo.
Is the plan just to save the AK? I don't hate it. I think it's really the only thing you can do at this point. You're so far away from where the bombs are planted as well. And sure, Fluxo's taking a little bit of time to do this, but it's whatever.
And, you know, it's a small thing. I don't think if that Vertigo was as contentious as I thought it was maybe lined up to be, I don't think Fluxo play with this level of pace and just confidence. After completely demolishing Audich on that first map, they've come in with a real strut to their step, and they're not letting Audich forget how that first map played out.
That's the thing about CS. If you lose respect for an opponent while the series goes on, it is really completely up to them to gain it back.
Because let's not forget, that first map, Audich won the pistol round on the first half. And then they lost 6 in a row. Caught one more round from there on out, and the game was done. They lost 13-2 and they won the pistol.
Yeah. I mean, you are correct. I have no further additions.
Yeah, no, it's just the same facts, and I don't know, they hurt when I'm saying them. Nice 1-for-1 at the very least, and this time Matteo standing his ground and winning his 1-for-1. Doubling up inside of middle, peeking round the flames as VSM, and this time Fluxo falter. Audich getting the better hand of these duels, leaving Che in a 1 versus 4. Maybe there is still hope to be gained here from Audich.
Definitely some signs of life. The seeds are being planted. It's still a lot of nurturing to do before we can actually get a tree coming out, but Audich at the very least, are able to stop the full frontal assault that was being thrown at them again and again and again.
But if you're Che, your objective, I mean, try and win the round. You've got a whole minute to play off of. But also, do damage. The money is fine for Fluxo. They've had 6 straight where they've barely taken casualties on their route.
And let's be honest, you don't want to let them have 3 A-kids going into the next one either. With the way that Fluxo has been playing, you know, some dinks being exchanged here and there, it's all fine and dandy until the CTs start kicking up those AKs. Oh. Sean's giving up.
This is pre-fire practice right now. Except they were all hiding, so that ain't fair. Good timing there for Woody. A nice double kill for him and Matty, and I swear it was Matthias that got the double kill inside of middle.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Didn't see the little skull next to his name for whatever reason, but yeah, nicely done between those two to collect on some multi-kills here for Odig. Maybe now they can start to humble Fluxo a little bit moving into this map.
Well, Matthews might be the one they need all along because it's back to him and 90. PKL's put down to Molotov. Not sure if he was completely blind during it or something like it, but yeah, VSM pushes through. 90's nearby as well, so he trades out Matthews' death, and Fluxo, only as quickly as they found their lead, are starting to question it a little bit more. Still, obviously commanding. The 6-2 is still great, but Odik are now keeping a couple of too many players alive in these rounds as well. Zebi likely to go down without putting up a defense. 4 players again for Odik. Money's looking good too.
Yeah, and I mean, if they're going to start playing like this, Fluxo almost need to recalibrate. You know, they've had 2 rounds where they've been able to shut down the early aggression. You see the move that VSM goes for, just running through a smoke with a flashbang. So that's the type of play that you do when you know that you're just that much better or that much further ahead. But if they're able to punish you on some of those plays, you need to reel yourself back in. There needs to be a talk between Fluxo about how they want to structure their upcoming rounds, because simply running them over worked for the first 6, but that may be where it stops. Far more reserved from Fluxo now. A bit more default focused with how aggressive Odik have been on this CT effort. The way that they have been taking the fights and actually winning them now that they're not having to just sit inside of the site. Fluxo are conceding that space early to maybe retake it later on. VSM's here to throw some presence over at B, but the rest of the squad are grouping themselves up for what looks to be an A-side attack. Ponter has Woody in support as well, so even if he should miss, they may lower their guard once they realize that AWP is inside of Temple.
You're hoping that the misses don't come twice over, though.
Woody's just a safety net, and he's got Turtle on toe as well, nearby in Donut.
Now coming up the mid-side take late into the round, also you fill back towards B, but they know it's not a B-side hit. VSM's the only player here. Ponter not able to find that first shot. Now Zevi's taking down Woody. Mattios might find success, sure, but Turtle's a real hidden man. Comes through on the rotate, quick triple kill. Why don't you just pick that one up and take it home? 15 seconds seems too low. Lukowski just cannot get this bomb planted in time. Looking for damage and might not even find that. Ponter nearby. Nade to the back of Lukowski. He's still fighting, but he can't cross over. 90 prevents him from taking out the AWP. Ponter might not have found the impact, but Turtle's rotate was given enough time to come and strike through.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, even in the circumstance where Ponter is sort of unable to hit that first shot, you know, Woody and Turtle being so close to respond is actually the perfect setup to address Fluxo moving in. Once they found Woody, they sort of don't expect another player to be swinging in from Donut so rapidly. They think they maybe have a few more seconds if there's going to be somebody that rotates in from mid. but they were expected. They read into the fact that it was likely to be an A-side play given all the space they took over on B, and all they ever spotted was VSM left on his lurking duties. Just like that, Audic have changed their tone. It felt like they had gone belly up at the start of this game, but a re-emergence and important impact from, like I think you mentioned it, Matios, in his ability to stop these players just parading through mid.
That spam looks dangerously close, but not quite on the money. So again, losing numbers early on. Marios has been the difference maker. He'll be the one who's been giving them chances, getting trades and middle, refacing out for Chase too much. But still with an advantage, Audic are more than happy with the exchange. They just have to lie in wait. No reason to get aggressive now. You've got a great position out for Turtle back towards the A site. You'll be finding more and more information. They know that their stack over towards the B site with 2 other players is going to be well placed.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly likely that they're going to start moving in towards this B bomb site, but mid's been open for such a long period of time. 90's getting a little bit antsy and even jumps after his kill. Jumping for joy, Che able to find him on his feet. But now making audibles. Woody rotating and trying to slot himself into a hard-to-clear position, especially now that Che's alone, and he's not going to even go out swinging for that angle. Woody out positions, and Audic close. They get themselves a 4-round streak after Fluxo took control of this game at the turn of this half. Now, suddenly, shoes on the other foot.
And we aren't in a situation where Fluxo can really fight for more than just 7, unless they force buy into this round, which I'd be very surprised by after losing the last 4 in a row. You should have an idea that maybe that's not for the best. You want to keep all the rifles in. Yep, they just go into this with a half fight, looking for a bomb plant, hoping for something more. Deep nade from Woody is very well placed. Some of that util damage goes back the other way. And now as Woody watches the flashes and he is coming through, 90's not able to find the first frag. Woody responds in kind, but he's not just good for 1, good for 2. Lukowski straight still guarantees a bomb plant, and Matios has to be careful. PKL's found the timing. His impeccable start now extended, but Matios puts it down before it can go to 9 kills for him. Lukowski nearby, still inside the smoke, waits. He's been the main man, and with Zevi to play distraction, he's able to swing out. 7 found for Fluxo after all.
Oh, on a low buy. Running in with pistols and that singular Galil. Able to space themselves straight into that bomb site. The flashes were great. I mean, Woody even putting up a commendable effort on that bomb site itself, but his teammates segmented off by utility. And then this, I mean, the smoke play to stop the rotate in from ledge. The timing could not have been better for PKL. Even though he missed Mario slipping by, his teammates had it on lock because Zevi just fighting from the site. Their money was good. 4 straight will do that to you, so they've got every bell and whistle to fight off on this last round of the half. But A is completely vacant. Nobody here anchoring. Punter didn't have his ult primed in location. Turtle moving past that elbow smoke does catch PKL in behind, and Punter making a great effort channeling straight through that donut smoke. But there is enough room to plant an opportunity here for Audic to try and cancel, but it's Woody that's sitting the herd before it even gets down.
Need to open things up. VSM's able to find one through the smoke, but he's not aware of the second nearby. Woody now pushes forward. VSM trying to get the plant down. It is in, but it won't matter. 90 shuts it out. And Fluxo at the end of it all will still have to settle for 7 despite finding the vacant bomb site. They're not able to take it as fast as they needed to. Woody as well. Not Woody, rather. Turtle as well, finding the crucial frag out of PKL in the back of the side. This added that extra layer of threat consistently.
Yeah, I just felt like they were pressured as soon as they broke into that A play. I mean, they were very conscious of the fact that there could be a player donut, but then losing PKL on the flank, they suddenly have to understand they're on a timer that they could get flanked from A main itself. So really well handled, some very key frags being won there by Audic. And some signs of life from them on this map, thank goodness. Felt like they came in with the same limp hand that they did towards the end of Vertigo. But they're engaged now, and Fluxo have a game on their hands.
There's one flashbang against quite a few dualies and quite a lot of space taken. If it's going to be a B-side hit, you need the climb up to work, and Lukowski's been locked down. Mattios not even fighting in. Lukowski and Zevi both good for one apiece, but Zevi's found by 90. Long range shot right out from the upper ledge, and VSM now works with a trap turtle. Needs to find the frag without losing another member if you want a chance here. 2 versus 2, but no kit out for the CTs. A flash from PKL might be helpful in the retake, but they're still fighting into some great post-plant positions. 90 lies in wait, just hoping to back off before the shadow disadvantage gives him away. And now refacing in, looking for PKL. They're able to double peek, and VSM will be experiencing the same pain. 90 shuts him down. 4 big frags to give them the 6th.
So important. I mean, finding Che as well, just as they were getting aggressive out from ledge. There was an audible given up by Odik just as they descended down ledge. And that was the timing that they were trying to capitalize on. If 90 didn't find this first kill onto Che and just hound down Lukowski, getting so aggressive, quick switch to the USP. He found that triple so rapidly, and they leveraged that advantage to great excess. A 4-piece from him, yeah, you're right. I mean, it couldn't have come at a more important time here for Odik. They tried to create a trap. They were waiting for the aggression from Fluxo, and it really worked out. Now, are they going to be prepared for what is an A-sided play on these USPs? Kowski's inside of the smoke with a Zeus.
No way Okay. Listen.
Oh, he got him.
Some good damage, and now maybe there's still a chance to make something work with PKL's Galil. We'll talk about those odds later on. Lukowski accelerates. Does go a little bit too far. Not able to find the kill onto Mattios either, so PKL will just be looking to turn back and save the Galil. A 7-1 at this stage? I don't know it's for the series, but wow.
I mean, with how convincing Fluxo were winning, I understand it. But this map has been a bit more contentious. Odik tying things up after trailing 6-0. Or rather, 0-6, I guess, if we're thinking about it that way. And PKL even delivering the Galil over at the end to Turtle. They're both very well aware of each other. But into gun rounds. Absence of head armor, not going to be much of a factor. Galils are already as much of a threat kind of on gun rounds, even when you have head armor or not. Just got such a fast fire rate that that dink and the follow-up bullet can really push you into the grave quite quick. Let's see what Odik have concocted. Win the pistol, win the conversion round. Those are the first steps when you come into the second half trailing. But what are they expecting? Fluxo to fight? Because that's what I'm expecting. B lane control, mid control, that's, I think, the targets here for Fluxo, because that was incredibly disruptive when they were on their T side, so they know what it feels like.
I wonder if Fluxo wanted to maybe play this a little bit more in second or third gear, try and slow things down after not finding the most success. Turns out, no, they're fine with fighting, and they fight right into the flames. Ooh, 90 has just been lighting up the scoreboard and the server. Jay, back to A, will find it occupied. Turtle has been a beast as well. Feels like we've really had the big three from Odik awakening, and Fluxo are feeling the pain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, highlighted Mattios and 90 as these two players to really look forward to on Odik to create opportunities for the team, and right now, these two are certainly delivering. It certainly helps that Turtle is able to get engaged all the same. This is a round in which Fluxo won't contend. They lost 2 entries too rapidly. The bomb site was taken over, and they just couldn't perform any sort of feasible rotation. So holding onto these weapons has a lot more value in that follow-up round. Good call from Odik. I mean, just to have Nighty probing by himself, the fact he's able to find that frag so cleanly, the rest of the squad were just simply walking through A main, and there was no one able to sort of spot that shadow as they rounded that A main corner, and Che was just in for a world of hurt. Even if he won that first frag, it was likely to be traded.
I'm trying to remember. We didn't see an off coming out from Zevi, did we, in the previous map? It wasn't really needed.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. I know we saw VSM pick it up in 1 round. Now, listen. That would be something to look forward to seeing if that turns anything around. Because Odik does feel like they're firmly in control of the momentum. They've won, what, 8 out of the last 9 rounds?
I think there are also still some players that are trapped in the mindset of the AWP not being as good as it was in Go, even though I feel like it's kind of there.
I just don't feel confident. He's in such a good position right now to cut off that pressure to come through. He might be turning the angle, but Lakowski doesn't even dare face him. Has to get him with a wallbang instead. Zevi, meanwhile, nade open on the smoke. What is going on for Che? He's walking into death, but he might have skirted by it. But now he's giving out footsteps. He should know there's going to be a player trying to track him down. Ponter takes him apart, and now Lakowski's found low, limping back to A. A 2-on-2 and a great position from VSM might still give them a chance on this B site, but they're completely circumventing him. Mario's walking back into the site. Surely they turn back and check ramp, but no. Seems like no one's aware. Not in this round. Bomb planted out for Cave. Zevi's watching for the scale back up. He's already here, so Fluxo win a very chaotic round, but I've got to say, some question marks will be around that.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on from everyone involved. I mean, people just deciding to walk through smokes. I mean, a bit of pressure mounting on that A-bomb site, and then these 3 players start rounding that elbow corner. Yeah, Che making a bit of a risk, and he was just trying to see if it was a fake or not on the A play, and so he starts thinking, it has to be B, it has to be B, and then a player comes out right behind him to deal with his potential flank. This was a very odd round to watch. Probably an odder round to play. But Flux will get their hands on it, courtesy of, you know, I mean, it's only 1 frag from VSM, but he really secures it for Fluxo.
The wild thing for me is not even that Che pushes the smoke. It's the fact that he makes a noise after he does it.
Yeah. If you're going to flank them, usually you're walking most of the way.
Oh. In through a Molotov. Nade didn't go where it was supposed to either, but Che and company weren't going to be there to intercept it regardless. The gap in the smoke, Lakowski peeks out, Ponter trades, but Che doesn't know Marios is still nearby. Marios isn't fully healthy, and with just 40 HP, if he wants to lead in, it's a losing battle.
Even the headshot there from Che, regardless of the health, had he been tagged even slightly, that was a very difficult battle to win. But there's a player that slipped his way into the B bomb site. Thing is, Turtle can't rendezvous, and he was the man that was most likely to try and secure that package. Woody now left to his own devices, and they seem pretty well aware of this possibility.
And then, unfortunately for Odik, despite their streak of form, we did have the half switch in the middle, so you don't actually get to keep that money. And will find themselves reset once again, and Fluxo should be set up for a free 10th, but look, stranger things have happened. 4 spies and half spies have already been seen flourish in this series, so far mostly from Fluxo's side, in all fairness.
I would say these rounds that Fluxo have won have been very hectic. Very strange. Yeah. But it'll do.
I don't disagree with you. I don't think anyone would.
think this timeout might even benefit Fluxo, just making sure that even in all that chaos, that they're communicating all the possibilities for the wild plays that they're going for, because they did get checked earlier on in this map. You know, they were 6-0 up, and they were still making some rambunctious plays, even though Audek were starting to shut down some of those more aggressive maneuvers. Gotta make sure everyone's in the right headspace. I think a nade was blocked on the mid progression here from Fluxo, but they're only really against Glocks, and they went for the full nade stack on long, and well, VSM moved forward and ahead of it.
They're still looking to find individual spots. Just make sure you can keep the pressure and form going. PKL a little bit all over the place with a spray, but Turtle can't find a frag either. Again, every round Fluxo wins. He seems to be messy, but hey, it's just how they like it.
Yeah, he thought Zevi died. You know, he hit him with the dink up close. I think he thought he'd done a double dink and started turning away, looking for the next fight, and Zevi survived. So, surprisingly, no casualties for Fluxo. Even though they were caught out on a couple of these fights, and it wasn't exactly the cleanest of sprays. Back into the main course. Audek back on full rifles, but Che is pushing boundaries. He wants to threaten one of these extremities, and Turtle gets caught pre-aiming the next angle. Punter just another victim, and Che can just vacate. A smoke dropped at the feet of Woody. He is locked off A main.
He smokes it off instead of re-peeking. I think I'm in love. This guy is a real anchor player.
One that ain't afraid to take fights.
Can't believe TL spent 600k on skulls when matchmaking COD, anchor machine. Che was right there. Che, he's got the timing as well. He's going to be able to find Marios. 4 versus 2, and the remaining 2 are very split apart. Parallel lines, maybe destined not to meet except for in the grave. Fluxo find 11, and Audek, well, I don't know what they're finding, but they're not happy about it.
Che even soundbaited 90 at the end there. You know, there was a smoke that was down. They found one killing through red and thought there had to be another man. And so he starts making steps to run away, only for 90 to start peering through that smoke because they were at a deficit. You know, they have to try and make a play. But Che was that one step ahead. A beautiful 4K here from Che.
Oh, well, Sebi's about as blind as can be, but it won't matter. He's still good for the spray. This transfers all the attention back to the hand, so hey, it works. PKL in the meanwhile, just trying to make sure the bomb can't be planted in the default position while left side was mollied off. Again, it's just about trying to deny that bomb plant. Won't be successful in doing so, but Marios has an AK. There's a world where he can find a tap very quickly back towards CT. Turn it into a 2v2. Turtle's got a Mac, not a Mac 10, a Tech 9, good for 1. But with the M4 recovered, really not a chance of actually doing anything about this defuse. The Kazi gets it done, and Turtle would have liked to stay alive, but it doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Turtle would have tried in that circumstance, they were still scared about PKL in his position inside of Cave, and so they planted the other side of the pillar, which just makes Turtle's position really terrible to actually deal with that post plant. One of the strengths that Cave can offer you is obviously the fact that you can spam the plant if it's tucked into the sort of the left side of that pillar, the more default plant, so to speak. But when you don't have Cave control and then you reattain it later, that becomes a really hard post plant to win. Also, he was on 5 HP. You know, that's also a part of why that really sucked for him. But a pretty threatening low-buy round from Audek, just by pacing in and getting some nice flashes. This time the aggression, once again, from Fluxo. They've drive the initiative, and they're punching this one in. Bomb still in the possession of these players trapped outside of Elbow, but they go 1 for 1, and Turtle surviving on 50 HP, a 1-on-2 to play out. He's still got basically the whole round at his feet.
With his position given away as well, VSM feels comfortable now pushing up, and Turtle is in a collision course right for him. Deep nade, that's just gonna take him down. No troubles whatsoever. Fluxo do stumble in the middle, sure, but overall it is a very convincing series across the two of them. They will be going forward to the playoffs.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from Fluxo throughout this series. They kept Audic at bay on 2 rounds on their first map pick in Vertigo, which I do think may have been a bit of a mistake. I think Fluxo have shown us a great-looking Vertigo, but here on Ancient as well, they came in with that same confidence. Even though they had a few of those hiccups, we started to see them re-engage that engine, and Audic just couldn't keep up. So it is a bit of a shame, but they're not out of the tournament. They still have another chance, another swing of things in that lower bracket. They can still make it out of the group in theory, but this was definitely a wake-up call that they need to come in engaged because it took them a while to get there on that second map.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit hurt about the fact that we did have to see them on Vertigo, because now I'm just thinking, hey, if this was an overpass, maybe they win that map. They look convincing on Ancient for a lot of that CT side run and the comeback. Nighty and Madios looked really good. Madios, once he figured out his groove and his team maybe let him go a little bit more loose, a little bit more aggressive, was fantastic in keeping mid control. Turtles rotates were a real factor. So yeah, we saw what could have been, but like you said, Michael, after that Vertigo performance, it didn't feel like there was anything for them to do, and now instead they're going down to the lower bracket. They'll have to face up against Team Solid.
Yeah, which are not going to be any slouches in that lower bracket either. Team Solid are definitely less fight-focused and a little bit more on the tactical side of things, so maybe Audic will have a better time of things, but yeah, it's had to be a wake-up call, because I just think the calling seemed a little bit lackadaisical. They weren't ready to meet the rhythm of what Fluxo offered up, and I just don't think they came in fully focused at the start of, I mean, even that Vertigo. I think they sort of checked themselves out with how convincing that map was actually by Fluxo, so yeah, I think they just need to play into their strengths, and I look forward to maybe a different veto against Solid in that lower bracket.
I mean, you say that, but Solid likes to pick Vertigo themselves, right? So sure, it might be a different veto, but it's going to be a tough time for them regardless. There's definitely a lot of stress out for them, and they are against the ropes. But let's take a look at the schedule overall, because Flux is going forward. We're not going to see them for a little while longer. I think they should be on for the second last day, and maybe the last day if they proceed through. Now we've got one more series up today. It's MIBR and W7M coming up after this. It's a longer break, and you've got Flux at the tank for that. But we'll be back after about an hour and 30 minutes or so, Michael, have that right?
Just about right, yeah.
All right, okay, so an hour and a half. We're going to miss you guys quite a bit. Make sure that, you keep typing in Twitch chat sometimes that you miss us too, just so that I know it's not too one-sided. But it's a longer break. We're going to see you guys after it. MIBR versus W7M coming up after this one.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
The world is changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series 3. We're going to move from the Group A winners bracket match, which was a little bit of a wipeout, I'll be honest, into our Group B match, which on paper looks a little bit lopsided as well, but we're hoping that we can get something more out of it. I'm Teet. I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as we head into our final match of the day. Michael, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, given the way that things went in Group A, I kind of have a similar issue with Group B in that I don't know that it's going to be that compelling a game. I mean, W7AM did beat the Red Canids earlier on within this group, and on paper, I think the Red Canids and MIBR are the two favorites within this group, but the caveat is that Red Canids were playing with their coach and are going to be playing with their coach for the foreseeable future. So, they don't catch them really at full strength, and they're able to just barely take it over the line. Whereas MIBR, so far from what we've seen, have just been emphatic in the way that they've been able to play Counter-Strike thus far. So it'll be a very difficult, very uphill battle here for W7M, and there's a lot of map crossover as well between these two squads as well. So it's not like they can dodge some of the strengths that MIBR can put down.
Now, before we talk about that, of course, we also have to keep in mind whoever's going to lose over here will go down to play up against the Red Canids, who were able to take Bounty Hunters out. That match actually happened earlier today, eliminating the first team from Group B. MIBR, of course, are expected to be the victors to come through, probably a strong contender for the overall tournament as well, if we're being honest. So we'll focus back in on this matchup later on. I think I want to quickly take a look at all the matches that we've had so far today. We can get a quick recap out of the schedule as well over there, Michael. Like I said, we've already said goodbye to two different teams. That'll be La Rugoneta and Bounty Hunters, so two teams that were relatively less known, I think, across both groups. So I'm not overwhelmingly surprised, even if I am quite upset to have to say goodbyes over there. Fluxos 2-0. We don't really need to recap it. It was domination. And yeah, we've had a lot of 2-0s today, Michael. I think we might be on paper, in for another one.
Yeah, no, I think that's very likely. I mean, the ideally the winners games kind of deliver in being a much closer sort of matchup to sort of see how things round out towards the end of the group, because you want the teams that actually succeeded in those opening rounds to put a good fight up against one another. But I think we came in with some very clear favorites within each of the groups, and so even though you're able to get past that first hurdle, yeah, the biggest is yet to come.
Let's zoom in onto the W7M players, though, right? Let's see if there's any silver linings we can keep an eye out for. I haven't been given the chance to watch this team as many times as I would have liked to have in the past, but I was just talking in our downtime to a friend of mine who watches a lot of South American Counter-Strike, and I told him, listen, dude, I need you to tell me something cool about W7M, tell me something you've noticed about this, and just talk to me about what I need to keep an eye out for. And he just answers me that, oh, Mamoon, you know what? Saadzin, this guy is insane. There's no one like him. He's the real deal. And when I asked him, oh, tell me a little bit more about him. Like, what does he do? He's like, I don't know what he does. He's just so good at whatever he wants to do. I asked him, hey, is he a lurker? Is he an opera? What's going on over here? He said, I don't care. Do you not understand? He is just so good. So I'm actually pretty excited to keep an eye out for the W7M guys.
Yeah, I mean, Sadzin is definitely statistically their best player and has been consistent in his deliverance when W7M would have been able to take wins over them. But, their history with MIBR is, albeit it's the scorelines are quite close when they play them quite frequently, but it's just one of those situations where they're only getting so many opportunities to fight off against these guys. This core of 5 players has actually been together since, I think, even earlier than actually around the start of January, or rather not the start of January, the start of 2023, sorry, and we're actually sort of academy promotions from W7M who had exited during the time of COVID but came back once they saw a prospect and saw a chance to re-enter the scene. And these guys have been able to sort of stick tooth and nail together. So, as far as, being a newer project, it's kind of nice to see that they've been able to glue themselves together and that they're actually able to produce and actually contend with some of the teams within this region, because sometimes you see those projects and you see these shakeups and you see roster moves happen and it almost feels like they lose a bit of their identity. But Sadzin is definitely an integral part of that identity.
Now, MIBR, they've been building up their identity, not just to contend, but to really compete, to be the best in the entire region. And obviously, whenever we zoom in onto their players, we're always going to be starting off the conversation with Insani. The guy is honestly just he's a beast. And he's a beast that's been tamed, put a leash on, but you can sometimes still see what comes in out of it when you have to break out of the MIBR structure. You've got some great anchors behind you as well. BRN is fantastic. Safe is still one of the operas who I will always have a place in my heart for, that, hey, this guy could be unreal. This is a very complete lineup.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the aggressive pieces, Insani and BRN are kind of the 2 pieces that you look to very frequently on MIBR, and then everybody else just seems to be a safe pair of hands, whether it's safe on its AWP that I think mainly made his hallmark off of playing like good positional Counter-Strike, tried to play into the next sort of foresee 2 angles ahead and then get ahead of that. And he actually made a massive mark, but has also gone through a bit of a journey learning from his time on Furia and actually goes for a lot more aggressive faces as well, and it's sometimes even involved in the pack fighting that Insani and Brian can even offer up. So I do agree. I feel like they've got very solid anchors. They've got a very aggressive sort of core roster with them, and with that aggression, they've got the mechanics to back it too.
Why don't we start to talk a bit about the veto, Michael? Because like you said, there is shared territory in Ancient. Now, normally what ends up happening whenever these 2 teams are playing up against each other is that MIBR doesn't pick into Ancient, W7M doesn't pick into Ancient, it becomes a decider, and it's not played because the last 2 series they've played were 2-0s. Now, I'm expecting something similar to come through again this time, even if I don't like it. If the trend is to be continued, MIB are probably going to be picking Anubis over here. Maybe we see an Inferno coming out from W7M, but the fact that they've lost it twice over, maybe they don't.
I mean, to be fair, the last time they played proper best-of-3 series against MIBR was when they were still W7 Academy, and that was last year back in Go, so we were looking at MR15 as well. So I don't know if that's maybe changed their tune in the way that they're going to approach this veto, but I do agree that there probably shouldn't be anybody snapping into an Ancient in the opening round. I'd like to see different maps, and, they're going to try and move away from separate strengths. But MIBR have actually gone with an Anubis, which is, to a certain degree, some shared territory with W7M, who like to pick that as well, and no surprise, Ancient isn't going to get banned by either of these teams. They love picking it in the first round, and MIBR are just really damn good at it as well. So if they have a choice between Nuke and Ancient, they're picking Ancient every time.
And again, I'll always respect a team that wants to maybe try and pick a couple of weaknesses. Sure, there is some shared territory, like you mentioned, with W7M, but the fact is that they've played it so many times in the past 3 months. That's one thing you can always say about South American teams. They are grinders. And they've been trying to grind out at Anubis. It's been slightly less than successful across 15 maps. They've only had about a 33% rate across the last 3 months. But again, numbers can be deceptive, but I think that one is a pretty clear-cut story to be told. Mirage, however, maybe some space for them to try and punish. I actually think that even though Insani plays some very key positions on Mirage, it's one of the few maps where I've seen him being shut down more often than not, almost, it feels like. So I'm interested about what kind of things W7M will bring forward. Obviously, MIBR is a very studied team in the region, and I think there's some counters to be made for them.
And I think as well, if you're going to sort of mitigate Insani, that's one part of the problem. But even if you go into it a Mirage, you're going to have to deal with players like Drop that can be very, very exciting and compelling on his holds on bomb sites as well. So even if Insani has a few issues, again, we talked about how well-rounded this roster is. There's somebody there to compensate for any sort of absence in the fragging department. First map in the series is Mirage, this being the selection of W7M, so they'll start T-side, and I really hope, and I had the same hope for the earlier series that we got to watch as well, that they have come in prepared, because MIBR, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
Beautiful shot to start things off for BRN, and Drop will also come through with another, and it feels like they're just ripping them to shreds. They started off with a very clear game plan, quite a few sets of utilities, but nothing really to be done by W7M.
I think BRN is a little surprised but how quick and easy those shots seem to be. I mean, he found just quick headshots on every single one of his bullets that he put out. Drop got that one kill, just a player trailing into the bomb side, but Reno just completely dismantling any sort of prospect of collapsing into this B bomb site. The fact he found that first kill on a jumping player is great, but you see just how snappy these next follow-up shots are. It just seemed far too simple.
I've got to say, man, Bjarnison's one of the players who I feel so bad for because he is genuinely unreal, but it's so hard, and I don't even think he wants to be, but it's so hard to be the shining light on a team that's been structured so effectively, and you are basically that sort of third player, that second rifle player who will be playing in from B short and the like as well, but he is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, to a less extreme, the Zontics to a Dong. That's a relevant example to the modern day. Listen, you might still be sick, but the spotlight's not on you.
Yeah. Patient zero is right next to you, right? So
yeah, and some players actually like that versus being the one that everyone's talking about and has put so much importance on to perform.
For sure.
It's not for everybody.
Also, I mean, historically, you look back to players like Fur, right? There are styles that can be made by having a black hole that absorbs all attention. Bjarnisson right now, though, is just absorbing Glock shots more than anything else. Drop on the other side, though, will be able to pick up on the damage dealt earlier on with a double of his own. Bomb, not in the hands of Storm. Otherwise, there could have been a world where he just gets it down, gets the extra money. But so far, honestly, 2 kills isn't terrible.
Yeah, just considering it was just Glocks. Yeah, that's a lot more than you could really expect. I mean, if they somehow managed to plant, that would have been great as well. But hey, you make do with what you're given. Seemingly getting a little overrun just by the quick dinks that those Glocks dealt out. Even though they kind of lined up for Bjarnisson. Felt a little strange. And his journey has been a little strange. Coming up from the academy, having to AWP at a certain period of time for MIBR. And, he wasn't even the AWPer on the academy, so it was a little strange that they made that decision, but now that all the roles are ironed out, back into doing what he does best, safe. I can't believe he's got a small gap around this Molotov inside of window. They would have thought this side of it would have been fully cleared, and so he gets away with a frag and his life as well.
It's such a shame the fact that they lose that 2 players in middle. I thought that was a very cool idea, the lineup from spawn Molotov, but you're just losing out members trying to take up mid. An idea that Sandson's around the corner as well. Drop won't let him come through at all.
It's just a little absurd that... I agree, the execution, the idea is certainly nice, but for it to just be kind of destroyed by the fact that Molotov didn't spread into that one corner hurts their case. So not off to the hottest of starts. The only kills they've found so far in this map have been off of those Glocks rushing into that B bomb site. Those have been pretty healthy, pretty nice.
Oh my goodness.
It even looks like it should be burning him out, to be honest.
Blame Valve.
Somehow able to create a little sanctuary in that corner.
In a match like this, where you know you're going to get your Mirage pick, and you know that that's what you've got planned, starting off on the T side, you've got chances to have these small game plans beforehand, right? You just write out maybe 2-3 gun rounds and a couple of openers, and you're thinking, well, listen, at least this will probably give us a 3v3. The boys can feel like, hey, we've got a chance here. We can actually fight back. But when those openers fail, that can be equally disastrous.
Yeah. Something to think, what did we practice that for? If it doesn't work. Oh, that's a pretty poor miss there from Safe. He was still moving, I think, when he took the shot, so sightline might have been on, but his bullet is certainly not, and Drop will suffer for it. Overrun, but here's BR Artisan and Safe to try and keep up some aggression, keep up some pressure. JZ from the apartments finding BR Artisan, and Safe flushed out of the back of the site. They did a lot of damage here, and they certainly threatened the idea of being able to get into that B bomb site, but they take a little too long, and the rotates were there.
I appreciate the fact that BR Artisan just focuses down on his duel completely, and he ignores the fact that there's a Deagle shooting him in the back. He's like, yeah, well, listen, I know I'm dead. Might as well get mine.
I just also wanted to make sure that AWP didn't suddenly cascade. You know, he knew a player was going to move in to recover that, and so by stopping that, potentially resetting and playing around those smokes, deals with a big threat.
Jump out for BR Artisan, trying to find out whether they're crossing out that top mid smoke, but will not be the case. These will reset. Content with giving up mid early on.
But MIBR aren't. Sonny fighting on the mid floor, and that smoke doesn't do a whole lot to obscure his prospects. Just going straight in, the flash there, an accompaniment, and the nade as well, weakening up that player at those top mid boxes. So Fokyu, that is not a healthy duel. Missed his shot, and BR Artisan succeeds, but Safe gets floored. He was holding the angle, but Zeddy gets the better.
Exit turns away, 2 players already inside the ace side, and Zeddy trying to close out the distance. Molotov will segment off the CTs, but the bomb is nowhere nearby. That's a problem with having lost 2 of your players out in middle. Storm will be going back to recover. I don't think he was within earshot, so BR Artisan still isn't sure about the fact that they rotated back, but now that he is in top mid, I think the Storm is just running back towards the ace site. Rotations being called over as well. Drop can make his way through. Zeddy needs to find the frag, and Exit wasn't prepared. Insani now smoked off, spots out Zeddy, trying to line up the spray down early in, but the smoke will bloom, and Zeddy can find some solace inside it.
Good angle adjustment. Repositions around those steps, and so Drop sitting up close. He's ready for it. Very conscious of the mind and very conscious of those angles. JZ finding another as well, but the nade softening up that player inside of the site. It puts them in one-shot headshot territory for this M4. But Insani is letting Drop do a lot of the probing. And now Insani needs to get a move on himself. Doesn't have a kit. Actually, no, sorry. Does have a kit available, but he started to move himself away. He realizes this round is too far gone, and both kills found, sure, but W7M, they crack in, and it's off of a lovely shot, a lovely set of entries for Zede.
It's a shame because BR Artisan had a Molotov that he'd picked up from the body of the player who died at top mid from the T side, but he just couldn't use it because he was hoping to prioritize the ability to flank rather than actually just flush out the potential firebox player who didn't have full information on. JZ catches him out as he tries to rotate back into the site, and then that 2v2 is very nicely played from W7M. Well recovered in a round, which honestly did feel like it was lost.
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel as though, you know, there should have been a little bit more caution, considering how much space they'd given over towards the A-bomb site and how much for W7M had froze. MIBR not clearing that close angle towards the top side of connector does certainly cost them. You know, Exit just goes walking and waltzing in, and Zede is ready to greet him with open arms.
Not to mention the great shot from Zede to take down Safe. That is crucial.
I mean, not a duel you expect to win too frequently, especially an AWP the caliber of Safe. But they have to be able to take that in stride and work with the fact that, listen, they started at a deficit. This was a full round recovery from what remained of W7M after getting destroyed on the middle take. great sign for W7M, who come in as underdogs. Sometimes those chances are going to present itself to you, and you have to be able to snatch it with both hands. They're going to try jumping straight out from Palace. You heard to see a couple of flashbangs, but they don't find those trades quite so quickly. Exit as well, finding another onto JZ. Again, another 2-on-4, but FoQ still fighting from the site.
Yeah, FoQ's able to cross back out towards CT, but there's no one there rotating in from MIBR. They will all be trying to come out through the jungle bench spot. Artisan continues to spam forward. FoQ and Sadzin will have to try and take a fight. And early, Safe, though, has got a great sightline out on the CT side of things, and he will be able to shut down FoQ. It's a small thing from MIBR, but I really like the fact that they double molly out A main, so that gives them just enough time to be able to get the early util out in mid, just get the early traversal out in mid, and then they're so ready to stack everything up on the A side of things. They're really assuming that W7M won't want to contest for mid after losing out on it so many times. It's a great call.
Still gets a little tenuous. I mean, the fact that they're able to do as much damage from that position, put it down to 2 players on MIBR. They're keeping them humble as far as their economy. Sure, they've been able to win 5 out of the 6 rounds, but W7M, when they go into one of these gun rounds, if they're able to maintain that consistency in dealing damage, then suddenly they could be able to reset the funds of MIBR. Sometimes all those little kills do stack up, but W7M have to be able to still manage themselves into some of these plans. I've liked what I've seen from some of their openers. They have some clear intention in the direction they want to go. They're emphasizing territory. They tried to go for a little bit of a gimmick and going for that faster Palace pop, and it almost caught MIBR off guard, but spacing has been, I think, a little bit of an issue. They haven't been in great positions to consistently trade.
Inside he dodged the flash, but it doesn't matter. FoQ still gets the timing on him. Very nicely done, and with Exit revealing position underneath the Palace, there's no reason to deploy a Molotov. They just need to wait out the smoke still. Exit firing back and doing a lot of good damage. It's not enough. Drop has to come through and try to complete, but he's running out of bullets. Safe. Op trained in with the wrong angle. Sadzin's already nearby, and Safe realizes it. He needs to find this shot. He needs to get the skill and fast, but there's so many places to be worried about, and they're all shooting back in his face. Gorgeous shot as Safe will find himself falling into an AK yet again in CT. BRN isn't all alone. A 1-on-3 money low for the MIBR side, like you mentioned, Michael. So it does feel like saving only the op might be worth it if it's possible.
As long as he doesn't make steps. I don't know that anybody on W7M is going to overface or over-challenge. But they'll know that ult was dropped inside of spawn. So if they want to try and keep their hands on that, BRN should be nearby somehow. Yeah, they're looking for it. They want that ult. They wanted it for themselves, and so Sadzin finds out where BRN is saving that gun, but they won't pursue. They'll allow that to be saved over, but W7M have cracked the code. Going in for another one of these side executes, and once again, yeah, I feel like Safe had to hit this shot. I feel like he had the time for it.
I think Rob didn't really realize how many bullets he had left in the M4 as well at that point, but what a shot from Sadzin.
Yeah, it's not like he could have swapped out to his teammate's M4 either. He could have taken the one off the AK off of his opponent if he wanted to continue fragging like that, but they played a double under balk setup, and Exit did a lot of damage through the smokes. Still wasn't enough. Damn, those are pretty one-sided odds, but W7M have a little bit more fight to them than maybe those odds reflect.
Safe lies in wait, and this time Zed can't get the better of him twice. W7M have to be careful not to overface into this. Without flashes, Safe is still deadly. Sure, he might have missed a few opportunities, but it's just one round that takes it away, and this is beautiful stuff. They're just letting the bomb be planted. No one peeking out from Palace at all. But the CTs, they want to go for the retake. Remember, BRN he's got a kit. No smokes, unfortunately, so things things won't be quite as simple just trying to stick it. Fokyu, good for only the one Insani trades. Sooner or later, these Palace players will have to reveal themselves. Stormzin trying to play out for the late round. Nade will just land on himself. Sadsin taken down. Bomb defuse was fake, but it's not been confirmed that it's not being stuck, so Safe will just hold down the line. Not able to find the frag. Jay-Z and Stormzin might get the kills, but it will not matter. MIBR steal one away.
Oh, they didn't know the BRNSN had saved a kit. They weren't sure. They decided that they needed to deal with the players that are fighting in front of them, but none of them swing to actually stop that defuse, and it wasn't in a perfect position for that Palace player to contend with. That nade blowing up in Stormzin's face, and I think that might have been the round with it as well. This is an absolute stealer.
Yeah. Safe's really able to pick up a few of the frags that he let down before.
A little bit of heartbreak here for W7M. They had that round at their fingertips. They played it great up until that final hurdle. Insani, both players exchanging positions inside the smoke, but he turns as it fades, and Fokyu drop as well, doing a lot of damage in from short. It's BRNSN that takes that first port of call, but they had 3 players in position over on this B bomb site, and it's far more than W7M bargained for. Stormzin on 11 HP has to tuck tail and run. He does not have the space, the bomb, nor friends, and he's got a lot of time to think about how they want to approach future rounds, because he's trying to save.
Exit is doing some really good calling right now. The CT side stacks have been on point. The fact that they've been able to exploit middle so often means that Insani can feel a lot more free to flow through to the top of mid multiple times over, get that information as well. And MIBR, again, perfect call just to stack out towards that B-bomb site with 3. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, it's the first time that Insani has decided to stroll through middle without support. You know, we've seen previous rounds where BRNSN is throwing some utility. He's kind of holding that top mid angle alongside him. But when that smoke is down, Insani just feels that much more comfortable. And he had the timing on lock as well. He wasn't going to let his teammates get flanked in from short. Not on his watch.
W7M. I know they found a fair bit of success trying to execute on towards the A site, whether they got the round wins or not. They might not want to turn their sight lines back to B. Drop and BRNs and are still looking very impenetrable.
Yeah, especially if they're going to have a third man there and fast rotates. You know, that's hardly what you want to have happen when you go for a B-side attack. You're hoping that they don't read too much into it.
Yeah, guys, maybe we can find them when BRN pushes up short. Ah, never mind. There's 3.5 people here. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Wait, Insani killed me mid, and he's also on short. He's also here. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world that Stormzin saves. T-side saving can be a little bit strange at times. It can make your buying patterns a little awkward, but they had some in reserve from winning at least a couple of the rounds, even the round where they lost to the defuse. Still kept up 2 alive. Would have gotten money for losing the round and the bomb plant. So they had some left over. Fokyu will be the one that I think is a little shortchanged, but it's manageable. I do think that they can't simply rely on just being able to outduel Safe on this AWP, because a couple of times that they've swung him, it's not like they've flashed his position off and they've kind of caught him out. They've been fighting dry. And listen, I mean, if you're able to punish some of Safe's peaks and the angles he's holding, fine, fair dues. But in terms of consistency, you want those flashes to land on that AWPer. It's one of the banes of their existence to a certain degree on such an expensive weapon. Even if they're able to sort of scope in on that angle, see the flash, and turn away in time, you know, the whole point is that you're able to hold an angle pretty uncontested. But I do want W7M to address the Insani problem.
Yeah.
They can either mitigate mid-control and just go for faster side executes, or you can try and target him and some of the antics that he's going to try and pull off in middle. I think a lot of players have been inspired by just how willing some teams are to fight on that mid floor, especially when you look at some star players like Donk that are able to do it at some of the biggest stages. There are several players that will sort of imprint themselves onto those plays and think, I can do that. And some of them can certainly back it up.
The first one is the hardest to pull off every time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Quite like that, Nate. Actually, they wanted to speed things up and isolate out Insani, like you mentioned, would be good for them. It would have interrupted their speed by a fair bit. Bjarnason being set up for a great boost. Take this one home. Gives you a slightly better time if you're peeking into a player already inside chair. So do keep that in mind.
They didn't stick to it, though. They kind of miss a timing because Fokyu has slid his way to the top side of short. There's a lot of ground actually given up.
They've had a few good timings to try and work out of connector and into the A site, but Safe is now keeping an eye out for jungle, and Insani knows he just needs to hold on to Sandwich. A single player back in towards A main. That's the duel he'd rather take. An exit, a nade right outside. Storm doesn't clear the angle properly, and with that, it should be a freebie for Insani. He's got more company coming in, but Exit's happy to trade. Safe does the same, and MIBR keep 4 alive.
Yeah, Sadzin might have choke slammed him inside a sandwich, but there were more MRBR players ready to defend that bomb site. Exit just trying to sell the fact that he's just playing in from ticket booth, playing in safe, and Insani is there as that prowling, lurking tiger. Not a whole lot that W7M could have done to predict this. It seemed like Stormson was actually going to sort of clear out that angle, especially in his progression up towards CT, especially with the smoke that was down. But turns his attention away because that smoke was imperfect. I think deployed by the MIBR side just to disrupt and make them guess whether or not they could slide out towards triple. But where they looked to maybe do what I was saying, you know, address the Insani problem, they did also fail to address the fact that, like you said, Exit seems to be calling quite a solid game. Read that one step ahead, and it wasn't Insani fighting on mid-floor. He was just tucked.
Dude, these CD setups are honestly just so impressive from MIBR. If you're W7M, you're also just sitting here thinking, what do I even do? Right? As an individual player, or even as the IGL, on some level, when you're being outcalled by the CT side, there is such a feeling of helplessness because technically, you are the only people who know what you're going to do next, but it feels like they know you better than you yourself.
Yeah, it's like, wait, we decided to change up our strategy. Let's do something a little different, guys. Let's do this instead. Oh, wait, they were prepared for this, actually. What, huh? How? Are they in the team speak?
People think the most frustrating thing to play up against is a T-side rifler and a T-side opera who feels like they can peek into anything. That's not true. The most frustrating thing to peek into is a CT side which always has 3 players on the right side.
Yeah, and an in-game leader that just feels strangely attuned. You know, that's one of the age-old questions. You know, people always talk about, like, how do I be consistent as a rifler? How do I be consistent as a player? I'd extend that to how do people get consistent as an in-game leader? Because sometimes you're against an opposing one that just seems to have the right answer to whatever you're putting down. Yeah, that can get frustrating, almost certainly. And it's not like MIBR haven't been caught off by a couple of the players from W7M. You know, it's taken them a while to sort of calibrate into what's happening on this Mirage. We've seen players get caught off guard by some of the aggressive peaks, some of the fights that W7M have gone for. And yeah, I mean, those entries are impactful, but they're also a little difficult to replicate because once they start to understand that you're willing to take challenges like that, they're less likely to leave themselves exposed in future rounds. So you're really relying that the strategies start to pull through as well, the ones that you had planned from the start, as opposed to the adaptations you're making later on. And I'm fully convinced, you know, MIBR had a bit of a disappointment at the RMRs. They didn't make the major. They were definitely one of the teams that were touted and favorited to do such. I think they've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder, and I'm kind of here for it.
I do always wonder in situations like this, you know, when there's a very structured team, it's domestically confined, maybe not confined, but it's a very clearly Brazilian team. I'm always curious about how many losses is it going to take before the structure starts to either break down or evolve into something much more loose. Because it doesn't feel like MIBR's roster with how good it is. I swear this is the kind of team that I would expect to have already won like a small 100k LAN or something like it. But it doesn't feel like they're ever able to actually do that. You know, they didn't make it to the major, obviously. That's a huge failing on, and I'm sure the organization's not happy with that. The players aren't happy with that when teams like Vayne and Imperial are doing so well. I always wonder, is there going to be a point where you flip from we are quite a structured team into, okay, screw it, we need to pug?
We just need to shoot them better than they shoot us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is a certain unraveling to a degree. I think it's a little difficult for when you're a team like MIBR that domestically win so much. You know, that's, you know, when you say W7M are a little restricted by their region or MIBR are a little restricted by their region, the opportunities that are there are very frequently taken by MIBR, Imperial, Pain. You know, these are the teams that you're, I guess, mainly looking at, and I'm sure I've missed some. But, you know, those are the guys that you're expecting to sort of make it through to the playoffs. It ain't an easy job being an underdog in a region that is rife, full of good teams.
All right. Slight change-up with it smokes out from spawn pretty much from W7M to try and threaten out A. And guess what? MIBR don't bite. They've completely moved away from it, trying to fight back into middle, and they are ready to reinforce B if need be. Now it is all about the timing. W7M could find a point where MIBR start leading back towards the A side because there is the possibility of a Palace player having lurked down from ladder and start to move into the site itself, but instead they're reclaiming ground and the bomb has been found.
That's not good. That's really not good. At least Foki was able to get a kill right back, but Insani is still a problem in middle. Safe as well, just trying to hold for the crawl out from ramp because they know that this A bomb site was compromised. He does miss on his flick, but gets updated info and some steps being made inside of spawn. So they should know that JZ is creeping and crawling his way out through spawn as well. I thought they were going to finish B. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought they were going to try and finish B. Because MIBR, sure, they conceded a lot of that territory into the A bomb site, but there was a bit of hesitation. You know, they were happy to give up over that space because I think they had a good read on the economy here for W7M. They didn't want to start retaking in. You know, you saw the problems they had journeying up top con where they sort of unexpectedly, or I guess didn't clear an angle that was quite close, and it resulted in a W7M round win. But the fact that those spawn smokes came out so rapidly, but there was no follow-up. There were no Molotovs, there were no flashes, there was no real presence from W7M. They were just willing to retake that if it actually was a crawl out from that bomb carrier. And that B bomb site was actually not that reinforced. Yeah, but W7M didn't know that.
They've been blinded and pushed away. Exit's trying to take up CT instead of the AWP that was there before. Exit, though, gives it up. You want to come through and fight me? Sure, go ahead. Push all the way through. I'm going to have my crew with me very soon as well. Nades are good. Nades are great. Foku. Tenderize just a little bit more and more flashes to come out from the T side. They are keeping the CTs at bay, and it's all about this position. It's all about this duel. Storm and Foku coming through. Quick 3 kills between them. And with this, MIBR have been locked out of the round. Drop knows there's a lurking player out in middle, but the time is ticking down low. That nade can't find a kill. Everyone's too healthy. Storm's it is low, but he doesn't need to peek, and Zed is giving more and more frags. Round is basically over. Safe is just fighting for consolation, and he will find some sure, but W7M still get 3.
Yeah, this time they actually get that Palace pop to work out for them. Safe was trying to play around those smokes inside of jungle and just gets flashed off, and Exit has to play so much further back as a result of not having that first probe into the bomb site. It kind of, I think, slipped through their fingers a little bit the last time over, but they do land a finish towards the end of the half. Still 9-3 for MIBR starting on that CT side. Felt like they had very firm reads, very good setups. But there was a small chink in the armor, maybe exploited a little too late. Gonna have a good performance here on CT to bounce right back. Storm with a kit and a smoke here for that CT effort. So when that bomb goes down, keep eyes on him and whether or not his teammates can recover his assets.
Oh, beautiful shot from Zeddy. He's had a few of these zingers. And now as MIBR start to execute, they will be without a Palace player. They will be without a king.
And they may be still concerned that Zeddy's still up there.
Every single CT member is on this A-bomb side par 1, but he'll be rotating out very quickly as well. FoQ spots out a few players not looking at him, but he misses all of his bullets, not able to get the headshot. Zeddy now fights back from inside CT. He continues to be crisp as can be. This USP is striking true, but dropped nearby, only good for 1, can't make it 2. Minute on the clock. Time to reset for MIBR, but with the bomb away from them, it's not going to be easy. Safe. Looking to find pathways back up to CT spawn, and Storm is low, so he doesn't want to fight this. Will expose himself. Death will be found. The kid down very far away. So if the bomb is actually planted, it won't be easy to move back and recover that for the 5-second defuse. Exit and safe. Have to be careful, though. The CTs aren't just sitting around waiting.
Damn, they're actually giving up bomb control so that MIBR can start chewing off the clock. They knew they had that at their feet, but they've double repositioned, and this will be hard to read into. Exit spots that first, but they're still expecting spawn as well.
Oh, beautiful frag from Sad, right under the jumping player. Exit. Now just trying to find fights, but there is nothing to be done when Zeddy is hitting shots like this. 4 across the round, and he is, honestly, he's got some fantastic first bullet.
Yeah, I mean, some great openers on that T side, and now as well just impressing on the USP as well. Great reposition. I mean, took position inside of Palace, and you saw the fact that he dropped out. They thought he was still under balcony. They were hard clearing for it, and it just kind of tees up more opportunities for these CTs to start thinning the herd. I do think that's a little bit of a brave exploration, I think, by... I think it was BR Enizan with the bomb in towards CT spawn that left MIBR in a bit of a compromising position. But they are 9-3 up. And so sometimes that gets the better of you. And that's first piece of the puzzle for W7M to come back into this map. Run boost out from these Glocks. FoQ, good job at isolating those angles, just focusing on that player that got run boosted out. And Zede as well, swinging out from short. Sure, FoQ dies, but he will be the only casualty. Can they recover that M4? Answer, yes. SMGs were able to upgrade away. So that high-value weapon, not lost to the wind. That friend you asked about.
Yeah, I am just dropping him a line right now. Like, did you lie to me?
Yeah.
Did you get the wrong player? Because Zeddy's kind of a beast.
Feels like he's definitely got the more impact so far.
Listen, if there's a second man to be activated in this second half, I'm all ready for it.
Yeah, that's all good news for W7M.
MIBR are hoping that isn't the case, though.
They've got active stars themselves.
Yeah.
They'll be greedy.
That's the thing about CS. You always want to be a little bit more greedy. Just ask for a bit more. I want my stars to activate and their stars to suck.
Get a double kill? Why not a third? And that's sometimes the wrong choice.
Generally is. No doubt about that. I'm sticking down low in this round, and MIBR have yet to make contact anywhere. Intentions.
Yeah, not for lack of trying.
That's true. Zani does find Jay-Z. It's a crucial kill to find control back of Palace, but it might actually give up the plot of this being an A-side hit. Remember, Storm is very aggressive in apartment, so rotation for the CTs can be fast. FoQ continues to be solid in connector, and it's peeks in, but Samson can't find the frags, and FoQ isn't aware of the vertical angle. Zeddy, good for 1 as he seems to always be, but with 15 seconds, the bomb can be planted, and Storm can't do anything about it.
Made noise, and BRNSan a lightning quick shot. He was even just about to tuck back into CT should he have missed out on that opening burst, but seals the round. MIBR just coming with some very sharp shooting, some great awareness from Insani as well to disrupt that palace pressure that W7M were really hunting for in the opening stages, but no prepared for Insani to be holding from such a deep line. Certainly a commendable effort from the side players, but it was the backup that got sort of gunned down before it could find too much impact. That was the first real test moving into the second half. First full gun round from MIBR, while W7M were pretty well equipped themselves, and you see what it's done now to their economy. Sure, win the first round and the conversion, but Saad, an AWP, that's great, but everybody else will be on SMGs, FAMASs, pistols. It's a bit of a bargain bucket buy.
It is also going to be one of those desperation save calls for the AWP if you aren't able to find the round. Limits what you can do with the AWP a little bit more when you have to be so conservative about it, but I like this. Slightly slower peek back out for ladder room. In through, unfortunately, it will find nothing. MIBR. Only kill that they need to be worried about is this flashbang through. Exits dodged it. Beautiful stuff, man. Exit is just so aware. Always is. And with the execute now being lined and primed out for A, Zeddy's looking for ghosts that will never find him. Connector is unoccupied. Sadzin rotating back to the side, might end up falling with his hero AWP, and as he's got angles to work in, he's got one kill sure, but Insani trades it out swiftly. He's aware of the fact that there was an AWP, might want to try and hunt for this one, but Stormzin is hoofing it right back to the B side.
Yeah, got his Nikes on. He's making sure that he gets some distance, but they're already looking to fan out and search for this AWP. Safe already journeying through underpass to try and link up over on that B-bomb site. Somehow still holding quite an aggressive angle to sort of deter the chase, but gonna have to start worrying about the prospect of getting shot in the back soon enough.
If I were an AWPer, where would I hide? That's what's going on in Safe's head. Zeddy actually does find a very crucial kill. That could have been another AK saved. I lied to you through my teeth. Unfortunately, they're saving nothing.
Yeah, the timing on that follow-up kill into Zede just turns Saad around, and they're safe to finally activate on the backstab, so nothing carried forward here for W7M. Relying on a little bit of loss bonus and a little bit of what they saved over from that previous round. It wasn't a full commitment. They were hoping that they may be able to save that AWP so that they could have that work around the M4s coming into this next round. But alas, that is not the case. MIBR looking solid here on Mirage. No real massive qualms to bear of note. All the players, bar the in-game leader, sitting pretty, sitting positive. Same cannot be said for their opposition. But, you know, you compare the two sides in the way that they were controlling middle on the CT effort. MIBR were a lot more assertive. They had a clear player that they wanted to tee up for success. They were willing to take those fights. W7M have to take a more passive approach. They don't want to be as risk-oriented.
Goku immediately fades back into the smoke. He is so concerned about an A-side hit. He wants nothing to do with this until he knows his players can clear out A main. Insani's still hunting back in Palace. Will not be taken down. The intentions of MIBR are clear as day, but can they be any response? Sad's taken down. Foku's fallen as well. And Jay-Z is about to be spotted out by Insani. He's going to be able to find the one frag at least. Zeddy, good for one before he traded it away, but just the MP9s remaining, and there's nothing to fight for. MIBR are destined to find 12.
I have a feeling they're very aware that several players are tagged. So Storm is going to try and give this a look in. 1-on-3 would be massive for the squad, and there's surely a kit en route to the bomb site, but likely on one of those players inside of jungle. think he knows he's wasted too much time. A little bit of indecision, just hoping that someone would sort of feed themselves over to start that clutch going. But yeah, he's stuck in tail. He's saving this weapon instead. MIBR, like you said, destined for a 12th, and that has to feel good. I mean, it felt like there was basically no interruptions to the plans that they had. They just kept on scaling up smokes. That's obviously unideal. The 2 players have died to the bomb. But every which way they went, they have enough space to deploy their utility. They're able to make full use of it. You know, there's a top con smoke, there's a scaling one that goes into jungle as well, and they're just able to wrap into that A bomb site as a result. At every leg of their flow chart, you know, there's a little branching tree that, if fights, maybe change direction.
Yeah.
But they just never were given fights until they reached the end of that flow chart.
It's a good time when you get to try and pretty much dry run things out. Nade out from exit as well, and as the CTs look continually desperate to just find anything, this aggression into apartments will give them at least a couple of kills. And Sani trying to reinforce will still actually lose the bomb. A bit of a mistake, and W7M might have a world where they can walk through this one. BRNSN, does he check the angle? Not fast enough.
Yeah, this was a lovely choice. I mean, it was definitely a bit of a gamble, especially with, you know, 3 players being committed there for MIBR. Had there only been, you know, 1 lurking extremities player or 1 that was dedicated towards the underpass, they may have been able to suss this out faster, get that bomb away, and actually just barrel into this A bomb site instead. But they wager correct, and MIBR are so concerned about dealing with that initial bout of aggression. They're maybe expecting 2, 3 players maximum. They went in with 4 on W7M. They left a lot of vulnerabilities levied on that play, and it pans out. So, you know, when you're down this kind of a margin, when you have to make a round work for you, yeah, take a little bit of a risk. Definitely a bit of a desperate play, but when it works out, in a certain sense, it's kind of genius. Just doing damage is enough here for save. You can drop over an AK to Insani, and everyone can be fully kitted for this following rounds. Maybe not BRNSN. I didn't. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of dismissed him.
I mean, Drop can drop one, and just go for the Galil himself. Or Exit can do it. Yeah.
And Insani's gonna be on the pistol then.
Give him a deagle.
Or
you know the old adage. Are they actually giving him a Galil instead of the AK? I was joking. I'm kind of disappointed. It's not like the rest of MIBR have been slouching, but you know.
You know, Insani's Insani.
He's got a 2 KD. What more can a guy do to get an AK around here? Save some money? Damn.
Get 3.
Okay, now you're being... That's absurd. 2.5.
It's a little unreasonable.
2.5, okay. 3? 18 rounds into the game? The game would be over if you had 3 KD.
Hey, you asked. You didn't have to like the response.
We've seen some impressive performances from W7M. I think Zeddy's been such a big propagator for their success when they have found it.
By far the shining light.
No doubt about that.
But he can only do so much. He can only be in so many places at once. Storm, jump spotting. They heard it. They were ready for that fight, but Drop missed out on the open kill. Zede as well doing a lot of damage onto Drop, but hasn't actually been able to find that frag as of yet. They've got reinforcements here on W7M, and MIBR, they poke, they probe, but they pull away.
Hey, get out of there. Drop doesn't want to fight into that one anymore. He barely has a head.
Oh, I think, yeah, Insani... No, Drop actually propositioned, hey, you want this AK? So that's how he gets him in the end.
That's
Drop
what you
was
got
a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Let him get a smack to the head and know what it's really about. Yeah, I'll take that. You don't have utility if you're MIBR. You've used your one of two smokes just now to try and block off window and regain control. Actually, they've used 2 smokes to regain control of mid and threaten that out. Now they're refacing back out to B. It's a B side that W7M really never let go of stacking. And if they've got a good read on the economy, this is the perfect decision. 35 seconds are left. They know utility should be low or non-existent. MIBR have to go for the full contact. Zeddy is in the perfect position to continue his streak of form. But as Zeddy finds his first safe, will get the backstep through. Drop good for 1, can't make it 2. Exits there to follow up, but Fokyu is nearby and again saves the last man standing. It didn't feel like that lurk through underpass was going to find any fruition, and honestly, it didn't.
Well, I mean, he did get his 1 kill, but I think he was very reliant on the fact that his teammates were going to be able to successfully trade things out. It's again another high-impact multi-kill here from Zeddy. You know, finishing off what he started, but then also getting the follow-up frag onto Insani. You know, they were kind of stopped in their tracks. The front part of the pack completely disrupted, and yeah, Safe's activation is a little too late. He's a little too detached from the action to do much of anything when the initial bout of aggression failed so rapidly. Oh dear. Now, this is a bit precarious now for Storm. He's going to get rushed down. They're going to try and gun him down. They all just go jumping around that corner, and the flashes are great. Zeddy blinded up, and so Insani gets his hands on a rifle for the squad, drop the one that possesses it, but Saad just simply says no. Okay, listen, that's about as far as you go. That van is actually an impound to this round. Again, you know, to their credit, the same way that W7M had success on just Glocks with 2 kills, there's a little bit more than MIBR would have even maybe expected.
Maybe there's another kill to be found for Exit. Who knows? It's unlikely. There is head armor on the remaining 3 players as well. He doesn't have any Kevlar at all. That is a great dink, though, I've got to say. I appreciate a man who can get that done.
Certainly made it close. One less bullet connecting there from Saad, and it could have been a whole different story, but good on him to keep it at bay on that B-bomb site. A small little tide shift in favor of W7M. Now, MIBR have not been working off of the grandest resources, and they're a team that do like working off of their utility. See, I have to say, some nice geometry grenades being thrown by W7M. Hasn't always worked in their favor, but they are very nice to see.
You can tell these are some young players here just getting out of physics. BRNSM, though, he's moved into middle, in between 3 players. This is a culinary class, and he is the meat in the sandwich. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates aren't really up for biting down on this one, so Safe just dismantles it. Now, it's a 3-on-4. MIBR do lose out the exchange in middle. And there's no real reaction out in the B site, which they continue to try and focus. They're moving into a site with a hot hand and a few loaded players. Storm and Zeddy have done a great job of defending so far, but now MIBR turn away.
Yeah, the way that they've repositioned as well here for W7M, I mean, I don't see a way in which they lose this round now. They boost up Zeddy, who's a low HP player, onto the B boxes. They're more willing to vacate. And they've got this forward position by Fokyu that will be very difficult to clear out if you're the MIBR camp. I mean, they've got limited resources. They've got a Molotov, a couple of them, but a step that's made and a really poor time, because Exit was certainly within earshot of that, so he knows that somebody has actually permeated into Palace.
That might be an auto jump. Buggy scroll wheels can do that. Never a fun
Or
time.
a heavy hand on a spacebar.
Very possible. Jay-Z now has to be the man to try and stop this bomb from crossing over. It's a good angle to hold, but can he get the kill? Of course he can. Beautiful stuff, and despite some heavy hands or buggy scroll wheels, it's still MIBR who end up being put down. W7M up to 9 rounds. This is honestly getting dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking solid so far on the CT side. It took them a little while to get engaged. You know, some of the rounds being built by MIBR just felt so uncontested. But now that they're more willing to fight, now that they've got a little bit more confidence about them, taking a few more risks. You see the fight that they're sort of forcing in this mid control. And it really disrupts the flow of the round there for MIBR, because previously when they've gone through mid, there's just been nobody there, and then suddenly it's heavily populated.
I mean, we were commending the MIBR calling. It goes without question that we have to do the same for W7M as well. It's, again, some very solid defenses coming out on the B site and some great middle play. MIBR, though, haven't shown us anything on A yet either, so you do start to wonder.
Yeah, shout out FoQ. Doing a solid job of leading them back into this game. 3 rounds is what separates them between them and an overtime, and you know, as much as you would be confident as the favorites, MIBR, they're still going to be sweating a little bit.
Oh. Bit of a miss coming through from Sanson.
Not exactly the peak you're usually expecting to see.
Yeah. They are pretty much all of the CTs are here to ready squeeze down the neck of MIBR in middle. This was never going to be a fun time for the MIBR side.
Thoroughly prepared for what was to come. That is 5 rounds straight. $12-5. And here we are sitting on the cusp of what could be a W7M comeback. This is the best buy that MIBR will have for the remainder of this half. So it feels like it has to be now. Unless they rely on a force buy. And to be quite honest with you, I don't know that I'm fully with this investment. You know, you could save, go for like a half investment, and sort of switch the half buy that you're banking on with that final round, and maybe even get your hands on an AWP for safe. Sam's been fine on the rifle, but needs to be able to deliver with it, and he unfortunately fails that task. MIBR needed him to stay alive, because this is going to be an A-side assault. BR Artisan breaking open the side of that smoke, and Zeddy just a sitting duck. JZ has to be able to perform in this moment, but BR Artisan on this entry path, finding 2 heads so quickly, and the Molotov at the feet of FoQ, taking off 60 HP.
It doesn't spread to the corner though, so FoQ will be able to stay alive and not really lose too much more. The bomb being planted. No, it's going back for the CT plant. They're relying on the deep Molotov to stop the CTs from swinging out, but in the 3v4, W7M could have just gone for the risk. FoQ now has to push through smoke instead. It's risk on either side, but now Insani moving in from behind. BR Edison dead. The hero of the round so far, and he will be if you actually end up taking it home. MIBR. Advantage regained. Bomb, remember, not planted for any of these players. Save for the Palace one. Bomb's being defused. Storm will just stick it, and barely getting it done is Insani with a nade. MIBR, a Hail Mary out to A, and despite the early advantage, W7M cannot close.
Oh, that is such a shame. W7M were on the precipice of forcing MIBR's hand, but when push comes to shove, there's BR Artisan that shows up in a critical moment, and Insani didn't let that opportunity slip either towards the tail end. So all around a great showing from, I think, both teams involved. MIBR, of course, more dominant within this game, but that effort from W7M, certainly a commendable one, but unfortunately, still not the win.
Honestly, I've got to say, MIBR, when you switch over towards that T side, looked so much less impressive. W7M was having the exact same great holds that MIBR was as well, and it felt like you just never had that lurking presence that Safe kept trying to go for really work out. And look, I'm not putting the blame on his shoulders at all. It did feel like structurally that T side was failing, but yeah, some brute force from BR Artisan at the end of the day, and sometimes that's just what you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was definitely an element of, you know, almost being out cold when they went onto that T side, because there were several rounds that looked basically uncontested. I'd almost say fearful for W7M. You know, their backs were pressed up against the wall. 12-5 was the scoreline at one point or another, and it looked like they were, prior to that, kind of scared to make a mistake. But then they started to take a couple of risks. They started to go for a few more brazen calls, especially as they started accruing more and more rounds. And they found some great opportunities, some great trades that always kind of leaned in their favor. So I think, you know, as much as there may be a criticism to MIBR, maybe not reading ahead and expecting some of those risks to be taken by the opposing team, I think it just overall was a solid effort from W7M to sort of push themselves to make that type of play, because without it, they wouldn't have had much of a contest on this map at all.
And honestly, I'm excited as we move forward into Anubis to see the kind of faces W7M will be bringing in as well. MIBR, it's the expected result for them. The map went out on their enemy team's map pick. But honestly, Anubis might be a little bit more contested than you might end up thinking. We're going to find out after a bit of a break. But if Zeddy and Fokyu and company maintain that heater, this is going to be a pretty fun series to keep an eye on. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back. Map 1 going as expected, but maybe not in the fashion that it did. MIBR eke out a win. W7M looked very good. I'm tea time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, Anubis coming up. What are we expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of expecting more of the same from both of these in-game leaders. I think both of them called a pretty significant side on CT in particular, and I think there's a lot of great ways you could facilitate aggressive maneuvers on Anubis. I feel like you almost have to play that way if you want to be sort of remain consistent. You know, so many teams that are able to play sort of defensive setups, but it's so reliant on them being able to make retakes happen. I think both teams did a good job of sort of mitigating that in post plans. So I do hope that we get this battle of the brains again on this map, because Anubis actually has quite a lot of layering to it that, you know, if you make the right call at the right time, you're almost certainly going to catch people off guard.
Well, it wasn't just about the brains. There was some brawn involved for either side as well. And listen, Bjorn is a great game from him overall on Mirage. And Sani is obviously a consistent factor, but it did feel like Bjorn was a difference maker in a lot of those key B side holds, as well as, you know, that very last round that we saw on the T side as well. On the other side of things, on W7M, Zeddy, my guy, I'm a believer. I'm convinced. I don't need anything else to see from you, but I'd like to see some more. I'll be honest. I'd like to see him perform as well in the same way. As far as the brains are concerned, Michael, I know you're talking about the potential of pushes. I am looking forward to that in Anubis, right? The brain side of things, I feel like a lot of what we had from MIBR especially was stacking the right bomb site on the CT side of Mirage, right? You know, obviously we saw a little bit more from Focused calling, in my opinion, in terms of getting map control and then using that to make a decision. But I am very excited to see whether both of these teams are then also able to transition into actually targeted for kills, pushes that Anubis does seem to be coupled with.
Yeah, I think there was definitely more variety in the aggressive maneuvers that Foku was kind of calling on that CT side for sure. But I mean, MIBR went in with some clear intentions in some of their CT setups as well. So I think both just had sort of different levels that they were willing to go to. Obviously, W7M trailing for most of that game were willing to take a few more of those chances, and a lot of them did pan out until finally one of those rounds did break down, courtesy of BR and Azan. So, yeah, I think it will come down to some of the stopping power for these squads in terms of breaking past some of the calling. But W7M going in with this T-side start and already probing towards the A side.
Safe looking for some bikes in middle in the meanwhile, and he will find one. Fokyu trades elsewhere. The Canals push from drop is going to be unsuccessful on the A side occupied. Exit backed off. He gave it up. They want to try and play for the retake, but they've got to be careful because Zeddy is also in position to maybe get a flank on this flanking flank.
Yeah, but his flank won't flank out their flank, so it's very difficult. You know, if he decides to walk through the B bomb site and go through Temple, it's just not going to be a pathway that's interrupted. But maybe rendezvousing and reconvening in through mid could be a way that they could have another post plant to worry about. They can maybe piece this together quicker.
I'd like to point out the fact that Exit went all the way back towards CT's spawn to try and maintain his life, but Fokyu has now been taken down. Jay-Z will have to deal with Exit coming back in late into it. He's good for the one, but BRNison's already scaled up. Dualies will only find a single, and then meanwhile, Insani forced off the bomb defuse. MIBR can't go for the full commit. They will not take the pistol round. W7M walk into victory.
Yeah, and that seemed like a great call there from W7M. I mean, just reading into the setup there from MIBR, like you said, the fact that Exit was alone, he was just trying to maintain his spot while the rest of his team played out the round. And unfortunately for him, you know, he can't find this timing that he's really hoping for after they take all that aggression towards A main. he's expecting that some of those players that would have been designated towards heaven may have just decided that it was clear and that everybody would have been on that flank, but they called specific numbers, and they were still very conscious of the fact that Exit could have been lurking by the wayside. Now, I do love Anubis. It is actually quite a fun map to be able to watch and play, but...
Sense a but, yeah.
Yeah, there is a but. There is, unfortunately, a small bug that happens when you walk into water. Even though it may not make sound on your end, it makes sound for everybody else, which is very annoying. Feels like you almost cannot sneak into the A side, especially if you're going to splash around in that water a little bit.
Dare I say feature? A really annoying feature?
Yeah, I mean, given that that's not how it interacts on any other map with water, bug.
Well, you know, Anubis does have canals, which are man-made irrigation systems going back hundreds of years. That's not just any other water. What other map has canals, Michael?
Okay,
Canals?
yeah, canals, actually, the map. Not seen ever competitive play, but it exists. I thought you were going to say it was like some kind of enemy detection system, like the creaky floorboards in Japanese houses.
I was honestly just setting up for the bad joke of what other map has canals. Canals? I didn't think that far ahead.
I see. Well, W7M seemed to think pretty far ahead in that round. Dodged down the stack, got the bomb plant down. Sure, they lose a life, but that's a small... I mean, it's not the biggest of deals, basically. Something that you can concede so long as you're getting more rounds accrued. And they do have an AK to work with on this CT buy. IBR saving some cash as courtesy of holding onto that AK. And Satsun on a scout, which is certainly one of the choices you can make.
Yeah.
See if you find some impact from it.
Seaside scouting is always a little bit tough to justify when you've got money to buy. He's left behind 1600 as well, by the way, just in case anyone didn't catch on to that one. MIBR are really unwilling to contend in the early round. Nice nade.
Yeah, pretty meaty. But they're waiting for this rotate in through Temple. BR and Izan creeping around that corner. Foku's not quite far enough forward that he would have seen him.
Safe's also coming by to try and set up a crossfire with BRNs, and if they take too long, this is going to be an impossible scale up into the B site. IBR feel very safe with Insani at the helm of A. BRNizen instead will be unable to defend. Safe rotates through in time to cut off the rest of them from going into the site, so it's only the one player in. It'll be Storm who has to be careful. He still hasn't actually scaled outside for Temple, waiting for the Canals push to also materialize, but Insani's done the same. Beautiful flank as he finds a freebie, drop around the corner, more damage dealt, and the bomb won't be planted yet. JZ is low. He knows he needs to try and fight, but he doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, he knew he was getting swarmed. He was looking every direction, like, are they going to peek me left, right first? And they just come around pre-firing. They have him boxed into a corner. That was a great read from MIBR. You know, a little bit strange or a little bit unhealthy maybe to leave mid like that, but a perfect adaptation to what W7M had planned, to have Safe rotate in through spawn like that. I'm not sure that he was sort of predetermined to actually construct this crossfire, but as soon as BR Nizan takes that contact, Safe able to plug that gap, stop any more pursuance into this B-bomb site. And Drop just had great target selection as well. Got the tag on the player coming out from dark at the same time, focusing the Temple player. Shot every player that was on his screen, even if it was only for a moment. Once again, a pretty chunky nade. Trying to lock things down in mid. He'll find Storm, just trying to spam through that smoke. A lot of damage exchanged onto Foku as well. And only one bullet taking a little health off of Insani. So he's more than happy with that trade.
Now, listen, there is still a lot of utility left for W7M. And if they start to execute onto the B side, you can't say the same about MIBR. It's a 4v5, sure. 3v2 on the side itself, though. Got the right game plan for this. It's all about actually finding the shots. Bjorn isn't great timing of the smoke, but they're going to have to go through it. They realize that as well. With their execute being set up, the T side needs to make a move on things. Molotov from drop is great. Will not be landing in time, though, to actually take 4Q off the bomb. And with that, it can be planted. Bjarnason still trying to fight out from the back of the side. Drop as well. Walks into death. Not willing to wait for a safe to rotate over. 4Q finds cover behind the pillar, and he won't be finding that for long. Exit and safe finding frags in where it feels like it's an unfair fight. Only Jay-Z and Sad left, and they are still trying to commit in. A flashbang through inside. He won't be blind. Jay-Z's got the side swipe with a deagle, and Exit will fall. Beautiful fragging from the late commitment. Coming back through canals into dark from Jay-Z.
Yeah, that is perfectly done. I mean, as soon as he took that contact, started to duck away inside of dark, Insani thought that that player wouldn't dare face, not again. And Jay-Z finds perfect timing, commits to a reload, but gets his gun drawn right on time. They started that hit being that extra man down. That first kill from Saad is great, but even though they find these kills so quickly back on MIBR, it is Jay-Z that is the star of the show, showing that Empire state of mind.
Yeah, that Molotov not really being able to stop 4Q from getting the bomb plan in, and then after that, MIBR trying to commit and fight in before the rest of the teammates were nearby, does end up costing them.
Yeah, and that Molotov looked very designed, but didn't accomplish the job that it was kind of set out to do. Maybe something still to workshop.
A lineup to tweak for sure.
Yeah. I like to think MIBR, when they place W7M, they actually take this as a chance to sort of try out new things on some of the other maps. They could have gone with Ancient. They could have guaranteed, basically, a chance at it, but they know W7M are competent on that map as well. And Sani just challenging in from A main. They had flashes lined up on this MIBR side, ready to meet that aggression, but the shooting is sharp right now here for W7M. They take that bomb site, and MIBR are tuck and tail.
Like, when you say try these new things, are you also including losing? Because so far, it doesn't look like MIBR is trying anything. It feels like they're floundering. W7M is out calling them, they're out shooting them.
But I think the way that they're, like, there are very few teams that I've seen leave middle as exposed as MIBR have in some of these previous rounds. And, you know, you sort of noted the adaptation. We're seeing the Molotov lineup for Protocol, the setup on that B bomb site is honestly not the greatest, but it's something that I feel like they have used in probably their scrims, and I think they are experimenting to a certain degree. Yes, that may come with a loss to a certain extent, but this is a team that has expectations of making it to international events. Well, has some of them lined up on the docket already. They want to be able to look more than just the team that's great on Ancient and just okay at everything else.
Look, I get what you're putting down, but also, it is that domestic competition that stopped them from getting to the major as well, right? On some level, you need to start just making sure you're also getting the wins. And look, I'm all with you. If this is a trial of just trying new things, that's fair. But we need to see that flip being switched soon. Safe is hoping to be the one to do it with this presence in middle. Good kill to find early in. If they can steal this round away, it would be huge. But no early dink coming out with the USP means the A site will be occupied. Safe, though, will not make it free.
Yeah, he's delivering the goods on that saved AWP. FoQ just turned his focus away for a moment. Safe, in the meanwhile, has found another on this AWP, and Drop just swinging out wide. The pistol's trying to create some space, and Exit will be there to help overwhelm. It's FoQ left in a 1-on-3. What started off as just 2 weapons being saved over. It's been Safe that's done the majority of the damage, even landing the tag onto FoQ. It'll be Safe that's teed up for a 4th frag. An absolute hero for MIBR to steal this round.
And you said it, Michael, there wasn't really that much emphasis out towards middle. Maybe W7M is expecting the same thing. They're trying to take control, and that's where the solitary rifle that MIBR had taken into this round, the AW of Safe, well, it shines.
Did they not have a... I think they had 2 players saved, did they not? They did have an AK, I think. but he was hardly important.
You're right.
Yeah.
I just forgot because it didn't do much.
Yeah, I mean, he just got popped, but Safe just kept shooting. So what can you do when he's just going around banging you out with that AWP? That's something that we didn't see these high impact rounds from Safe on that Mirage. He was just more of a consistent figure, maybe 1-2 kills in a round at most. But they come in trailing. They need him to have a step up moment, and he certainly delivers.
A couple of times he was free-fired out as well in Mirage. It's not like he wasn't just being out-dueled, and yeah, this is the different Safe. There's no doubt about that.
He got rattled and rolled on Mirage.
Oh, this one's good. Never mind.
Didn't quite bounce where I thought it.
Yeah, the geometry not working out the way he was hoping it would. Drop now has to fight into some healthy players instead, and they are fighting back hard. Insani to try and defend from the back of the site. The position is good, and the outcome is as well, if I'm honest. Turns things into a 2v1, but look at the pathing that Safe is taking. He wants to just play containment in case this player goes back towards B main, but the read is wrong. As far as rifles are concerned, it's a one-on-one. Jay-Z versus Exit. Smoke dissipates in Temple. He's aware of the potential push to come through, but he's so worried about Safe's rotation, expecting it to be from Canals. Safe, however, is scaled all the way in from B main. He's waiting for Exit to make a play as well. Flashbang is great. Exit around the corner. They are checking everything.
Oh, damn. I mean, that's a beautiful flash. Exit did not want to make a step without confirmation on when that man was positioned. I thought they might just smoke off dark and start to try and scale in, but then it offers up opportunity when someone's trying to tap that defuse, and they just make sure that they fight their way out of that situation. Insani, a very commendable effort finding these 3 kills that gave them this man advantage for the post plant. Jay-Z, this time, no heroics.
And for W7M, their money is being pushed right back down. The question is, do you force buy here? Do you try and stop MIBR from equalizing or fight back to prevent the lead that they could take in the round after this one?
I mean, 2,400 loss, and they've got more than enough to sort of facilitate a half investment. It doesn't make sense, really, to go for a full buy here, I don't think. Should all... To be honest, they shouldn't invest too much. The players with, 4K could have maybe dropped over pistols, and they could have segmented into armor for a couple of players, but
I think Sadson wants to prioritize the AWP as well for himself.
Yeah. These goddamn AWPers. So greedy.
Yeah. Why can't he just give me some Tech 9s instead, right? Double up in dark. Safe. Guy who I'm okay with being greedy. Will be posted up in the B-bomb side. Good for the first kill. Bjarnizen nearby is going to continue to deliver. Safe does the same. Quick triple, yes please.
Does some quick duck hunting. And hello, Saad. Insani's behind you. So not a single casualty. These bursts on the B-bomb side have actually been quite fruitful for W7M on some of their gun rounds, and they try to make it work off of pistols. This time, Safe is in position, and it feels like he has really hit a stride now here on Anubis. Another multi-kill to add to the tally. Sure, it's against pistols, but sometimes those shots are even harder than the rifles, because they're not planning on stopping all the time. Ooh.
Wow, that's the most one-sided one we've seen so far.
Yeah, what?
12.4. Okay.
Again, that's for the series, I imagine.
Yeah, it is.
We're still here tied, and that was a hell of a comeback attempted by W7M. I'm surprised it's still that lopsided.
Well, there's that much confidence in MIBR. Maybe they know something we don't. Insani. Stand back. The nade is good as well on his Storms. And what a kill for him to find. Left with just a single point of HP. Gotta be careful not to trip over anything. He'll just die.
Yeah, don't think about blocking smokes or tanking a flashbang. Man's caught
Reject back
limping.
into dark in the meanwhile for the CTs. W7M is still very focused on a B-side finish, but they do end up changing their mind.
I think they were expecting, because they were down this man, MIBR would start to probe for information on one side of the map, but they're just playing 2 and 2 tucked.
If Insani is able to keep himself alive with smoke over here, would just start funneling W7M back in towards the B bomb site from Temple. It also makes it hard for Insani to actually rotate through.
Yeah, this will work in their favor.
Out they go towards B. Double Dark setup is ready for the Temple push to come through. Drop misses his first opportunity. The Molotov will expire back in B main. It is the second man to die. And W7M say thank you very much. We'll take that bomb site for free.
Yeah, that's difficult. Had they had a smoke on one of those B-site players, it would have been a much easier task. They had to worry about B main exposure. They couldn't overcommit. They knew they were coming in through Temple. Safe catching a whiff of a player inside of T-spawn and just trying to get himself away. Doesn't want to give over this AWP. He's well aware of what he's capable of with it. W7M, they come up with a perfect solution. 4-on-4, and in a moment where one of their players is just so low HP, Storm's been able to put it to great effect, pinning then plastering one of those players emerging out from dark just as they were really desperate to find those kills. They had, what, 12 seconds by the time they start to breach into that bomb site.
It's also definitely a little bit of a failing from Drop. The fact that he isn't able to find the kill on Stormzen when he's swinging out initially. It feels like that's just a freebie that you should be delivered immediately.
It's not just Stormzen, though. I mean, Insani was the one that was trying to sort of pincer him into that spot. They landed the tag. They heard the dink through the wall, so they were well aware of his position, but neither of them were able to finish off that frag, and then Stormzen was able to just come in and hit a lovely shot and survive.
Talk about the late round, by the way, but yes, you are correct.
Ah, yes, of course.
Early 3-man setup from MIBR onto the B side. This is what gave them a lot of success on their CT side campaign in Mirage. Safe. Hits his frag every day of the week. Molotov is great as well, but he can't back off now. Storm's inside the flames, this man! I do like it. He loses his life for the play.
Went on a suicide mission.
It's a kamikaze, and I am all here for it.
He looked at that Molotov. He was like, you know what? Why not?
One last ride, boys.
Didn't want to let Safe get away.
Let's see whether that actually ends up being better or worse for the round. W7M. Clock's ticking down low. They have scaled up with JZ. But meanwhile, they still have 2 players back into middle. MIBR have no focus out towards it. JZ has drawn all the attention over. The only player who's really taking care of this is Bjarnason with his secondary op, keeping an eye out for a creep through camera. He needs to land this shot. Will be able to get the first off on the other side. Trades away, and Bjarnason can't get the quick scope in as well. The bomb will be planted. A Molotov to separate Bjarnason. He's not able to find another shot on the JZ, but it's still a 3-on-2. MIBR have the advantage. They have an op to deal with as well. Sadzin peeks forward. Flash will not be connecting on him, but neither will his shot. JZ goes down, but no, not before he gets a frag. Sadzin as well just backs off to safety. A nade will do nothing. Insani finds cover behind the site, but there's no one to trace out. He needs to stick this defuse, and as a flashbang goes overhead, Sadzin knows he's forced him off of it, even moves away. Insani trying to hunt, will not have the time. It'll be barely right down to the money, and he'll have it just at the nick.
Oh my goodness, Sadzin tried his heart out. He knew that Insani was trying to hunt him down because that plant was far from optimal for, honestly, both of them. They didn't want to overexpose themselves, and Sad got all the information, going for the jump spot from heaven, ducking away into spawn. He thought he might have done enough, but he couldn't round that corner quite quick. And Insani had a couple of opportunities to find him just before he actually took that cover in the first place, but he didn't let that opportunity slip. He kept that pressure on. W7M doing a damn good job at working from deficits. Hell, even in sort of equal man advantages, coming up with some clever solutions in the late round. Once again, it came down to those final 15 seconds, and this time they don't want to worry about that clock. Just going in for a fast hit, and it'll be the exit kill that's finished off by the nade. ZA traded. And Safe as well made that rotate in time. Insani blocked and cordoned by the smoke. Sure, they have access to A, but once again, they're one man worse for wear. Oh, only for a moment. Insani spammed.
Shout out Jay-Z. And I'm not talking about the ramper. Now trying to push up and make things a little bit more personal. Drop is down. Jay-Z traded, but that's where FoQ had to pick up the mantle. He's unable to do so. Sadzin, 1v2, and this clutch starts off with a great frag, but as you know, there's two around the corner. Safe. And as AWP lead in, M4 recovered. He has an incendiary if he wanted to use it, but Sadzin just pushes out the smoke. W7M guarantee at least equal at halftime, but man, what a round from Sadzin. This time, it works out.
Yeah, they just go in for a fast hit, and it is very successful. I mean, the fact they're able to get it into that 3-on-3 before that bomb went down is certainly working to their favor. And even though there was this chance, you know, BR Arnazan doing a great job of finding those 2 kills, just keeping that spray transfer alive. For them to have dropped the ball here against Sadzin is a massive fumble. Safe certainly had the space to work off of, but he made steps, he made noise, and that's all Sadzin needed to see. Well, that smoke has not landed, I don't think, where they wanted it to, and Safe just intuitively shoots through the edge of it.
Exit as well with the 5-7, doing so much damage. He gets 2 beautiful frags all through smoke and flash. And now he's happy to refresh that smoke. Honestly, I'm just surprised Safe tries to go for that after the suicide mission that took him down in the previous one. Like, I'd be afraid of every smoke, every Molotov around me.
Yeah, this would seem like a very weirdly constructed round here for W7M. Don't think this went to plan at all. And now it may have completely imploded. Uh-oh. Drop trying to cover off the pursuit in from Dark, but Sadzin can't hit the follow-up. It's Zede that finds the trade. A 1-on-3 from here on out, and he knows that a player has to be close by, but MIBR are surrounding. They're trying to set up the net.
Safe's already got his eyes out on Zede and takes him down. Safe, what a half from him. 17 kills in a half where you've only got 6 rounds. I'd like to say that is unreal. Unfortunately, Drop wasn't quite having that performance all across on that B side, but Safe has more than made up for it.
I mean, a massive performance from Safe. I mean, there are a few rounds where, I mean, without him, this could have been an 8-4. In total honesty, I feel like Safe was just able to have so many high-impact performances. Could have even been a more lopsided half than it ended up being. So MIBR have to be happy that he was able to engage with the save that sort of started to propel them on that CT effort.
But that form surely can't persist through to the T side, right? That's something that's always gnawing at the back of your mind. Now, you need a plan B.
I think it's as well, that's not Safe's strength. I think it's been one of his weaknesses over a couple of the different rosters, is that, you know, going in for sort of aggressive AWPing plays, that's just not his style. And that is totally fine, but that is also something that you maybe can't rely on to open up bomb sites and sort of find opening advantages as frequently as some other AWPers in the scene. Safe likes to be a tricky man. That's why we even saw him lurking on, I think, on Mirage.
Yeah. It's a tough burden to place on anyone's shoulders, but expectations of 17 will never be met. The question is, can the rest of MIBR compensate going into this one? Insani leading the charge in middle. We'll have to deal with a nice flashbang setup that FoQ's calling for himself. The second there's any steps made, the second there's any contact, FoQ will call for it, but it might be too late. At this point, now Util goes out. It is too late. Flashbang will at least delay for a while, but they're still into the site. Over to heaven they go. BR Anderson as well. Scales down. Storm taken away. Zeddy is no longer allowed to live his life, breathe his last few breaths. MIBR, 7 secured.
That is quite a cheeky pistol. I mean, they just waltz. They just walk all the way in through middle. No one goes out to check it. They wanted to stick with these defensive setups on both A and B alike. And like you said, they had these protocols in place where there were flashes available, there were smokes to be deployed by the CT should they sort of meet aggression in through middle, but they just burst They wait to round that corner. As soon as that smoke bounces off that wall, they're just all swinging in. And that comment's just going to come out far too late. It felt like W7M got caught. Had they had 1 extra second to prepare, this could have been a totally different story. But that's the pace that MIBR were hoping to implement. Well, that is a massive whiff there from Drop. Exit won't allow JZ to live, though. Drop struggling to find his form in this map. That was extremely... I mean, it's very odd to see Drop in this kind of a position, because it's just so kind of uncharacteristic of him.
I agree.
Very mechanically sound, but maybe a little in his head, as he's yet to really field many frags for MIBR. But this T-side could be a new birth on life. I will say that, that Glock display, is not a great sign, but he could still turn it around.
Like, you won the round, you forget about it.
Yeah. But you talk about drop-offs as well. ZA has not been as pivotal as maybe we were expecting he would be, given the sort of state of things on Mirage. Felt like he was a massive propellant for W7M on their comeback. Hell, even some of the rounds they were winning on T-side. An incredibly important factor in making that a competitive game.
Well, thank you, Exit, for clearing out the entirety of the B bomb side for us.
What's he thanking himself?
Yeah.
He's the in-game leader, isn't he?
Listen, he's gotta say it out in the mic, right? Guys, I just won you this round. Even if you guys end up cleaning all the USBs, this, that, whatever, I'm the one who won this round. And don't you forget.
It's like, listen,
he probably isn't calling that, in all fairness.
No, it's probably just, guys, come B, it's clear.
But he's thinking it.
Oh,
Here's all those rotations coming in, and he knows it is time to shine and farm. Will be only good for the one initially. Faces backwards, and look, it's time to make money. Drop's got a Tech 9, so he'll have money the next round regardless. The USBs can save the Mac 10 if they want to. It's very rare that you see USBs not just fling themselves at T sides once the bomb is planted, but worried about giving money to the Mac 10 as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't want them getting a double kill bonus, basically, for each kill they concede over to an SMG. So, it's definitely a consideration. I think you can, obviously, I guess, weigh that up against if we do more economic damage, does that have greater impact? Could we get our hands on a rifle? But they almost need to come to that conclusion a little sooner. And like you said, just by the time that bomb went down, they started to actually vacate and get on the move. It was a little too late. First gun round here for W7M on the defense. And this game's been neither here nor there for either squad. We've had little peaks and troughs. Some nice individual moments for W7M and as MIBR alike. Will it be a player that steps up to the plate in the second half, or will it be a battle of the minds like I was kind of alluding to earlier on? It felt like W7M had some great calls on their T side, so Exit's got quite a high bar to breach into.
There are 4 players on the B side, and MIBR wanted to go to A. I think Exit's probably doing fine. The question, though, is, what's the game plan from these players? They want to push up canals. There's a world where they could actually find a timing or the rug players if MIBR lollygag, but with 45 seconds, the only way they do that is... I mean, they are doing that. Oh, wow. What a shot from Exit. Does he realize there's more to come? Safe's definitely pulling out his weapon. They are concerned about it. But 4 players all to come in through canal? Surely not. The bomb's been dropped. Now comes out the execution. CT's finding frags. Zeddy and Sadzin are able to find some crucial kills, sure. But Zeddy needs at least one more. He won't find it. They rotate back to B.
Oh, and Storm, I don't know that he's going to be able to hit this timing. They're just about to escape into the dark, and Drop fumbling on the frag. Down to half HP is Stormson, but at least BR Artisan in the clutch, and he has a Molotov, a smoke, several different elements that can really help him out in this 1 versus 1, and Stormson was busy trying to recover kits and utility as well inside the canals.
He's got the nade to at least try and come through the smoke, but he ends up taking some of his own life off as well. I don't know if that's significant or not, but still. Bjarnason.
He could be anywhere.
Yeah, you have to check everything. And it's not actually planted out for main, so Bjarnason's going to be relying on his Molotov to actually force him away. He's sticking it. He won't be able to, though. Oh, no, he does! Right at the nick of it. Bjarnason isn't able to take him down early on with the first bullet. That could have been the difference maker.
He wasn't willing to spam it. He wasn't willing to take the risk that he missed out on that shot. He wanted a little bit of a clearer sideline on that head, and he didn't have the time to spare. That is a big fumble, a big mistake. A 1-on-2, another one of these clutches coming through here for W7M. They are making this map compelling, and once again, it's just this crazy risk for them to take. 4 players on B, and then 4 players pushing through the canals. You see that extra half second that Bjarnason takes to line up his shot, and it costs him. But this time a bit more aggressive in through middle as well. W7M tried to take the fight to them, but it won't be quite as fruitful, not in the early round. I won't lie to you, when you have score lines like this, when you have like an underdog team, so frequently, you know, I just feel like we're almost going through the motions. You know, MIBR, you know, you could see them play like a very standard style, outlast them, outduel them. W7M, they could have come in with some faster strategies, some nice, cute plays. But I feel like this game is kind of giving us, I don't know, I feel like I'm eating one of those jars of jelly beans where you don't know what flavor you're going to get.
Birdies, every flavored bots. No bots on the server right now. Everyone doing a job. Wouldn't say it's a great job. Sometimes, sorry, Drop, it hasn't been a good map for you. I will say though, Michael, this is the thing about domestic Counter-Strike. It always delivers. If it's even slightly close, you know it's gonna be a fun time.
But it's just like some of the rounds are just like some crazy call to make.
Well, you think 4 players in B pushing through dark to, you know, try and make a play isn't orthodox?
Or 4 players pushing the B apartments on Mirage. You know, that's something, another thing that W7M offered us. They've definitely come in with some very, very cool, just like collected Counter-Strike, and the risk is lowered when there's more of you. But you do leave yourself vulnerable to a whole myriad of other options for your opponent. You're just hoping they don't take it. This has been a lot more of a test than I think I was really expecting coming out of this game. MIBR are the clear favorites, but they are not without a few vulnerabilities that W7M are willing to explore and exploit, and they've kept that secret tight to their chest, because I'm sure other teams would look at this and be like, how on earth have they made them this uncomfortable?
Yeah. Storm spotted out.
Primary objective for these pistols is to just buy time, buy space. There are 2 rifles that are hoping that they can find some impact. JZ in with his on mid. Sadson was boosted over at B, but they just barrel through that smoke. They were willing to take the challenge. They know they were against these pistols, and so those rifles will probably just have to try and save again.
W7M is okay with this. Some time to think about the next round as well. Just try and figure out how exactly you want to make this work. And it's likely that they should be able to save here. MIBR. Outside of BR, it doesn't feel like any one of them is in a prime position to hunt. And I say that, and I'm lying, actually. Drop is coming in from behind. Sadzen is going to be sandwiched in, so maybe saving these rifles will be harder after all. Sadzen misses the timing as well, and Bjarnason, he's not pushing in all the way. So Drop doesn't actually have the luxury of having the M4 forced further and further back into him. So they actually save both rifles. I spoke too quick.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
God.
definitely did. I mean, they almost saved 3 rifles, but one of them is taken away.
Oh, well, I mean, I was right. So they saved 2 rifles.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you were right, but wrong at the same time. I think as soon as I started to hear those USPs start to spam through the smokes and try and, you know, puff out their chest and act real brave, Insani just said, nah, I'm not dealing with that.
I see. We've seen some crazy calls so far. I'm just asking for one more. That's all I'm asking for. W7M, give me one more moment of insanity. This is so much more orthodox from them. Flashbang doesn't go all the way in. Molotov's actually going to be extinguished by the smoke as well. So some util being flustered by either side, but Zeddy nade out back towards the smoke to try and get a sightline through it, but there's an op on the other side. You have to be careful when safe is going to be staring you down. There's time being bought with util exchange. The T's yet to commit, and now in goes Drop. He finds the first. Jay-Z down, and BRNism's got a double entry of his own. A nade to try and follow back, but BRNism's demise comes at the hands of Focus Farmers. One that will once again move back and attempt to be saved. But Storms in this time, he's found out. Will just get the upgrade to the AK, but MIBR want to hunt.
Absolutely min-maxing as much as they can. Even ferrying over an HE for his teammate to recover as they both nestle into A main. But this felt like another one of those rounds. You know, I called this out on Mirage as well, where it felt like MIBR were running through the motions. Each of the areas that they were taking, uncontested, no fights, and they were funneled into positions that MIBR were comfortable with. They got Molotovs down, these rifles that they save. Sure, one will be able to escape capture, but it did look as though W7M just couldn't react to what MIBR were doing, and by the time they kind of realized what's happening, you know, one Molotov forced him out from Glyph, another one forced them a little further back behind the pillar, and you just see the pre-aim from MIBR. If they're going to maintain that platform position, they know exactly where they're going to be. They found those entries so rapidly. It felt like they orchestrated W7M to take those positions.
This time, the push comes through and it's expected on either side. Insani and BRNism finding a very early advantage. MIBR maybe seen W7M's engine whistle for the last time. They are running out of steam. And the hero's journey for the little underdog is being slowly extinguished just as surely as that Molotov was.
You know, with the way things are shaping up, with as tight a game as this was at one point or another, W7M could be destined for that rematch against the Red Cannons in that lower bracket. Storms in a missed shot, but they overlook Sadzin's position. There is a trade. That bomb dropped in through middle. Jay-Z was just nowhere near to do much about any of it. And there are weapons that can be recovered in through mid, but that's about as much as he's really hoping to steal out from this round. This man does have a kit. So MIBR still can't really lower their guard or over-vacate the bomb site. I'm fearful. Exit's really the closest correspondent. BRNizan left in charge of holding those weapons. Jay-Z is just fishing. Hoping that somebody steps away. Yeah, he's going to try and slide in and go for this defuse. And it's all on Exit to actually stay near enough by. And he's healthy enough. The bomb radius on Anubis isn't large enough as well, where you should really be fearing for your life. He'll pounce. He'll start to go for that bomb defuse. But Exit is near enough by that he'll deny any shenanigans. This time, no big hits from Jay-Z.
I just wonder if you had a flash, if you had a smoke, if you had anything at all, could it be slightly different? But no, it won't matter. There's no ifs, buts. There's only when. That is to say, when MIBR come through and take it away. They seem inevitable right now. And unlike Thanos, destined to win.
I swear in the film he won and he was like just hiding in a shack somewhere, just chilling.
Yeah, but that was before he said the "I am inevitable" line. He lost after he
yes.
said "I am inevitable." Bjarnason been very strong out towards his B site. Good for 2 again. In the meanwhile, Stormzin does push through and find at least a response, so we're still staying competitive. An A site finish will have to contend with Sadzin, who has definitely had his moments on Anubis, but this was not one of them.
It was a commendable fight. So many risks. So many cool calls. But MIBR will simply not be denied. This 2-on-4 Stormzin round the corner, just floored all the same like his teammates. It's that in-game leader in Foku, that last man standing, and he will meet his maker all the same. 13-7, MIBR advance out of Group B, and they do it 2-0 all throughout.
Every single team that we've seen so far, I feel like at the RES series, though, still comes in and loses with style, even if they are losing. We still see some really fun calls coming out from W7F. We still see so much from them. But at the end of the day, MIBR, they are truly just a class apart. Bjarnason from fantastic entries out towards the B side, like I mentioned, on the T side, on Anubis, when things got rolling. Drop as well started to pick things up, even if he had an overall poorer map. But yeah, generally, so many hats go off to Safe to actually give them the foundation to stay alive long enough for that to even materialize.
Yeah, I mean, if not for that, then we could have seen a much more dominant half by this team. I mean, it just really felt as though we got such an exploration of ideas from W7M and MIBR alike in that first half, but then we started to get engaged on MIBR's T side, and some of that star power still really shone through. I think BRNizan found more impact. You know, we got some rounds out of Insani as well. And, you know, I just think when it really came down to it, when it came to the nitty gritty, if, you know, we had a caliber above in the star power here for MIBR. And I think without that, W7M could have been making out of the group 2-0 themselves. So they will be destined to go down into that lower bracket against the Red Canids, who definitely, I mean, they stretched them all to 3 maps, even while fighting with their coach. So that will still be quite an uphill battle. But I think W7M played a much more complete looking game, aside from shying away in a couple rounds. I think this will be a much more difficult game for the Red Canids, even though W7M won it last time. I think they could maybe even pull it away in 2.
It's going to be a fun one for sure, especially considering the rematch elements into it. I wonder if Red Canids themselves come back with a lot more homework to have been done with all the extra demos and, you know, maybe more adjustment to having to play with their coach like you mentioned. You know, it does actually help out to give you a little bit more time in that regard. So, yeah, still, that match is later on. I would love to see the schedule that we've got for tomorrow as well. We'll bring that up for you in just a second too, because honestly, all the CS is just coming
tomorrow.
through.
It's not tomorrow.
Sorry,
it's the 11th. We're taking a little bit of a break.
Oh God, why do you have to break my heart like this, Michael? Now I'm just going to spend 3 days waiting for more fantastic South American Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a you problem, actually.
Listen, some prep to be done though, Michael. And on the 11th, we're coming back in with Furia versus Case, Bestia and Galoris, Sharks and Pain Gaming, Adelia Amigos and Imperial Esports. What's on your mind? What's the big one for you?
I think it's probably Sharks versus Pain. I mean, Sharks as an organization has just been able to field so many diamonds in the rough that are then later plucked up and pulled into some of these bigger rosters that it's been a while since I've been able to watch the Sharks, but they've still been able to remain fairly competitive. And, you know, Pain, I think I just want to be able to see consistency from them as time goes on after they come off the highs of being able to make it to the major.
Well, Michael, I'm not with you at all. I'm definitely on the side of Adelia Amigos and Imperial. I'm really looking forward to seeing AYA again. Honestly, really fun team to keep an eye out on. They've got some good star power as well. They've obviously got some players who've been around for a while. I'm looking forward to seeing how they fare up against Imperial, who did struggle a little bit in their opening match, even though they closed it out overall versus the Fury Academy side. So, that being said, we're signing off for now. And I know you're heartbroken. I know I'm heartbroken, but it will be another few days before we're back with the RES LATAM series number 3. It's the 11th where everything will be resuming. So make sure you're tuning into all the fantastic South American action over here at Relog all over again in just a couple of days. We'll see you around in the meanwhile. And yeah, see you soon.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect. Respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect.